I'm updating the death numbers right now. More cases have been added. Oh my God, it's so sad. The deaths now went up by almost 200. So deaths are almost in 10,000 now. Starbucks employees are begging company to shut down the store because coronavirus is not essential. Pretty much the company is exposing their workers to unsafe conditions while everyone above certain pay grade is protected. Starbucks employees are pleading with executives of the $66 billion coffee juggernaut to immediately close thousands of stores in an effort to avoid sickening employees and work and customers. Several baristas, several baristas, supervisors, store managers who spoke to Vice said that although the company has increased sanitation measures and to to a to-go model, employees feel like they're putting themselves at risk to contracting COVID-19. Whenever they tell customer not to reach behind the counter, stay in the store, or crowd around each other. Plus, whenever an individual store closes because it's an area with heavy crowd and illness, an employee best option is often to transfer to another store that's still operating so they can continue to get paid. Coffee is not essential at all. Starbucks is not essential. Philadelphia barista Avia Johnson, he wrote, fast growing. She wrote fast growing petition to close all Starbucks locations that gather more than 70,000 signatures from the company staff in the past days alone. And yes, we're still open. Johnson believes it's both customer and employees' best interest to shut down entirely rather than operate at a reduced capacity or with limited interaction. Part of the petition also includes a plea to extend paid leave of all employees while stores are closed. Johnson isn't working right now because she got what the company calls catastrophe pay for being immunocompromised. But she thinks more needs to be done for her fellow partners, or what Starbucks calls employees. Pretty much the company is exposing their workers to unsafe conditions while everyone above a certain pay grade is protected. The catastrophe pay, two weeks worth of money, is an employee or loved one is diagnosed or exposed to COVID-19, or if they're immunocompromised. Isn't nearly enough to stem their rampant concern about getting sick. Employers told Vice News when the money is limited since it's often contingent on coronavirus diagnosis, and that's now notoriously hard to come by. In some circumstances, catastrophe pay can be extended to 26 weeks, according to the company. Starbucks did not immediately respond because they want their records to be fucked up. Headquartered in Seattle, where the U.S. corona outbreak began, Starbucks recently transitioned all its stores to a to-go model to cope with the contagious respiratory illness. That means that customers can still buy coffee, baked goods via select drive-thrus, or come into the cafe and order on a counter without lingering, in an effort to practice social distance. But some locations were actually busier than usual at the beginning of March when COVID-19 cases started to climb up the roof. Yeah, so Starbucks is being negligent. That was a nice what should I call it? Reddit. It's a good article. The world's fastest supercomputer identifies 77 chemicals that could stop COVID-19. And his lemons are so. Oh. Yeah, they thought they were better. Hmm? What? What? What do you mean? Is there both? I'd like to take a moment to thank all the grocery store employees for remaining strong this type of uncertainty. Many of us underappreciate it and underacknowledge the sacrifice that these individuals are taking every day and ensure health and safety of the American people for sure. I make sure I do that, even though it sounds corny when you do it.
In the following months, it spread to other countries, with cases doubling within days. The Chinese authorities notified the world that a virus was spreading through their communities. In the following months, it spread to other countries, with cases doubling within days. This virus is the severe acute respiratory syndrome-related coronavirus 2 that causes the disease called COVID-19 and that everyone simply calls coronavirus. What actually happens when it infects a human, and what should we all do? A virus is really just a hull around genetic material and a few proteins, arguably not even a living thing. It can only make more of itself by entering a living cell. Corona may spread via surfaces, but it's still uncertain how long it can survive on them. Its main way of spreading seems to be droplet infection, when people cough, or if you touch someone who's ill and then your face, say rubbing your eyes or nose. The virus starts its journey here and then hitches a ride as a stowaway deeper into the body. Its destinations are the intestines, the spleen, or the lungs, where it can have the most dramatic effect. Even just a few coronaviruses can cause quite a dramatic situation. The lungs are lined with billions of epithelial cells. These are the border cells of your body, lining your organs and mucosa, waiting to be infected. Corona connects to a specific receptor on its victim's membranes to inject its genetic material. The cell, ignorant of what's happening, executes the new instructions, which are pretty simple: copy and reassemble. It fills up with more and more copies of the original virus until it reaches a critical point and receives one final order: self-destruct. The cell sort of melts away, releasing new corona particles, ready to attack more cells. The number of infected cells grows exponentially. After about 10 days, millions of body cells are infected and billions of viruses swarm the lungs. The virus has not caused too much damage yet.
I'm the virus.
Corona is now going to release
Corona. I want the corona.
immune system.
I'm in corona. I'm in your lungs, bitch. I got your lungs, bitch. I got your blood, bitch. You can't breathe, bitch. Blood clutters, blood clutter.
Cells have neither ears nor eyes. They communicate mostly via tiny information proteins.
Fuck yourselves, nigga. I'm in your body, bitch. I came from China.
Immune cells to In a sense, it puts the immune system into a fighting frenzy and sends way more soldiers than it should, wasting its resources and causing damage. Two kinds of cells in particular wreak havoc. First, neutrophils, which are great at killing stuff, including ourselves. As they arrive in their thousands, they start pumping out enzymes that destroy as many friends as enemies.
Let's kill this
The
nigga.
other important type of cells that go into a frenzy are killer T cells, which usually order infected cells to commit controlled suicide. Confused as they are, they start ordering healthy cells to kill themselves too. The more and more immune cells arrive, the more damage they do, and the more healthy lung tissue they kill. This might get so bad that it can cause permanent, irreversible damage that leads to lifelong disabilities. In most cases, the immune system slowly regains control. It kills the infected cells, intercepts the viruses trying to infect new ones, and cleans up the battlefield. Recovery begins. The majority of people infected by corona will get through it with relatively mild symptoms. But many cases become severe or even critical. We don't know the percentage because not all cases have been identified, but it's safe to say that there is a lot more than with the flu. In more severe cases, millions of epithelial cells have died, and with them, the lungs' protective lining is gone. That means that the alveoli, tiny air sacs via which breathing occurs, can be infected by bacteria that aren't usually a big problem. Patients get pneumonia, respiration becomes hard or even fails, and patients need ventilators to survive. The immune system has fought at full capacity for weeks and made millions of antiviral weapons. And as thousands of bacteria rapidly multiply, it is overwhelmed. They enter the blood and overrun the body. If this happens, death is very likely. The coronavirus is often compared to the flu, but actually it's much more dangerous. While the exact death rate is hard to pin down during an ongoing pandemic, we know for sure that it's much more contagious and spreads faster than the flu. There are two futures for a pandemic like corona: fast and slow. Which future we will see depends on how we all react to it in the early days of the outbreak. A fast pandemic will be horrible and cost many lives. A slow pandemic will not be remembered by the history books. The worst-case scenario for a fast pandemic begins with a very rapid rate of infection because there are no countermeasures in place to slow it down. Why is this so bad? In a fast pandemic, many people get sick at the same time. If the numbers get too large, healthcare systems become unable to handle it. There aren't enough resources like medical staff or equipment like ventilators left to help everybody. People will die untreated. And as more healthcare workers get sick themselves, the capacity of healthcare systems falls even further. If this becomes the case, then horrible decisions will have to be made about who gets to live and who doesn't. The number of deaths rises significantly in such a scenario. To avoid this, the world, that means all of us, needs to do what it can to turn this into a slow pandemic. A pandemic is slowed down by the right responses, especially in the early phase, so that everyone who gets sick can get treatment and there's no crunch point with overwhelmed hospitals. Since we don't have a vaccine for corona, we have to socially engineer our behavior to act like a social vaccine. This simply means two things: not getting infected and not infecting others. Although it sounds trivial, the very best thing you can do is to wash your hands. Soap is...
Wash your hands, dirty ass motherfuckers like me.
Virus is encased in what is basically...
Wash your hands, bitches.
Soap breaks that fat apart and leaves it unable to infect you.
Corona, corona, corona. All up on your body, corona. Take over.
To do it properly, wash your hands as if you've just cut up some jalapenos and want to put in your contacts next. The next thing is social distancing, which is not a nice experience.
Damn, that means black people and white people can be together. That's what they're trying to say in that picture. Don't be fucking around white people. I know, you gotta leave. There's 3 black people here. You could take half and I don't know, half and half is black too.
All of them. They all depend on you to not get sick. On a larger level, there are quarantines, which can mean different things, from travel restrictions or actual orders to stay at home. Quarantines are not great to experience and certainly not popular, but they buy us, and especially the researchers working on medication and vaccination, crucial time. So if you are put under quarantine, you should understand why and respect it. None of this is fun, but looking at the big picture, it is a really small price to pay. The question of how pandemics end depends on how they start. If they start fast with a steep slope, they end badly. If they start slow with a not so steep slope, they end okayish. And in this day and age, it really is in all of our hands. Literally and figuratively.
Damn, bitch, you teach me a lot. Chinese authority admits improper response to coronavirus whistleblower. Yeah, we never found out what happened to that guy that was going into the. There was a guy going into hospitals and we never heard it. A memorial for whistleblower Lee says in UCLA campus, Chinese authorities are now apologizing for the reprimand that the doctor received after warning of the coronavirus. Li Wan, the ophthalmologist who early warning about the coronavirus earned him a reprimand from Chinese authority, is finally receiving justice, albeit posthumously. Authorities in the country are apologizing to his family and dropping their reprimand. 6 weeks after his death from the disease caused by the virus. Widely known as a whistleblower, he spoke about the outbreak in the city of Wuhan. The 34-year-old doctor was initially punished by local authorities. They say he was spreading rumors in early January after he had tried to warn others about the emergence of the novel coronavirus that has now become a global pandemic. By the time the young doctor died of COVID-19 in early February, the virus had already claimed hundreds of lives. To date, more than 3,000 have died of the virus in mainland China. News of this death, coupled with accusations that the government was covering up the outbreak, triggered an avalanche of outrage from wider cross-section of Chinese society. In response to popular demands, the central government dispatched investigators 2 days later to look into the circumstances surrounding his police reprimand and death. Beijing investigators now conclude that Wuhan authorities acted inadequately when they reprimanded the late doctors and failed to follow proper law enforcement procedure. They did not, however, explain what the correct response would be. Investigators also categorized his efforts to sound the alarm on the coronavirus as a positive influence that aided in raising awareness. Shortly after the official finding, were published, Wuhan police announced that the two officers responsible for improper reprimand has been disciplined. Yeah, that's a little too little, a little too late. Cause the homie died work doing what he loves, But how you gonna be saving life, and then you're gonna criminalize a person that was trying to do what your you know your communist country didn't want to do, and now you look stupid because look, the whole world. You know how this is a bad press for Chinese in all over the world.
Well, now
All over the world. They're gonna start.
By going to Italy and
Yeah, but there's gonna be people that, I mean, I'm not saying there's no reason to hate people, but guess what? There's gonna be like female loving people, animal loving people. There's gonna be people that never used to care and took it to a extreme, but they're gonna have some type of distance. They're gonna have some type of, and they already are how you call it, a culture that doesn't open up. You don't open up to us as everybody else. Latinos have like salsa. Black people have sports, other type of culture, music. White people have the leadership. Like every other culture shows.
People come here to make babies.
Russian people have illegal businesses. Russian people love Chinatowns. Russian people love like if they go like, oh, it was Brooklyn and it's abandoned warehouses. We just call it Bay Ridge. Yeah, that's what Russians like. Russian also love prostitution, so like they will find like the hookup. Like this guy will work in the port for like take a job in the port for 3 years, and in 3 years he find out that you know what? There's this company that sends a bunch of containers from Ukraine, and it's like fuck it, let's just put a bunch of bitches, not from Moscow. We're not gonna put some bitches from Moscow. We're gonna get 3 Chechen bitches. A few bitches from Georgia, Czechoslovakia. With $300, we get 7 bitches from Czechoslovakia. We just give them 25 each, and they good. And then later on, if it gets here, we say it's Russian, so nobody finds out. It's never Russian. The family never finds out because it's never Russian. We just call it Russian. We blame it on us, but in reality, the family will never know. And we declared, so yeah, that's what Russians do. So yeah, that was pretty sad. That dude that he actually told us the truth, but people weren't listening. Americans weren't listening to no Chinese doctor. They need a white doctor to feel secure, not a Chinese doctor. So that was sad. Do your part to help stop spread of coronavirus. Be like Anakin. Don't be like Obi-Wan. I don't know who the hell is that. COVID-19 kills 1 Iranian every 10 minutes. About 50 Iranians are contracting coronavirus every hour. Wow, that sucks. Why is this like so old? Sorry, why are you breathing so hard? Nah, it's so hot. Are you cold? Are you hot? Thank you. The first coronavirus case in the United States and South Korea was detected on the same day. By late January, so had medical companies starting to work on a diagnosis test. One was approved a week later. Today, the U.S. isn't even close to meeting the test demand. An Italian town tested 3,000. An Italian town tested 3,000 residents, found 3% positive. What did I do? An Italian town tested 3,300 residents, found 3% positive and 1.5 asymptomatic. After quarantining them and their contacts, it cut the new cases to zero. State of marvel on coronavirus. GameStop corporate office has instructed worldwide stores to not comply with law enforcement who try to force closure because COVID-19 quarantines stores are to be marked as essential retails and to stay open on lockdowns. Fuck it, they kind of right. Coronavirus diary, day 5. No one has talked to me in 9 months. Comments. Comment section of articles about coronavirus. Classic Plague INC. I've played Plague INC, so I saw this coming. This is how you win Plague INC. If you play Plague INC, oh, okay. Olympic athletes bewildered by IOC lack of coronavirus concern. While coronavirus with risk rises, age 105 ill younger adults were hospitalized. CDC finds new analysis of COVID-19 cases in the United States revealed that while older people are high risk of becoming ill, the disease can hit younger adults hard too. I think that's bullshit. I think in the last 48 hours, young people have been like, well, baby boomers are not friendly to us. If we have the baby boomer remover, I'm not gonna stop it. So now the CDC is like, oh, we gotta tell them they could die too. We gotta tell them that they could get sick a little bit, not die. Carnival offers use of its cruise ships as temporary COVID-19 care hospitals. Of course, they trying to get that money. Bolsonaro out. From balconies and windows, millions of demand ouster of president over handling coronavirus. Dual lanes ban of social distancing. Dual lanes. We're going for you that are players that due to I don't know what the fuck is that. A distillery in Minnesota converted from making alcohol to making hand sanitizer. They're giving it away for free. That's awesome. While the coronavirus spreads throughout the world, my cat has become Spider-Man. So I guess that's good news. State Demo- Senate Democrats propose canceling 10,000 student.
Stop proposing shit, just give people money first. And not propose money. Give people something.
Damn. More Costco employee have tested for coronavirus days after a co-worker died from the disease. Niggas about to start dropping, yo. Look, a big ass lawsuit. The safest time, though, was sad. The safest time is gonna be when we start finding out people dying or people becoming very ill, because then we could identify who they came in contact with, right?
It's impossible in big cities to identify, only in smaller towns. Because it also using objects, remember? Somebody may leave it on the surface and we touched it an hour later, you know? person, but that person infected you. How would you determine it? It feels like when people are going to become more careful, it's going to drop down. But then again, once it's going to start dropping down, people are going to relax, be back to their normal habits, and that's when we're going to have a second spike.
Coronavirus. New York City to run out of medical supplies within 3 weeks, says Bill de Blasio, the mayor of New York. Yeah,
Look at some people, always millionaires and billionaires in New York, they can do.
similarly to patient 31 in South Korea, one reckless infected person was solely responsible for a major COVID-19 infection in Uruguay. She was not feeling well after coming home from Italy and Spain and still attended a wedding on March 7th with 500 people. She is currently being sued. That's what you get. That's messed up. This is Coach. Coach tells Reddit how to live your baseball dreams will not be the show 20. Pennsylvania to close all businesses that are not essential to sustaining life. Mike Tyson gets pre-fight physical for March 21st fight against Tony Dobbs. Tony Tubbs. Senate Democrats propose canceling 10,000 in student debt for all borrow amid coronavirus. UFC lightweight Benino getting alternative career option. In 2019, MIT students design a low-cost ventilator for 1/6 of the price of the normal ventilator. Chinese doctor says that the lockdown are not yet tight. People don't wear masks. There are still too many people around. Public transportation is still active in diners and parties in restaurants and hotels. It is time to close economic activities, prohibit the movement of people. We must hurry. So, all right. Celtics Gar. Insight from a friend who is wrestling is in a busy NYU ICU. Let's read this. This sounds interesting.
Wow, so Italians are too fashionable to wear masks. They can do it. They have to look good. They have to still like do their hair, makeup, nails, high heels. No mask.
But I think Asian people have been wearing masks for years because of their pollution.
It's not the first time.
Yeah. So they're like, it's not normal. It's a normality over there. Okay, so I'm a resident working in the ICU at a New York City hospital. I can't say which as administration's forcing us not to. Let me make sure that my volume's sounding good. Which as administration's forcing us not to. Let me make sure that my volume's sounding good. We are forced to work in unsafe environments with improper protective equipment. Our voices have been forced to be silent, but the current situation has to get out so change can be implemented. Currently, we switch from airborne plus contact precautions to practice just droplet plus contact precautions, meaning patients are placed in single room rather than a negative pressure room. Negative pressure room sucks air back into the room so pathogens cannot escape. Wow, that's why ICU is important. Cannot escape outside the room. We are finding that the virus can remain airborne rather than secreted with droplets and stay in surfaces. Rumors are secreted. Rumors are that we switch from airborne to droplets because of supply and room shortage. We care for patients wearing irregular surgical mask, and thin paper gown. We have bag administration for better PPE, like hazmat suits or full body gears to protect ourselves and to prevent further spread from room to room. And one of our attendants made a request they were laughed at. Other areas around the world have power air purifying respirator or those crazy helmets with tubes and hazmat suits in an attempt to protect ourselves further since the administration refusing to help us. We're taking extra precautions. Our knees to our feet are completely exposed. We beg for booties, but are in limited supply. We have trash bags covering our feet, tape at the top. Our gowns, this is America, by the way. This is disgusting. Our gowns cover shoulders to knees. Our necks are entirely exposed, so we have shucks pads wrapped around our necks to prevent exposure from our chins to clavicles. We do not have appropriate full body covers that are used in other countries. We are now all of a sudden forced to practice droplet contact precautions instead of airborne contact. Provider Providers wear minimum N95 mask plus a gown that allows for further protection for the providers. We do not have hazmat suits that offer full body coverage. We wear our own scrubs from home and have to wear the same scrubs after shifts. The administration doesn't even have enough scrubs for us to wear and leave at the hospital. I had to fight and beg with one of the chiefs just to have one pair of paper scrubs to wear so that I don't bring my contaminated scrubs home. When I leave, I place my home scrubs in a trash bag, immediately dump it in a washing machine when I get home. My shoes have to be left in a box outside of my apartment so that I don't contaminate my apartment causing me to be sick. I have one N95 mask that I keep in a paper bag that I have to reuse. I am expected to only use this mask during high risk aerosolization procedures, example intubation and CPR. I am not allowed to use one of those PAPR masks that we have, and the provider are lucky enough to use them. Are expected to reuse the face shield. The new N95 left our lock in a cabinet with the narcotics. You hear this shit? We we get one surgical mask per shift. Wow, that's embarrassing. And per day. Currently, we are wearing surgical masks with a shield over N95 because we are trying to help ourselves. We wear surgical masks and our scrubs from home in the halfways because positive patients are placed in non-negative pressure rooms. We have to take care we have to care for the healthcare providers. The system is already slammed. We are running out of vents, ICU beds in our beds. Nurses are unable to work because they're getting sick. Some providers are forced to work despite being symptomatic, which clearly shows that approved PPE is not working at all. Everything we ask for to protect ourselves is keeping spread from room to room is completely ignored. I don't know what else to do. We can't strike because we are the last line keeping us from Armageddon. Please help. We need ideas. I cannot go to the news. It is strictly forbidden. These free meals from companies are great, but we care more about protecting patients and ourselves. I have no idea what to do, where to go, and my time is consumed reading on this virus, and not to save patients and caring on them. I don't know what can be done to help, but I don't know this information needs to be shared. Share with your friends, relatives, co-workers, local and state officials and media. We need funding for more equipment. We need a ramp of supplies right away. We need proper PPE delivered today, not just any supplies. We need full protection when the head from head to toe. We need ideas from the people to come up. We can't save lives if we can save our own. From OP. Thank you very much for the call and attention to this issue. Whatever. Damn. That's crazy. That's sad.
You literally just came down there because there is no scarves, no boots.
That's sad. America, what are you doing?
Wow, China was a lot more prepared than us.
This is quite embarrassing.
China had a number of masks. They're sending us extra masks.
They are saying Yak
They
Ma.
have so many masks, they're sending it to US.
This fucking sucks.
Come on, guys.
That's crazy. Just like Italy's beating China right now. We gonna Italy, you better wait.
No, Chinese people are gonna slow it down now. They're gonna shut down all the clubs, bars. They're gonna do their recommendations.
It's like be communist for 1 hour, 1 month, and you be good.
Like, no,
We can be.
These are our dreams.
We remember Mussolini. We love fascists. We don't like communists. I'd like to take a moment to thank all of the grocery members strong. Many of us unappreciate. Oh yeah, I read that. We figure out how to save time and money when you switch. What is this? Oh my God, Lana. Don't you ever do some shit like that, okay? That shit look like
It look
like dog
frozen
food.
carrots, vegetables. That's what it looks like.
The gross jelly thing I found on the internet. Ugh. That shit got like. You see how the fuck it has? It
What
has.
is the kiwi doing there? What's the relation of kiwi to the ham?
The what?
There's a kiwi there. Kiwi, ham.
Nobody wants to eat tofu. Italian professor Marco Ranieri, Bologna University. That's funny. Developed a ventilation circuit that allows to use a single respirator to provide oxygen to two patients instead of one only. This is amazing news. We could possibly double the numbers of ICU beds. So pathetic. First coronavirus case in New York City homeless shelter. If I get corona, I get corona. At the end of the day, I'm not gonna let it stop me from partying, one young woman told. You know, I've been waiting Miami spring break for like a while. We're just having fun, a good time. Whatever happens, happens. In a world where monthly fees rules, one radical company takes a stand to make e-commerce accessible to all. Square online stores rises to help to sell your products on the internet. Start selling now and pay no monthly, just 2.9 per transaction with free plan. Low skilled labor, priority workers. 34-year-old California man dies of coronavirus. Recently visited this neighborhood. Ooh.
People in essential job functions deserve increases in their wages. If you're in a supermarket now, you should be paid more than $9. It's just not right. $9 to $12 get paid. The cashiers and the people who stock the shelves. To risk your life for $9 an hour. This is so fucked up. Well, it's nice that they're preparing package to give money to those who don't work. But what about raise the wages of those people who are working right now and really risking their health?
Needed coronavirus tests, being rich and famous may help. A shortage of testing has left sick people and health care workers around the U.S. without answer. Yet the list of celebrities' patients grow every day, raising questions about privileged access.
And they get results within 48 hours. However,
Compared with typical investors, Better Man could help you earn an estimated 38% over 30 years. Click through. Shut the fuck up. 13,383 people have been tested in the United States, a 44% increase in the last 24 hours.
oh, they tested 30,000 people
Yeah.
in 24 hours? Well, that's progress.
No. 13,000 people have been tested positive.
Ah,
Positive.
that's whom they tested now.
So that means it's increasing, dude.
Oh, so that's not good.
No, that's no good at all, bro. Carnival offers whatever. Two-thirds of passengers from the coronavirus-stricken Grand Princess cruise ship declined to be tested while quarantined at a military base so they could go home sooner. Full order explaining California. I don't want to read that. May ignore Italia's coronavirus lockdown to play Pokemon Go. Tells police, I have to hunt the Pokemon. And then they show me in 2040. And then they show this gorilla, my kiss. What does this have to do with toilet paper shortage? Me, we got there, and when we got there, and when we get there, I don't know.
No, that's very risky. What the hospital worker
Yeah, the true reality.
like super disturbing.
Yeah, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. They don't deserve that.
That's crazy. Maybe one of those NBA players could donate some money to the NYU hospital and donate some masks.
Nah, not the NBA. Some of them did. I think the owner should.
Did?
Yeah, for
Maybe
example,
more of them should.
for
They
example,
all got tested.
Zion is a
Wow.
rookie, and Zion said that he's gonna pay the whole month for the people that work in the arena, in the basketball arena.
Yeah, I understand. Including like people who like sell
But
shit.
but it should be the billionaire owner of the team that should be putting money. It shouldn't be Zion.
Everybody who makes more than $1 million should be putting
No, a million is nothing, Lana. A million is nothing. Like if you just got your paycheck, you know how family is. You know, just taking care of family is enough. Like a million is not enough. I'll say like 5 million. A million.
I will agree with you on that. At least those who are 5 million or more, you can give 100,000 to the nations for ventilators and supplies. Really? I need to take a shower.
have to take the first step. Lana, you gotta eat all the. You gotta take out all the fruits. And then you like that.
Not enough fruits.
Or did you go to the nature? Oh fuck you then. I'm in nature. That guy owes me an hour of personal training because I gave him the fruits. Hope to see you around, bro. house now?
I'm picking up apples.
It's like a community. Every sound of this thing sounds like a reward. This like I haven't had this endorphin since my breakfast. This is the worst endorphin. Smith in the sports talk world, he's gonna have to do more business ventures, like even the WWE stuff he does, right? And Akash and Andrew Schultz, they could switch their schedule around and stuff to do their comedic work because they can do it on their own time. Like if you gotta go to a Super Bowl ad, like you can't like stop the Super Bowl and be like, damn, wait until this flagrant episode, you know? So basically, the whole situation was Andrew Schultz felt like Kaz wasn't committed because he was always late, and Kaz even rebutted that shit. He was like, "Nah, man, y'all know I was going through the whole stuff with the miscarriage with my his to-be wife and things of that nature." And I mean, quite frankly, Kaz has been late before the miscarriage, before the pregnancy. That motherfucker was late all the damn time. I'm calling a spade a spade. And he might have cared about flavor too, but he didn't he didn't give that, you know, or that, yo, I fucking care about flavor. Like, let's call a spade a spade. Andrew Schultz posts how much money the Patreon makes a month. Kaz, his bulk income is coming from flavor too. So that gotta be priority number one. All that sports talk, all that other shit that he do on the side cannot be the number one priority. You gotta prioritize flavor too. And he's been late over and over again. 17 minutes late, 18 minutes late, 20 minutes late. Oh, the cab this, the cab that. Come on, son. You acting like your color, your skin color. And I'm black too, so it ain't racist, motherfucker. You acting like your skin color. You gotta come on time. And you gotta prioritize flavor too as number one, because that shit number one source of income. Right? It all makes sense. And it felt like he was prioritizing WWE, prioritizing the Kyrie Irving basketball event. And not only that, when he did show up, the motherfucker was late. So I can see where Andrew Schultz is coming from. And now, they was gonna make it up. They came to a conclusion, right? That Kaz will be on the show twice a month. Just twice a month. And they'll do a whole little play and stuff to like to get the fans of WWE tussling and wrestling like, fuck Kaz, and it was gonna be a play, it was gonna be fake. But the play stopped when Kaz was reading all the comments on YouTube and reading all the fans like, yo, where's Kaz? Where's Kaz? He was like, yo, these people really want me, man. These people really want me. And Kaz was upset when Andrew Schultz today on the Flagrant 2 episode said, Kaz, for those of you who don't know Kaz, our show is grown, so a lot of you guys might not know who Kaz is. And Kaz took offense to that. He was like, yo, what the fuck are you talking about? Most people know who I am. You trying to act like I'm some belittle me, like I ain't shit. So he was like, yo, fuck the play, fuck all that, I'm leaving Flagrant 2. And that's the bulk of the story. You know, I bundled up into a little ball of what's going on. And Kaz has no ill feelings about Akash, and had no feelings about Alex Media, Eddie, and all those guys and Andrew Schultz. He just said, they're going separate ways right now. And this doesn't mean that this is totally gone. Like, he might actually come back like 2 weeks, but as of right now, he's done with Flavor 2, and he's looking to other business ventures, this Kaz and Effect show and other things of that nature, like Geico, he was naming other sponsorships. So that's basically the bulk of what happened. I voted. Keep watching this, guys. Watch this bottom, guys. Watch this bottom. Watch this bottom. Alright! Okay. I show you that to tell you something. You're always messaging me. I'm having a party for 200 people, okay? And I don't make Scooby snaps. How much do I need? What is it like? A calculator? I'm a pencil. Okay, please spell that. So it's not a thing to
News tonight. Let's take a quick look at some other COVID-19 stories. And one of the European Union's top officials has tested positive for the virus. The bloc's chief Brexit negotiator, Barnier, confirmed his diagnosis on Thursday on Twitter. Barnier has confirmed that he has followed all the necessary instructions and is in isolation. The EU and UK Brexit negotiation teams, who were meant to be meeting next week in Brussels, have been cancelled due to the pandemic. And in Europe, your isolation-induced television show Binge might not look as crisp from now on. Netflix has agreed to slow transmission in the region to accommodate home workers. That will affect video quality for some viewers, but authorities hope it should free up some bandwidth for people who are actually trying to get some work done in between runs of Friends. And it's one of the most home workers. That will affect video quality for some viewers, but authorities hope it should free up some bandwidth for people who are actually trying to get some work done in between runs of Friends. And it's one of the most high-profile cultural events to be affected by the coronavirus pandemic. The Cannes Film Festival has postponed its 73rd edition, which was scheduled to run in May. It's now due to go between June and July. That's all the time we've got here for Euronews. Thanks very much.
This Friday on Euronews.
Unreported Europe takes you across the continent, to its heart and to its depths. Meet those who make up Europe. Farmers, workers, business owners, refugees, women, men, families. Unreported Europe brings you their stories. No stone is left unturned, no corner unexplored. Unreported Europe on Euronews and Euronews.com.
You turn it off.
Which way is convenient for you?
Just light on a computer.
I'm going to sleep.
That's good.
Our clothes are soft, but it's our strength that defines us. Strength from exploring and from disconnecting. Strength from reaching.
It's impossible to avoid them. For decades, we've been surrounded by sweet and fatty foods. And we thought we must be doing well with these eating habits. But what about the brain? Do our mental health, our moods, and our brain abilities suffer from the wrong kind of nutrition?
We know that junk food is making us fat, but science is telling us now that it might also be shrinking our brains.
Brain researchers have joined the dining table to study the effects of our eating habits.
Diets that are high in fat and sugar in the long term lead to changes in part of the brain we call
This is a recent field of research, a developing science that spotlights a new facet of nutrition.
Controlling the foods high in fat and sugar result in reprogramming of the brain.
In short, our brain is affected by what's on our plates. It all starts with our very first meals, even before birth. The brain is built up during pregnancy. How it functions later on depends on how it has been nourished by the expectant mother's diet over 9 months. A number of consequences of poor nutrition during gestation have been known for a long time. Today, scientists in Australia are looking at the repercussions of nutrition on brain function. Felice Checa, a professor at the University of Melbourne, examined the behavior of babies after following the eating habits of 23,000 pregnant women.
We measured their intake of junk and processed foods, we measured their intake of the helpful foods, foods with lots of fibre and nutrients, etc. And then we looked at the emotional health of their children over the first few years of life, from 18 months to 5 years. Of course, taking into account things such as education, income, the mother's mental health, parenting practices, these sorts of things. And what we saw very clearly was that mothers who ate more junk and processed foods, so sweet drinks and salty snacks and, cakes, biscuits during their pregnancy, their children had more of these behaviours such as aggression
In the far reaches of Dingxiangyuan, the car and truck
This
bites in front of the
disquieting
wrecked
correlation
fish.
suggests that the mother's diet
It has
impacts the
fur,
mental development of
fangs,
the
and
baby,
claws.
though the link remains to be demonstrated on the biological level.
And it's not something most Westerners would dare to taste. It's a bat, the flying fox bat, to be precise.
It's tasty meat, flying fox. A couple of times a month, we eat it.
To Westerners, bats are the stuff of nightmares and horror movies. Just say bat, and many think of vampires, seeing their fangs into helpless victims. Even in the real world, bats are thought of as carriers of dreaded diseases like rabies. But in the Madang region of Papua New Guinea, the Karen people have a long tradition of hunting bats as food. The flying fox is the most common breed of bat here. It's also the largest bat in the world. That means bigger claws, bigger teeth, and bigger wings. These fruit eaters can weigh up to 3.5 pounds, 50 times as much as the average bat. The flying fox bats aren't easy to catch, but for these Karen men, it is a tradition. They have been raised from boyhood to use ingenuity and homemade weapons to nab them. Today, they'll mount a sneak attack through the thick overgrowth and come at the bats from behind. The flying fox bats wait unsuspectingly with their beady eyes and large wings. The men will have to wade into the lake. But there's one problem. These waters are teeming with deadly crocodiles.
We went into the trees, hit them while they were hanging. They fell down, and we caught them. They fell into the water, and we got them and put them in the canoe.
Back at
Life moves, and we move with it. Until the back, neck, or shoulder pain hits and brings us to a stop. That's why there's the Joint Chiropractic, a national network of chiropractic clinics that keep people moving, healthy and active. At the Joint Chiropractic, you never need an appointment or insurance, and we're open evenings and weekends. Come in for our new patient special. Get an exam, consultation, and adjustment for just $29, and keep your life moving.
If there was ever a quintessential Chinese comfort food, wonton noodle soup would be it. If there was ever a quintessential Chinese comfort food, wonton noodle soup would be it. Once a meal reserved for emperors and described as the swallowing of clouds, today it's served in almost every street in China. One bowl with its noodles, veggies, and pork dumplings is supposed to contain all the nutrients you need. But recent scandals over poisoning investigation, we take a closer look at the ingredients that go into wonton soup and find a food industry serving up a cocktail of chemicals. From the vast farmland of the world's largest food-producing nation to its markets and kitchens, adulterated food products are putting lives at risk. And it's troubling for the rest of the globe too, as made-in-China food is increasingly being exported to a table near you.
I'm Steve Chow. On this edition of One News, we're chasing a toxic trail of ingredients tainting China's food supply. And we're doing it by following the making of one of Asia's most iconic dishes, a seemingly simple bowl of wonton noodle soup.
Long before others are up, Chef Wu Jingyuan is already starting his day. One of China's most renowned wonton soup makers, he's spent every morning since his youth working up the perfect bowl. It's a labor of love.
My family has done this for generations. When this skill was passed on to me, I vowed to give it my 100%, so people can taste the same traditional bowl of noodle soup as centuries ago.
With recent scandals in China over tainted food, Wu's agreed to show us how real food should be made. The key to great taste, he says, is using natural ingredients, nothing artificial. Another ingredient is time. He stews his broth for hours. Only at sunrise does Wu turn his attention to other elements of the wonton dish. Flour and eggs are mixed, kneaded, and pounded into dough until it becomes the right consistency to be cut into his signature noodles.
My noodles are made by hand and with lots of patience. Only the exact amount of time and ingredients will get it tasting silky smooth.
Wu knows to many his method seems slow and outdated, especially in the fast-paced world of the new modern China. Today, the busy lives of a new generation has meant people want their food quickly. The danger, Wu says, they have little time to think about what they're putting into their mouths. That, he says, allows a profit-hungry food industry to take advantage. I've come to Beijing, the heart of the country, to meet a man who promises to show me the dark and dirty secrets of the food trade.
哎，王先生你好。哎，你好，你好，你好。所以你大概做菜有20多年了？到目前为止24年，24年。
For more than 20 years, Wang Zhichang has worked as a chef in a multitude of restaurants and has made more than his fair share of wonton noodles. But as each year goes by, he feels lives are increasingly being put at risk.
At the moment, the public can't even fathom the scale of how much illegal additives are being used in food. China's safety problem has reached such epic proportions that it needs to be addressed. The problem is so extreme.
We come to a wholesale market, which I'm told sells many illegal food additives. Filming with hidden cameras, we make our way through the rows of shops. They offer everything a modern restaurant needs, all in large quantities. The first store Wang takes me to has walls stocked with bottles upon bottles of chemicals. They're additives, and according to Wang, some of them are toxic. Harmful industrial solvents like melamine have on occasion been found inside these chemical mixes. Wang zeroes in on ones that simulate the flavor of the meat in wontons. With them, he says, you don't have to use any real meat when cooking. At a second store, Wang asks for a flavoring for his wonton soup, one that will substitute for hours of stewing. Then suddenly, he decides to put the shopkeeper on the spot. misguided or outright lying. Under Chinese law, selling items without detailed lists of ingredients is a crime. With the shopkeeper getting suspicious, we quickly buy the soup flavor along with other additives and leave. We head for Wang's kitchen.
Need a professional website? I created one for our startup using Wix. Let me show you how I did. First, go to Wix.com. Our startup is constantly evolving, and we need a website that can do the same. We use Wix Video to showcase product demos so users can learn all about our app. Let the adventures begin. With Wix Blog, we can share industry news and updates about important releases. It really helps us establish ourselves as an authority in our field. Awesome. We're looking for early adapters to beta test our next release. So, I'm sending an email marketing campaign to my contacts list. Every element is completely customizable. This really delivers. In this industry, you gotta stay ahead of the competition. Thanks to Wix professional SEO tools, we can make sure that we rank high on search and attract new users. Wow. This is really gonna put us on the map. Go to Wix.com and create your professional website today.
Wang wants to show me how easy it is to make a fully artificial bowl of wonton noodles, one he says many restaurants today serve. He guarantees it will taste exactly like the real thing. Master Wu, the authentic wonton soup maker, uses eggs to give his noodles texture and color. Wang adds a mysterious white powder to flour. He says he has no idea what it's made of, but it's a fraction of the cost of eggs and gives the dough its needed consistency. There's no need to spend hours working the dough. In just a few minutes, it's ready to be cut into noodles. For the wontons, Master Wu uses real pork. Wang says many restaurants these days use an artificial filler. It's basically another powder. But when water is added, the transformation to meat begins. Again, we have no idea what it's made of.
这么看呢，我们真的还不像猪肉馅儿，是吧？缺少什么呀？缺少颜色，
我们怎么办啊？我们下面再加一种청红色着色剂。
Wang says the use of colored additives beyond the legal limits set by the government is a common practice.
主要它香味还没有，那么香味怎么办啊？
Thanks to our range of unknown substances, we see what started out as powder take on the smell, taste, and texture of real meat.
不错，感觉就是猪肉的香味也有了。
Wang begins to cook the wontons and noodles. What took Master Wu hours is ready in just a few minutes.
好，我们现在这一碗色香美味的云蒸面就做好了。
While the thought is a bit disgusting, it's time for a taste test.
So Master Wong says that this fake bowl of wonton noodle soup tastes exactly like the real thing. It's time to give it a try. There's really lots of flavor. The texture may not be exactly right, but if you're sitting in a restaurant slurping this down, you probably couldn't tell the difference. The big question is, what is this bowl doing to your body?
But Wong says it's profit, not health, that restaurants are concerned about. This bowl costs just 20 cents to make. It's 5 times cheaper than making it with real ingredients.
这种人的这种利益熏心。
These vendors are blinded by greed. The temptation of money has corroded the souls of many people. They put profit above all other things.
To find out just what toxins are lurking inside, we send our additives, along with our fake bowl of wontons, to a lab to test them. Meanwhile, we decide to delve further into the issue and visit more additives markets around the country. We want to try to buy borax. It's a chemical once commonly used to bleach needles, but was banned last year in China. Borax is considered a poison. It's also a pesticide and fungicide. With hidden cameras rolling, my translator and I pose as restaurateurs and visit this shop.
We were very clear with the shopkeeper just now that we wanted to buy borax to use in noodles, and still he was willing to sell it to us. 500 grams or half a kilo is going for about $1.50 US. Considering how cheap that is, you have to suspect that it's still being commonly used in noodles, despite it being illegal to do so.
In 2008, unscrupulous food producers were caught targeting the most vulnerable. Hundreds of thousands of children were rushed to hospital after they were fed toxic melamine in their infant formula. Normally used to make plastics and tabletops, investigators discovered producers were using it to artificially boost protein levels in milk powder. Once eaten, it can cause kidney stones and kidney failure. While 21 food producers in all were found guilty, the government sent only a handful of people to jail. 2 were executed. To this day, 8-year-old Xinyi Lin has yet to recover from the melamine that poisoned her. Her mother has invited us to join them on one of their regular visits to hospital. Xinyi Lin looks like any other energetic child, but her mom says she's often very sick.
She's extremely weak and constantly feels pain in her back near the kidneys. Sometimes her face turns green and her lips get pale. She's even passed out before.
Today, Xinyi Lin is going for an ultrasound. Our producer takes her in as we film with hidden cameras. Xinyi Lin's mom says the state-run hospital has been covering up how sick her daughter really is in order to downplay the melamine scandal. Inside, the medical technician gets Xinyi Lin ready for the ultrasound, which is supposed to determine if she has kidney stones. Right from the start, the technician seems suspicious. In the first ultrasound, before the melamine scandal became big news, doctors discovered she had a number of stones. Another clinic confirmed that diagnosis. changed their tune. Today is no different. When our producer sees white spots in the kidney scans, pushes the technician for answers. While denying there's anything seriously wrong, doctors continue to give Xinyuan Chinese herbal medicine to help clear the calcification. Unable to afford expensive private clinics, her family has no choice but to come back to the state-run hospital. Her mother sees at what she sees as injustice.
The government hasn't done anything. It only covers things up and evades responsibility. Officials from the province and village level have even warned me they will arrest me if I don't keep quiet.
Without much money, Xinyuan resorts to questionable household remedies, like jumping on a trampoline to try to shake the kidney stones out. The vegetables they eat come from their own garden and are pesticide-free. The family also goes to great lengths to ensure the rest of the food they eat is organic. Still, whenever her mother sees her ill, it breaks her heart.
Why do you keep speaking out, despite the threats, despite your own uselessness?
It's the privileges. It's all that I have, and they've hurt my most beloved. It's not about money. It's more importantly because I cannot tolerate their treatment.
Without public accountability, her mother believes more children will be hurt by tainted food. Since the melamine scandal, there have been numerous other examples, from the sale of oil recycled from the gutter to watermelons exploding due to being overly juiced with growth hormones, to rat meat sold as pork.
I always say either we starve to death or we die of toxic foods. It's just a matter of time. We're all in one cesspit.
Policing the world's most populous nation isn't easy. In 2012, more than half of all food producers failed government tests. And even today, in places like wet markets, many sellers remain unlicensed.
When you walk through a massive market like this, you really get a sense of how large China's food industry is. At one time, the Chinese government gave the responsibility for ensuring food safety to 10 different ministries. To imagine complications that causes and the overlapping jurisdictions. Now the Chinese government is trying to change things.
Officials say they are now centralizing control under a few ministries, and are also drafting what they hail as their toughest food law to date. But at this market in the capital, food safety expert Fan Ronghui finds lots of things still wrong, including excessive growth hormones in produce like bean sprouts.
Likely something was used, like a plant growth regulator, that can make the sprouts grow to this shape and size.
At this stall, the shopkeeper dodges our cameras. That leads Fan to inspect the cow tripe. It smells of industrial chemicals. We ask him to buy the tripe and go to our next location, where Fan has set up a portable food testing kit. Tripe is a popular ingredient in noodle soups in Asia, but Fan says in China, many vendors use industrial chemicals to make it appear fresher. He applies a testing agent.
有变颜色，
非常快的变颜色，所以这个是什么意思？就看到颜色变得很好看，但是说这说明一个问题，第一说工业性。
The color, says Fan, indicates that industrial-grade sodium hydroxide is present, normally used in metal making and printing. Some use it illegally to preserve food. Being highly corrosive, it's not meant to be ingested.
为什么现在很多医院人满？
Why are hospitals now so crowded? People are getting sick, not due to natural reasons like getting old, but because of the unsafe food we are eating that makes us ill.
While in Beijing, we're invited to an expo on food safety. It seems after the recent food scandals, the government is abandoning its usual rhetoric. The official here offers a realistic picture of the challenges they face.
食品安全领域仍然存在着生产和安全的管理水平太不高，法治的标准体系太不完善。
Afterwards, I try to get in a word with the official to ask him about the government's efforts. But he waves us off and prefers instead to rub elbows with companies marketing the latest in clean food technology. Food safety is a big business opportunity in China these days, and there are lots of vendors eager to share the limelight with an important government official. After chasing him around for quite some time, he suddenly decides to leave.
Well, we've been trying to get a comment from this official, but obviously he's not interested in talking with us. A little bit frustrating because we chased him all through this exhibition. Despite that, he's leaving now.
To learn more about the government's efforts, we speak to a researcher at a state-funded institute. He insists the food safety situation has changed.
政府监管部门确实在08年之后 Since 2008, government departments have made many efforts in food supervision. They're trying to improve the safety of the whole food supply system. And I can say food safety in China is now guaranteed.
But that's certainly not what we discovered. Pork is a key ingredient to wonton noodles, and so we decide to visit a pig farm. No one's around at this one, but littering the ground are numerous packages of medicine. So we go in for a closer look. In 2012, China produced more than 50 million metric tons of pork. That's 7 times more than any other country on the planet.
Wow. This is a shelf full of chemicals.
They're drugs meant to treat all sorts of livestock sicknesses. Some even advertise that they can help pigs grow faster.
Oh wow, look at this. This is a box of general antibiotics. This is the power here. The government's been trying to get tougher on the amount of antibiotics that goat farmers are using. But as you can see here, this whole shelf is full. You have to wonder what kind of chemical cocktail these pigs are being injected with.
Studies show the overuse of antibiotics, especially in livestock, are creating bacteria resistant to medicine. And those bacteria can easily jump to humans when we consume the meat. One of the owners suddenly appears. We turn on our hidden cameras and pose as tourists. My translator joins me as we take a tour around the farm. He admits no one controls how much medicine he uses. He also shows us the feed, known often to contain both hormones. He says in just a few months, his pigs gain more than 100 kilos. We then ask him about business cards found outside his gate, offering to buy sick and dead pigs.
一般对人家说法是病猪的话不会流上起来，死的话可能也上起来。
Selling sick and dead animals is illegal. It's not the only problem we find in the area. Another issue is the overuse of pesticides. Recent studies show that most farmland in China is today heavily contaminated by them. Scattered around this farm, we find used pesticide packages. Warren Jean from Greenpeace joins us here. He spent the last 4 years studying these active insecticides.
This round, sanctuary versus the state of California.
team of inspectors Walmart has hired to make surprise visits to their 140 stores in China. After being caught in recent scandals over meat and other tainted products, the grocery giant is now spending more than $50 million to try to make sure their products are clean. The testers collect random samples, which are then taken to a mobile van. Each item is run through a cycle of tests. If pesticides, growth hormones, or toxic industrial agents are found, a supplier can be blacklisted. But Walmart's lead food inspector admits the industry is often one step ahead, introducing new harmful substances that tests can't detect.
其实这是一场相当艰苦的战争。This is really a tough battle. Like the saying goes, while the priest climbs the post, the devil climbs 10. But we're doing our best to constantly upgrade our testing capabilities to provide our customers with safe food.
The sheer volume of products Walmart must inspect is another challenge. This is one of their distribution centers. In many ways, it offers a small window into the huge difficulties that lie in policing the country's food supply chain. Difficulty that is becoming a global issue as China increasingly exports its food worldwide. Still, authorities argue they're already doing their best.
那么，如果换一个角度来讲的话，
I'll challenge inspection chiefs from the US, the EU, the UK, or elsewhere to try and tackle the Chinese market. I don't think they will get it.
But are authorities trying to make excuses for a lack of trying? In our undercover investigation following the trail of ingredients for wonton noodle soup, we found food suppliers operating with very little supervision and oversight, from farms to the markets to the kitchens. As for the fake bowl of wonton noodles, our tests found a number of toxic substances. In the flour used for noodles, there was formaldehyde, which is used to preserve dead bodies. But when eaten, it can cause liver cancer. In the mysterious white powder which we use to give noodles their bouncy texture, there were poisonous metals like lead, cadmium, and arsenic. The lab also found borax, the same illegal chemical we found for sale at the additives market. It's so toxic that just a teaspoon can kill a child. There are those who offer hope for China's food system. Wu Jinyu's restaurant is packed daily with customers happy to have food they can trust.
The noodles in most of the places have too heavy a chemical taste. The ones here, though, taste clean and sweet.
In an industry that's become driven by profit, Wu hopes his individual stand will somehow improve food safety. His mission to preserve a tradition of honest food making is truly a lone uphill battle.
A new dawn in Beijing, the ancient capital of the world's fastest growing country, home to the 2008 Olympics. It's the vibrant centre of the superpower, where the old wrestles with the new. Communism that clashes with capitalism. The new global economy is born, swallowing all its power. But one thing about its people never changes. Chinese love their food, and now that their newfound wealth, they're indulging their stomachs more than ever. As a child, I've grown up with food.
This bitch is stupid, yo.
I realized that I've been missing it.
That bitch is bored. That bitch is bored out, bro.
Chinese or Western, China's capital
changing dietary habits. In many ways, the story of how food has changed here is the story of China in the last 2 decades. So we're going to start our journey in Beijing's streets to see how it all happened. My first stop is Wangfujing, the biggest night market in Beijing, right next to Tiananmen Square. This is a new government business development, tightly controlled by the police, but it's also one of the most popular tourist spots in the capital. I'm here to meet Crazy Chef, chef turned Beijing rapper, who rose to fame with his songs and his food.
Yeah, perfect.
As if silk cocoon isn't enough to whet my appetite, we move on to seahorses.
有什么好数字的回去？我是不是可以让我们试一下这个？要。对，你要不要哪一个？不要，一个就饱了。
The food here is definitely not for the faint-hearted or the healthy. Deep fried starfish, deep fried swallow squid, and certain parts of the onion.
I think there are some things I don't particularly know.
For dessert, we settle on a plate of deep fried ice cream, thought by many people to be a traditional Chinese dish. While the ice cream actually doesn't taste that bad, I can't help feeling a bit sour on top. Well, it's been an interesting evening with Crazy Chef. We've been eating a lot of bizarre things. It says a lot about modern China and ancient civilization. Where we go. In real Beijing, street life and street food are an inextricably linked in the narrow alleyways unique to the city.
Okay.
There's snacks, there's sold in mobile hurries. Today, as most of the hotels here have been demolished to make way for new skyscrapers, and food vendors propped up the streets to keep the city looking tidy, it's hard to find anything except one of Beijing's tourist attractions.
This is a collection of traditional Beijing street stores, many of which have been around for generations, and they've come together in recent years.
Okay, that's
Really wonderful for this traditional
Walking inside the courtyard, like going back in time. Here you can find all the old favourites that Beijing streets have to offer. Rice cakes, intestines, fermented soy milk, stuff that people don't normally eat today.
这个小店是卖什么的？这小店是卖牛羊的肚子，就这种你是第三代，在我父亲那一代呢，就在天启年间了，自己摆一个摊儿，爆肚摊儿，那时候卖爆肚，因为跟宫廷里的太监呢经常接触，然后介绍我们到给宫廷里的御膳房送这牛羊肉。这个皇上啊，或者他的妃嫔这个，他们也品尝这些，拿筷子把货带或者扔了。
Mr. Franz just told me there's a sauce that goes with this, which is the principal ingredients are garlic, a sort of sesame paste, and soy sauce. So let's give this a try. That's really good.
And on to the next.
哎，你好，
这是什么东西？
牛蹄筋儿，牛蹄子上面有筋，这是一个品种，但是两种味道，放在这个火候里面
这是在从到现在的话，234年的，有皇上的时候，这个东西是进贡的东西。那时候，这一天有白天卖的东西，有晚上卖的东西，品种很多。现在要说起来的话呀，有些东西就是失传了。
In China, the decline of traditional street food has a political reason as well as an economic one. 50 years of communism means that all private businesses closed down during the Mao years and street food taken off the streets. But no one here wants to tell me this on camera, as the Chinese are still cautious about speaking to foreigners. Today, it takes a charismatic businessman to bring these families together again for a capitalist culinary experiment.
这道菜是北京的民间的最传统的小吃之一，叫驴打滚儿。
ArcGIS is the founder of German snacks. 20 years ago, he was selling Western clothes in Beijing's first food market. Today, he's selling traditional Chinese street food and the culture that goes with it.
真正的北京小吃，就是咱们一个城市的一个 DNA， 它跟那个北京的胡同和一些古建筑，像故宫、颐和园一样，长城一样，是不可改变的东西。来到我们这个店，感受的呢，就是咱们原汁原味的和市井的话，也叫草根文化。
Judging by the number of his customers, ArcGIS has been very successful in reviving a lost culture. Looking around me though, I can't help feeling that this is a museum food, far removed from the taste of modern China. Even ArcGIS admits he has some very big rivals.
我的孩子更多的认可的是麦当劳、肯德基、星巴克，还有这些等等这些东西。我个人认为是一种文化的体验。
Since China opened up for economic reform, it's also opened up to Western influences. As Western fashion and Western music have gone far to the Chinese market, a new generation of Chinese are growing up. Coca-Cola and Big Macs. The arrival of fast food in China answers the needs of millions of Chinese who live life in the fast lane. But while it's helped drive forward China's economy, experts fear it's driving up the nation's cholesterol level too.
1 in 4 teenagers in big cities are overweight.
Century China is growing at a breakneck speed, but so too is the nation's weight. As China goes global, street life has given way to modern life, and street food to fast food, much of it rich with fat and sugar. 21% of restaurants in China today sell Western-style fast food. In China's 8 largest cities, including Beijing, 50% of people eat fast food regularly. But is too much unhealthy fast food the only reason that many Chinese are becoming overweight? I've come to a traditional wet market in Beijing to meet Professor Li Liubai, a nutritionist at Beijing University. Over the last year or so, the Chinese government has closed down many street markets like this because the chaotic scenes here are considered unflattering to the modern image of an Olympic city. But many locals, like Professor Li, still shop here for its fresh produce.
I just shop here for my family.
Right.
For my son, of 15 years old boy, and my husband, he's a vegetarian.
Oh, he's a vegetarian?
Yeah.
Which is quite rare in China.
No, interest.
Really?
People interest because many people worried about their to suffer from heart disease.
Professor Li is also a government advisor on dietary management, and she believes that changing diet in China is contributed significantly to the nation's growth.
20 years ago, we only eat meat, generally pork or mutton during festival. Now every day we can eat meat.
Now, Dr. Li, we've got lots of milk here, dairy produce, but traditionally that wouldn't have been part of a Chinese diet, would it?
Before, we feed the child with soy products and some porridge, rice. Now, with the development of the economy, the milk increased.
And what about the old time? We've got both of this very traditional bean curd.
Traditional bean, Chinese eat this to supplement some proteins.
So this is protein but no fat.
Some fat. Some healthy fat.
Healthy
yeah.
fat, okay.
Yeah.
After all the hustle and bustle, it's time for a rest. I've seen so many simple but healthy foods the Chinese traditionally eat. Does a richer diet actually serve them any better?
10 years ago, we just eat 3 meals, almost all of them from carbohydrates, and now people eat more animal foods. So about more than 10% of the adults in China are Chinese are obese now, and about 15% of children and adolescents are overweight.
China has this problem with obesity, but to be frank, when you look around, ordinary people don't look that fat. Why is that?
Because our body composition are different from that in Western countries. So even if we are very fat, from outside you cannot discriminate this is these people are normal weight.
But how exactly is a rich and modern diet affecting the health of the next generation of Chinese? Well, I've just arrived at the Dingxiangyuan Elementary School, where they've started a program to get overweight kids to do more exercise. So every day they're coming into school early to run through some exercises to help them lose weight. Pretty tough. This is stretching places that I haven't stretched for a very long time. The teacher's just given us the fourth set of 25 dips, and it's really starting to hurt. My knees certainly aren't as flexible as those of my young friends. And if such vigorous exercise is not going to keep their weight down, I wonder what's keeping it up. Hi, Bill. Alright, now I want you to do me a big favour. I want you to take a pen and a piece of paper and write down your 5 favourite foods. I want you to be honest. Tell me the things that you really like to eat. Okay? Okay. With the children's food wish list, it's time to go and do some shopping. Here we've got some sweet bread, some biscuits, we've got some fatty pork and some steak, some nice healthy yogurt, but this is full of sugar. Traditional Chinese dumplings, but these are straight out of the factory. We've got a whole row of chocolates.
these foods are all children's favorite. I think I'm not surprised about it. This is chocolate.
The children's food list proves Professor Lee's point as a nutritionist that the nation is gaining weight on sugar and fat-heavy diet. As a mother herself, she confesses the reason behind teenage obesity in China is social as well as economic.
We only have one child, right? And we all of our hopes are added to his shoulders.
Over the last 3 decades, China's one-child policy has produced a generation of spoiled little emperors with too much to eat and too little time to play.
Many parents push children to learn more things, more skills from very young age. Generally, from 4 years old, they will learn piano or something. Some parents give children with food. If the child asks for it, we generally do not refuse.
If we don't do anything about this problem now, how serious will it be?
Now about 1 in 4 teenagers in big cities are overweight. If we do not do anything to control the situation, after 10 or 20 years, we will reach the high level of overweight or obesity, just like Western countries.
And China is fast catching up with the West in influence and prosperity. But it's also paying a price for its own success as millions of Chinese have fallen victim to a rich and often unhealthy diet. But is there a future for traditional Chinese food, be it a street dish or a family meal? It's fast, tasty, and healthy too. I've come to a chef's training school in Beijing for the answer. Master Chef Li here has revived an old street dish, stir-fried rice noodles with less oil and lots more vegetables. The heat here, you can really feel it coming up. Glenn, watch your eyebrows. And now the aromatic herbs, the garlic, spring onion, the chili, getting you smell that coming up with incredibly rich flavor. And it's amazing how quickly it cooks. And then it goes to the cabbage. Give it a quick stir, never letting it stop for 1 second on the wall. Only with the rice noodles. Again, swirling it all up, mixing it together so that all those flavors combine. And now the sauce is a mixture of salt, sugar, some Chinese wine, some soy sauce, of course, a little bit of oil. And the smell is incredible. Really rich and coming off so quickly from the dish. Just a little bit of oil to finish it off. And the chef was telling me just now, it's also important for the sauce to remember the colour of the dish. This is all about a visual piece, not just a piece for the stomach. And there it's done. And that's all in a matter of a minute 30. Chef Lee is going to give me the honour of tasting this. And it smells fantastic. It looks very good too. Let's see how it tastes. This is fantastic. Thank you. I'm just going to have to carry on. And now it's my turn. Chinese chef. And it's something I've always wanted to do since I was a kid. In fact, that's why I learned to speak Chinese in the first place. I always wanted to be able to order Chinese food in a Chinese restaurant. Now I can cook it as well. Well, we've pretty much come to the end of our journey through Chinese street food. It's been a journey through which we've seen an awful lot of change. China is a country gone from famine to feast in less than 20 Some of the changes have been good, some have been bad. But one thing remains constant. Chinese people love their food, even if it comes at a cost.
This is a market we're going to. Walking in there really high, I suggest you just hold the camera down by your side like it's off. They're very strict about no camera policy. It's so busy. A lot of the parts are remanufactured, recycled. Some are new, some are fake. Replacement batteries and screens for Samsung tablets, backings for Samsung tablets. And then you see back over there, see those big chests with safes over there? All cash. If you want to buy cases for your iPhone to sell like new, you can buy empty boxes. These are just empty boxes they're selling. So this one is selling iPhone 5C, so they're not new but authentic. They're used and recycled. Another guy here swapping out parts casually. All the tools you need to repair phones, like the vacuum chambers, the wire cutters to remove the screens, jigs to like hold everything in place and align up the screens. The incessant cracking of packing tape. It's a sign of a deal close. And then you pop out here in a suburbia. Welcome to the suburbs.
Oh my gosh, I love Shenzhen. You can't talk bad about Shenzhen.
Shenzhen started from a fishing village from 300,000 to 10 million.
14 million, 20 million.
No cities in the history of human civilization as we know was able to do this.
深圳为什么成功，就是要拓荒，就是要突破这种盘根错节的束缚，进行改革开放。
Shenzhen is creating more millionaires than any other cities in China.
I mean, they can do everything. The factory of the world, like all the local service.
It could be Europe, US, anywhere else. You're about 9 months behind us when it comes to technology, and that's just a fact.
The model that is being developed in Shenzhen can actually be quite frightening for models that have already been established and very successful in other parts of the world.
I do think that the core tenets of sharing the key that they have is extremely enabling.
It's a cultural change. It will take a while, but the future is possible.
It's not that Silicon Valley got divorced from technology. They're very much about technology. They just kept moving up the stack. And the key thing that drove that, in my opinion, was Moore's Law. Moore's Law is named after Gordon Moore, who was one of the founders of Intel. And in like 1960s, he came out with a paper. He predicted that every 2 years, I believe it was, the number of components you could fit in the same piece of silicon would double. And so in 1 year, you could fit 10 transistors in here. 2 years later, it would be like 20, then 40. A decade on, you're talking about like millions and then billions. Imagine you have a printer and you're printing pages and you want to be more efficient. Well, you go from 12-point font to 6-point font, fitting twice as many characters in one page, and you're getting twice as much information out of your printer all in one go. And that's literally all Moore's Law has been, is reducing the font size of circuits. In the 70s and 80s, there were many failed research attempts to build parallel computers, like computers that were like, you know, the Cray machines and the thinking machines, 60,000 processors, and scale up. And what you found was that if you spent more than 2 years of research time to try and double the performance of your computer, it was by far cheaper just to sit back and wait and let guys like Intel just move Moore's Law ahead and buy the next fastest processor. And so what you found was that actually being in hardware wasn't profitable. And so what really sold products back in the day was features.
Well, one of the things you can do with Windows 98 is similar to the web. You can navigate on your hard drive using the backwards and forwards buttons, just like you would on the web.
The first generation Windows that would come out, and the new generation would be so slow, it'd be completely unusable. And then 2 years later, like, oh, it's actually kind of okay. And then 4 years later, it's like zipping along. It's not because Microsoft made it faster. The computers got faster for free. And so people are able to now not have to to worry about writing detailed stuff in C code. They could use high-level languages. They're able to use like web pages, and then JavaScript comes along. And with all of that sort of fervor going on and people chasing that innovation, there was no value in soldering parts. There really wasn't.
In 1983, worldwide sales of personal computers increased 76%. But last year, the increase was only 19%. And this year, analysts predict that sales growth will slow to about 4%. Losses among the two largest home computer makers through June of this year surpassed $600 million.
And that building of stuff had to go to an economy where people were paid a lot less. And what you see is now that Silicon Valley, the whole tech ecosystem is sort of like driven as far as the road goes, and now Moore's Law sort of is ending or ended, and the car's still kind of gliding off the cliff, right? But there's no more road underneath it, and they're like, huh, like computers just aren't getting that much faster anymore. And so now you're seeing people going through a phase of optimization, which is great. But at the same time, people are like, okay, well, how do we differentiate my product, right? Like optimization sucks, that's not a great business model. Because now we have supercomputers in our pocket. Now the question is, what do we do with it, right? And what does that thing in my pocket not already do? And so people are realizing there's niche markets for hardware. We need to have a small accessory. I'm gonna have like my Fitbit, all these little things, my little digital locks, my smart homes, my sensor networks, the IoT sort of stuff coming up. And they say, great, we need to figure out how to build this. And now they're coming back to this ecosystem and being, oh, you guys know how to solder. We forgot about that. That's really good. Can you help us build these things?
What should we say?
When I was 18, the first time I go to the US, I used a trash can and like a wood vacuum cleaner to build the very first ping pong robot.
We want a robot that's just like you, but slightly better, so you always feel challenged.
I dropped out from university after first year of college, decided to go for this path. And it's really nice to be in HAX because HAX is the best educator and help you grow.
HAX is a hardware accelerator, the world's first hardware accelerator. We take teams that come in with a proven technology and a prototype and help them to get ready for market launch. We provide $100,000 US. We help them with electrical engineering, design for manufacture, industrial design, mechanical engineering, their market strategy, how they're going to launch, and for that we take 9% equity in the startups.
I'm Thomas, co-founder of Rovenso, and at Rovenso we make big robots. We use a kind of spatial joystick. It's usually used in surgery, these things. It's a force feedback joystick. The market that we target is the one of nuclear decommissioning. What you can see here is a small version of a robot. And now at HAX we are building the very big version. So you can compare the real size, that will be something quite huge. The bigger version of the robot will transport a robotic arm to automate some of the part of the decommissioning work.
Shenzhen's, as everybody now knows, the hardware capital of the world, right? So this has been our home ever since the start. The reason we come here and take the teams here is because of the ecosystem around, which helps them to build products really fast, and from initial concept all the way up to final product release into the market.
Lura is a headphone company. We're making the world's first tunable headphones. They work out how you hear and provide the perfect music for you. So I can show you here the hearing profiles of my colleague Luke and my hearing profile. What you can see is that there is this difference at certain frequencies between the way that Luke is sensitive to that particular note or sound, the way that I'm sensitive to it. What our headphones do is sonically mold the sound and make sure that what we hear is not too bassy, it's not too trebly, it sounds balanced, it sounds even, and it sounds the way that it was recorded.
Anybody who's going through research and development, they're better off doing it here because they can get things made so much quicker and so much cheaper. I mean, you try doing something like that in the UK, it'll take you around a month, typically, to make something which is specialist from an engineering firm. Here you can do it in a couple of days.
Let's say we completely designed a new robot we can get it out pretty much in a week. Even if there's 10 parts, we can send it out or we can do it ourselves. So you get 10 3D printers to print at the same time, and you get all the parts, put it together, and just fire. I never seen any prototyping like that when we were in the States.
For some of the standard parts, we can order in the morning, and then we get it in the afternoon or the day after. We can get manufactured parts in a few days. In Switzerland, we were planning to do this rollout in 9 months. And here we have the opportunity to make it in 3 months. So it's really a race.
If you look back through the years, like obviously Shenzhen became a manufacturing hub very, very quickly. And not that long ago was literally rice paddies.
Academic-wise and in popular media, it's usually summarized in one sentence, which is that Shenzhen was a small sleeping fishing village, and then because it was designated as a special economic zone, it became a metropolis overnight. That singular sentence is what I'm trying to demystify through my work. Today, exactly how many people live in Shenzhen is a mystery. The number 10 million is used more as a reference. So from 300,000 to 10 million, this population grows. No cities in the history of human civilization as we know that was able to do this. Prior to 1980s, China was in a very poor economic state. There was a stagnation of industry, there was a planned economy, no one was allowed to own business. It was a very poor country. The leaders in Beijing have been thinking about what can they do to try to lead the country out of poverty.
当时的这个整个的大陆这边经济受这种极左思想的束缚，整个经济陷入这种困顿状态。这张图呢，就是反映了当时77年的时候，深圳这个地区和香港这边的这个居民收入的一个对比，差了很多，有10倍的差距。这个人民生活越来越差。这个呢，就是很有名的一句话，就是邓小平在谈来调研的时候说呢，这是政策有问题，不是部队能管得了的，所以我们要调整这个政策，才实行了改革开放。
They set up the 4 special economic zones, each of them next to a already developed economy. The ambition was simply what can the country do to generate jobs, to generate economy, to feed the people. Essentially, it was a very actually modest intention. Under the planned economy, there was a social safety net. Every person was rationed with food coupons, clothing coupons, electricity coupons. It was only in Shenzhen you can buy a piece of bread with money. To be willing to come to Shenzhen, to the special economic zone, to try to create something else, it attracted people who wanted to have more freedom.
这张照片呢是当时的一个工厂华强那个南洋电子厂。这张照片好，就是当时的工人正好要去上班这个就是当时人民生活面貌的一个反应因为深圳人民对邓小平的感情很深没有小平就没有深圳。当时92年，小平又一次来深圳视察所住的这个宾馆的房间的情况。这一台是深圳的第一台 ATM 机，你把它钱塞进去，马上会出来一个金额你把那个钱整理好之后呢，写张条多少钱，带到这个窗口里面去，后台人员给你处理，并不是说像现在。当时赋予的他的使命呢，就是技术、知识、对外政策的窗口我们要引进国外的先进的知识和理念所以就是说，在深圳这边先试验成功了，再向这个全国来推广。这是小平说的“摸着石头过河”这个石头就是深圳。
What to me was remarkable about Shenzhen is that even the planners themselves would tell you that the city evolved in a way much bigger and faster than they would have predicted. I think it's overly generous to think that Shenzhen was nothing and then with a set up special economic zone, suddenly it became a city. It didn't. There is something else that's not answered simply by top-down planning.
Yes, so good morning. Thank you all for joining me in a discussion about innovation that is happening right here in China. We're investing with you, the developer community. We have been investing in open source solutions because we know that when there are standards and when there are open source offerings, that the pace of technology innovation and the pace of technology adoption accelerates.
I think for the past 100 years, the Industrial Revolution put us into smaller cages. Consumerism has killed a lot of creativity, but for the post-industrial generation, they should have more freedom to create, to explore, to invent. I think through Maker Movement, we are bringing it back.
So we're here with the MakerBot Cupcake CNC, which is a 3D printer. You can build things like Tom York's head, because he actually open sourced the data that was filmed for a video of his. Now what's also interesting about this whole scenario is that there's a whole thriving community of users who are taking these to build all kinds of different objects. They're sharing the objects online, and additionally they're sharing information on how to build and improve upon the design. Everything is completely open sourced, the software is open source, the hardware is open source, and I just can't wait to see what people come up with.
I think the recent emerging of the maker movement pretty much started from 2003, 2004 in the US. Laser cutting and 3D printing is helping people to be able to build stuff and actually build it for fun rather than just having business purpose.
Right around that time, this guy named Dale Doherty, he was thinking about starting a publication called Make. Before Make came out, the only word we had was a hacker, right? And I think he didn't want to call the magazine Hack because it had a really negative connotation at the time. And Make was sort of the thing you would type to compile a program, so it would resonate well with programmers. And Maker was like sort of the demonym of people who would read the magazine. That sort of coined the term Maker. And I think in creating that publication, he sort of solidified the movement, and the Maker Faire created that phenomenon.
In China, in the beginning, nobody knows about makers. Nobody cared about makers, but because we go to make fairs in New York, in Bay Area, we're so jealous. So instead of waiting for someone to do it, we say, why don't we do it?
When they told me they were doing the first Maker Faire here, I was like, how do you have a Maker Faire in an area where people don't make for a recreational thing, they do it for a job? Right? You know, because making in the West is something that you're using to remind people who are in service economies that there's a thing called manufacturing, right? When you have a manufacturing economy, you want to remind them there's manufacturing, it seems weird. And what I realized is that actually China's middle class is the size of the entire United States population. So even if a small section of Chinese people had risen to the upper middle class, it's big enough to create a movement in China itself compared to the United States scale of making.
We don't know if it's going to be successful or not. The first year we have over 60 makers, and last year we have over 200 makers. It's a huge number.
Some interesting phenomena also emerging out of this in the past years. What's happening is the open source hardware movement. Traditionally, the circuit board is closed and proprietary. You need to have a contract, a non-disclosure, and a huge sum of prepayment in order to get access. But with open source hardware, everybody can access to that information, and everybody can modify that to suit their need. People here, they create a circuit board, and just under expectation, it is going to be open. It's going to be copied and evolved by someone else. There's no one walking around in Shenzhen and say, okay, well, I should be credited for creating this. If someone else can make this, get someone else to use it, merrier the better. Not having the ego attached to creations and understand how actually an open source system works.
the maker movement is at that junctures.
I'm getting a little sick of hearing about the same people on TV over and over and over again, so I decided to do something about it. This Arduino project, which I called the Enough Already, will mute the TV anytime any of these overexposed personalities is mentioned. To mute the TV, I'm going to use an IR LED. Now, anytime a keyword is mentioned, the TV will mute for 30 seconds. Our producers caught up with Kim Kardashian earlier today. It should do a pretty good job of protecting our ears from having to hear about the details of Kim Kardashian's wedding.
Arduino is becoming the trigger point because it has too many millions of makers using that.
This is a prototype we tried to make, a robotic arm for the people who have Parkinson's diseases.
We will make a spoon like this, and if you just shift here and stable. If we come to Shenzhen like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, it will be very difficult for a maker to tap the resources. And now you have so many resources. It's in the middle of a reforming. So the big company, especially the silicon providers like Intel, like AML, like TI, they look at that, oh, we have new customers. We have new possibility for new future applications of our technologies. So they make their own controller board, like Edison and Curie. So they want to tap into the early stage of the development of the applications.
Now this board is based on the Intel technology. It's a tiny dual-core computer system. It has Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and it runs a Linux operating system on it.
I think part of the reason Intel is having to sort of turn that way, they know their roadmap as well as anyone else does. They kind of define Moore's law, and they saw the bridge go out from underneath them before anyone else did. They managed to drive technology like this, and then the other foundries like TSMC and UMC have always trailed behind, but now they're slowing down, everyone's catching up. They're like, oh God, we're looking for air and trying to find a place to move, and so they've struggled to keep up with the phenomenon they created. They haven't made headway into mobile, and those are the most ubiquitous computers today. They're missing out on a huge market opportunity. And so to the extent that they're trying to figure out how to adapt their innovation model to something more flexible, and so they really want to make sure the Intel brand is in front of the youth, to make sure that they remember that Intel is actually like a thing that they want to design with later on, and not just, you know, something out of reach.
We have tried to introduce it to 9 years old. This is a little bit difficult, but it's acceptable. You do not need to write any boring code. In a smart node, you can just drag and drop and link them together.
What they're doing is they're learning how to code on a computer, translate that into hardware, and they'll build a project on our laser cutter or a 3D printer for something to accept a stimulus, light, motion, or sound, and then output some result. Last year, one kid built a key reminder for his mom so that when she left the house, a motion sensor would pick up her movement and say, hey, don't forget the key. And it's kind of funny to hear that an 8-year-old will know whether he wants to be doing mechanical circuits or just a purely software experience.
So that's entry level, and then we give them more systematic introduction to how to build up the skills. Off you go, you can use the makerspace to create whatever you want. You are genius, you are young inventors.
I've seen some great examples of open source hardware being used to actually make a difference and create a better world. The difficulty is monetizing that, because I do believe that business solves a lot of the world's problems, and people need to be able to make money. If you're providing value to the world, which is making the world a better place, then there should be compensation for that.
In 2010, I started the first makerspace in China called Xinzhejian. I got invited a lot to give a talk about open source hardware. The first question always come up on people's mind is, well, how do you protect your intellectual property, and how can you make money if you don't protect your intellectual property? I got that question in Shanghai, I got that question in Beijing, I got that question everywhere I go. But when I give the same talk in Shenzhen, the reaction I got is, so what's new about this? We've been making money on this for 20 years.
这个地方是全球最大的元器件的集散地，
这里总共1楼、2楼现在有800多家，将近900家的，全是做 IC 的。
The reason we're here in Washington Bay is literally because of the electronics markets. You know, it's a fantastic resource of all different possible components and different devices which can kind of be Frankenstein together to make prototypes by the teams. It's a source of inspiration. It's a source of discovery of new products that could potentially be taken to the West. And I see every month a different invention down there. 9 times out of 10 they're probably not going to make it to the West, but some of them do.
这一个是很能代表华强北的创新模式的，就是你既可以用来给手机充电，又可以用来拿手。这一款产品呢是高人我们学校的一个人发明的，它就是这个东西要装在羽毛球托下面，就是你打球的时候，它会给你记录数据，你的力度，还有你的今天挥了多少次拍。
You can get a little bit of a feel here, what's even upstream of what's going to hit the tack in the United States. You see a couple things popping up here or there, a little shop will pop out of nowhere selling these things you hadn't heard of before, like the hoverboards were here a couple years before they hit the United States, and then you eventually sort of see them hit the States and other countries.
这里就是最具华强北特色的地方，这里都是一个个的小创业者，但是他们做的东西全是全国最新的，而且出货量很大的东西。这个是一个3D 眼镜，3D 手机壳，拿过来之后，这里就是3D 效果的电影。
There's a number of different ways to sort of look at the market. For an engineer, you're sort of limited at thumbing through catalogs and looking at pictures and very slowly going through specification sheets. For example, if you want to put a switch in a product, you want to know how it feels. You want to kind of know the exact size and the little mountings and the fussy bits, and it can take a long time to find exactly the right part. You come here and they're like stalls with like hundreds of different types, and you can just reach in and just touch them and play with them, and you can like walk stall by stall and see all the different variety. And it's not just a showroom. Once you find the switch you like, you can be like, hi, I'd like to buy 1,000 of them, and then for a very low price, you can just over the counter buy it, carry it off, and go into production.
You can fix your phone here. 告诉他们这个是我们的朋友，靠得住的。给个10架就行。
也是拿手机电嘛，拆解，时间久了就，也不是各个地方嘛，这个已经好多年了。
It's got a huge amount of required knowledge and skills. There's electrical engineers there who will solder up 50 PCBs for you in record time. You can go down there and piece together different components to make a new mobile phone. There's nowhere else in the world you can do that. You can get like a chipset that was in a notebook, for example, for less than $15, which can enable computing power and sell a new product. That's a fantastic resource for some startups. That kind of philosophy is kind of spread out all around China.
他们在里面呢，他们都是一个像新手机都是一个圈子，他们相互之间都会认识。可能他某一个人他只会做一个部分的功能，另外一个部分的功能呢，他会交给他的另外一个朋友去做，所以他很快就可以把这个东西做好。在华强北呢，有的人他就会设计，有的人呢他就会把这个产品生产出来，有的人呢他会卖，所以他们之间全是合作的关系。所以呢，在这里呢，他生产研发一款产品推向市场时间特别的短，只需要2-3个月的时间。但是这在国际上，传统的行业里面，它需要1年的时间，但在华强北只需要3个月。
这里有泡，这里有泡，这里面嘛，所以我要现在的话用一个真空器把它。
基本他们还是属于老一代的创业者，他们老一代的创业者就是学徒制，就有些人先在这里闯荡，然后他就会带徒弟，徒弟学会了之后就会另外的开档口，开这么一个小店，所以呢，他们的技术就是跟着师傅学出来的模式。
When we're starting to look at the maker coming to Shenzhen, there's this excitement on how open the system is, like nowhere else. You can buy all all sorts of stuff. Everything is available in volume. But in the West, there's a binary distinction between the makers and the hardware startup. The maker, you do this for fun, you do this for your passions. But when you're starting to make this into a business, you should forget about sharing, you should forget about all this open stuff and focusing on the business. But in here, there's very little differentiations between I want to make this for fun and I want to make this for profit. There's no binary division of the mindset of makers versus startup. Maker and startup in China is a continuum. You shouldn't be stopped from making money out of the thing you love to do. And you should not be forced to choose between open and proprietary just because you want to become a business. Right now it's just in the West, we haven't seen open source hardware system working.
这是苹果的 logo， 是这里自己做的，但是做的和真的是一模一样的。然后呢，后面的文字，这些文字旁边也可以做的完全一模一样。
一方拿红。
对，其实更恐怖的是 ，iPhone 还没有在大陆出现，这里已经有了一笔完全的高仿了，就一模一样的。但是其实它的质量也不差，就是它一模一样的。iPhone 是7000多是吧？但其实呢，在1:1的纯高仿就要1000块。
In the West, there's an idea that I can have a company that produces nothing, has a ton of patents, but produces money by suing everyone for rights to those patents. You don't even have inventors, you have lawyers making money off of buying intellectual property and trading it. That's weird, right? It's kind of weird that you produce nothing but make a lot of money. The idea that you can take an idea in a world that's this big and say exactly one person owns the right to it globally. Like Apple has the right to the phone with rounded rectangles. They're the only people who can produce that. Really? Like, seriously? This is the world we're going to live in? Like, we just give people monopolies through the IP system for 20 years for stupid ideas because they were first to file. That made sense back in the day when there were fewer people, less innovators, a less connected world. Now we have like this network of people where like we're empowered to do our things and we can almost trade our creativity. And China's ecosystem is this network ecosystem of an idea for an idea. Like let's trade. You know, you realize your place in ecosystems. I need other people around me. You can't be a dick to like all the other guys around you just because you have a patent monopoly of this thing. Someday you're going to be on the bottom side of the chain and you're going to need other people's help. And so you build networks of collaborations with people by sharing in this open source philosophy.
Oh yeah, we have our first copycat. Well, that's not a copycat, let's say it's a fan. The guy, reverse engineer from the video you've seen, produced a plan of the of 3D models you can download and print your own one. What we want to do is we want to print it.
All the hardware companies that come in here, of course, we encourage them to patent all of their technology. But we don't expect them to fight anybody who's copying them. We expect them to be moving much faster than anybody who's copying them, coming up with the next thing the whole time and building a brand. And eventually those patents may get used when they get into a patent trade-off. That's the use of the patents, not to stop people copying you. The way to stop people copying you is to make whatever they're copying irrelevant because you've come up with something much better.
A huge barrier, I think, to small companies in the United States is like the patent system and the copyrights and just like left and right, just legal challenges, and you spend a huge portion of your money on lawyers and IP filings and all that sort of stuff. It's a drag. It really is. If you want to be making stuff, you want to be actually working with people and sharing ideas openly and getting things going.
Hi, I'm Dingxiangyuan. I like to invent things. This one is called a solo wave. You control speed by hitting the native. This is my native invention. It's called hover tracks.
Yeah, the hoverboard story is a very interesting example of somebody in America who came up with the intellectual property and then spent a long time fighting manufacturers who were actually creating something which was similar. That's a great example of a case where I would have encouraged somebody not to start like fighting around IP protection, it's better just to build a brand around a really great product. Make sure that you've got, you know, the leading product in the area.
This is really the first time we have a technology product which become widely popular, which become a cultural icon, but we don't have a name for it. It just emerged. More people come in, evolve it, tweak it, evolve it, tweak it. Eventually, you will get to a form which will go viral. This is kind of pointing to the future of how things could happen.
So in Huaqiangbei, you still find Shanghai, there are basically fakes, there are reproductions of established brands. I'll give you an example because this is a contemporary sort of Shanghai smartwatch running on an Android system. The reproductions were really the items that were sought after by people who could not afford the real thing.
My understanding is that the early Shanzai were people who worked for the bigger corporations here, like Nokia, Motorola, Foxconn, and there were some very smart engineers who got sick of the management and are like, look, I can build a phone cheaper, better, faster than these guys can. I understand why I have all this process. I can make it for half the price if we just cut the fat. And they would quit, talk to their friends, who they knew all this upstream suppliers, and they would get the other parts and they would build, you know, what were effectively, you know, copycat phones. The key innovations are able to do it at much, much lower cost. Just, you know, learning how to walk before they could run, essentially.
The most similar things to the ideas of Shanzai in the West is the idea of Robin Hood. They try to empower the poor with the latest advancement in technology.
Shanzai and the maker movement and startups, they are very alike. They are very much share the same spirit. Even though they are not from big company, they feel powerful.
When they talk about people who left the factories and copied a phone, well, that was kind of like the open source stuff that wasn't open source. They just sort of like, oh, the schematics are on the desk. I will conveniently help myself to them, make a photocopy, and then leave the factory with it, right? You know, was that stealing or was that open source, right? In the West, it's called theft, right? And out here, it's called sharing. So the devices that is a haul from the market. And you can see it has a number of markings on it. This one was the higher grade version. It was 70, 80 bucks US. But when you power it on, you see that it's running a very well-skinned flavor of Android. Iconography is actually pretty good. And then the great thing is this one sports 2 SIM cards, replaceable memory card, and a replaceable battery, and it comes with 2 batteries, which is actually a feature that many local people really want to have. They're unhappy about A, having no memory card slot, and B, having not a replaceable battery.
The companies were able to access very easily the 2 basic components that you need to make a phone. One is the Gumban, which is basically a printed circuit board, and the other one is the Gumo, which is basically the shell. So there were companies specializing in making Gumban and Gumo that had slots for those printed circuit boards that were very easily accessible by companies.
You know, people from the West who are used to sort of month-long development cycles, like, how did I do this? This is amazing. Like, this capability came out of nowhere overnight, but actually it's been honed over like a decade or 2 out of those roots of people, you know, coming out of the big factories and figuring this all out themselves.
Shanghai, there is something that is still going on now, but it is a very small percentage of what is produced in the market. There is a very strong emerging middle class in China that has the purchase power to afford original items that may be more expensive than the reproductions. It is not possible to target new markets just with imitating the established brands. There is a limit to what can be achieved in that sense.
Once they kind of got in a position where they could now build a copy of a phone pretty well, they can now start innovating. They'll take like an Android phone and an iPhone and mash them together and come up with this weird thing that is pretty cool and is different in some way.
You know, if you go in the market in Huaqiangbei, you will find that many people distributing this type of advertisements for companies that are called white brand companies. that will make it for you, assembling various different components, and then you can add your own brand, your own name, or whatever you want, and distribute it as your own item.
Yeah, these are all white label ideas. It's an empty sample, and all of these are different empty samples. So they can go ahead and build it for you on the spot, and then order, I don't know, however many you want. And later on, you can actually ask them to go ahead and put your graphic on in front of them, for example, or maybe these logos over here.
In the West, our kind of philosophy is, we come up with something really fantastically new that nobody's done before, become the market leader, and we're really successful. The Chinese mentality is slightly different. They look at something that's already on the market, and then they create a much better version of it, much bigger. It's not copying, it's evolution of products, which becomes much better than what was out there before.
We've got another one on the market there. Looks like a smartwatch, but you'll notice that it only has a single button, and the graphics are made for children. So this is a phone plus GPS module that you can use to sort of report a kid's location. If the kid is in trouble, they can dial their parents. You can see it has like SOS call features. I would bet that probably 80 to 90% of the design material in here is borrowed from other vendors who've used these previously in other smartwatch designs. But people are sharing the IP. The guy who probably shared the IP to them was someone who could sell them chips or motherboards or circuit boards. And so there was some factory backing up that sharing process. They want people to use these things. And that lets these guys try. Like there's many models of this. In fact, when we were buying this, the woman next to us was asking for these and then left on the table. She said, this one's too thick. Let's go find one that's thinner than this one over here. They'll probably have less features or less battery life or whatever it is, but the market here can build these different variants and service it because of the phenomenal ecosystem.
Something is really happening. Companies are realizing the importance of having new ideas and being different. So many companies who were involved in the Shanghai before are now looking at design. They're now looking at how to develop innovation in their own companies. The model that is being developed in Shenzhen can actually be quite threatening in other parts of the world. And it's not surprising that many American companies are now looking at models that are developed in China to see how they can adjust themselves.
梦想让世界不断改变，科技让梦想成为现实。我们创造性地提出了独特的 OPM 商业模式，通过自主的原创设计，为客户提供差异化产品的整体解决方案，打造创新、速度与价值三大核心竞争力。梦想在哪里？未来就在哪里。
那么 OPM 就是原创产品策划设计一站式的一个提供商。相对于传统的 OEM、ODM， 我们有什么优势呢？首先，我们有一个产品的产权。像这面展示台上展示的笔记本电脑、平板电脑，就是我们运用 OPM 这种商业模式打造出来的。
So those are some of the products that we made. This is President Obama wearing my headphone with my business partner Mitch Richmond. There's people who's been here, Akon, YN, the Justice picture, my partner Venus Brown. This year is signed by Venus Brown, What I Am. I forgot who signed this. There's somebody famous, I forgot. This is my office. And that's something I can't live without is my cigar. Like, I can't do shit without my cigar. Sorry, I just cussed. We are now your traditional, like a manufacturer, right? Which is, give me a product to manufacture. And we manufacture stuff like Monster and all that. Harman Kardon, Creative, Altec, JBL, all the biggest industry. We actually dominate anywhere between 8 to 12% of the US market on the audio side. But what we're doing so different is we have our own design house. We're able to create some really cool, incredible product.
So here's like design house, some inspiration about what we can do. We have like some instruments, 3D printing. rapid prototyping. This team is designing some characters in 3D. This is a game. It's interactive learning. In China, a lot of factories are very traditional. So this is also very a new model. The CEO, he tried to break this model, and since 2005, they are producing now for 45 brands, mostly international and mostly in US.
通过这个时光隧道呢，我们就来到了未来2030年的一个智慧之家。首先，我们看到的是未来的一个智慧冰箱，并且可以看到冰箱里内容物的一个营养价值、产地、生产日期，保障食物的安全。同时呢，当冰箱里食材储存不足的情况下呢，我们直接可以通过下单购买这么一个形式。
You know, most people don't realize that there's at least 26% of the technology from Silicon Valley actually comes from Shenzhen. So what they do is they hire kind of like a headhunter, so to speak, because there's so much innovation. We are about minimum of 8 months to a year advanced when it comes to technology. For example, we have this incredible bed. You can sleep on there. And the moment you wake up in the morning, it will give you stats, how many times you roll over, how much sleep, how much rest you have. And then also can read your blood pressure, can kind of tell you if you have any problem to be identified. And this is technology existing already today, and we've done this almost 2 years ago.
那么我们的未来洗漱机，它会根据人脸识别技术，识别出我们喜欢哪一类的新闻，并且它还会给我们进行一个个人日程的提醒，以及一个温度的提醒，提醒我们每天应该怎么样穿衣服。
We say like 25% of innovation created in Shenzhen are by the American. They buy it, they go to US, and then they sell it here 100 times more expensive. China feel a little bit bored, I think, about this business model. We made it here, but all the credit is for somebody else.
叮咚叮咚，深圳天气。
深圳今天白天到夜间阵雨，温度28摄氏度至23摄氏度。
叮咚叮咚，
持续风向。
暂停播放。
已暂停。
His name is 叮咚。
Everybody is looking for the Chinese startup, made in China. Want the proof to show to the world, like, look, we innovate.
We have a lot of opportunity here. I think our focus should be, let's create a quality product. And you can be proud and say this is made in China. So if you can just focus on that new technology, to focus on a branding, and to focus on a quality, and I think within the next 5 years, people have different perspective of made in China. I think that will happen.
送人玫瑰手有余香，这是深圳一工联的一个口号，就是深圳啊，这个做义工啊，这个有时间了做义工啊，有事儿了找义工啊，成功就是要拓荒，就是要突破这种盘根错节的束缚，进行改革开放。所以刚开始的时候，深圳的工业这个档次和水平是比较低的，这是刚开始办工业。经过了20多年的发展呢，深圳逐渐的面临了这种土地、资源、人口和环境方面的这个叫前有追兵啊，这个前有标兵后有追兵啊这种形式，深圳被抛弃了。而深圳怎样才能继续引领经济发展呢？创新。
What has happened in Shenzhen within the 35 years time, its uniqueness is fading because those same innovations, say policy innovation or industry innovation, now it's everywhere in China. So it doesn't have that edge of being the only one or even the first one anymore. It's kind of a catch-22, right? It recognizes what it has been able to achieve, but it's also inherent, like, how are you going to make it better?
People who come to Shenzhen get older, and as the experience grows, they start to develop something new rather than manufacturing. They become engineers, they become brands. Meanwhile, the government is pushing out manufacturing to the outer of Shenzhen.
这个其实就是一台 PC
然后的话，直接的话通过它接上显示器或者接上电视机，然后你的电视机、显示器就变成一台电脑了，里面有4G 的运存，128G 的硬盘。因为这个整个$60吧，$60到$90，我们的就是开源的核心的就 GPIO 那个要打开的。
A lot of confusion is happening right now. What I'm going to do? What's next? Should I invest in branding or I just close my company? I think it's a perfect moment for innovations because that can attract at least a portion of them to put the resources to innovate something new.
他自己有研发，有整个的打造成那个叫做精品，他就不再去做山寨，他去做自己的研发，做自己各种自己的品牌。但是现在我们在知识产权这个意识形态上已经非常的强烈，人家抄袭了我，然后他在 AliExpress 在eBay 在亚马逊上卖，我就可以很快的投诉他，他很快就要下架。这个世界我觉得应该是一个开源的世界，特斯拉。包括说 Facebook、亚马逊，他们把人工智能都是开源的，在安卓的那些都是开源的。任何一种竞争都是基于一种更高级的商业模式的竞争，这是苹果的一种商业逻辑。我真的不喜欢苹果。
I've seen a change in the way that innovation in China happens. There's a fantastic number of Chinese startups that are doing really good products.
Chinese startups are getting better because they want to learn from Europe. If you go to a conference with innovation speakers from France or from Germany or from England or whatever, most of the people will be Chinese in the room. They want to learn.
我从小的话，我从最基层做起，就尤其是在深圳那些做山寨的群体。以前的话，中国打压山寨，政府打压山寨，然后国外的人看不起山寨，那是很多年以前。如今，我觉得创客跟山寨原理是一样的。其实山寨不是说一个幌子，山寨是一种精神，山寨是一种精神，草根崛起的奋斗精神。在我看来，我认为是在中国最有创造力、最有潜力。
In the past 20 years, everybody who wants to make it a Silicon Valley has to go through this very tight and small selection process by a small group of people who are the venture capitalists. Young white males between 20 to 30 controlling how technology will be developed, how technology will be applied, and how technology will be available to the general public. That is the very definition of control economy.
They're ready to have like these massive settlement fights and epic legal battles that go all the Supreme Court and stuff like that. If everyone were like, actually, we all do a good job. Let's just work and try to figure out how to innovate. But it's a matter of getting critical mass of people to buy into it.
Without a big brand dictating what kind of feature we can have, the Sunday system is catering to everybody's need. It's not a small group of people who determine what gets developed, when, and how. Right now, we are still at the very early stage of this open source hardware movement. If we trace back to the late 90s, the open source software just got started. I mean, Bill Gates was speaking publicly about how open source is communism and it will destroy the software industry. And hey, today, Microsoft is one of the most supporters of open source and even opened up the entire Windows 10. If the history of open source software is used as a benchmark, we are pretty much 5 years away from this being discussed in mainstream. It's a mindset change, but the future is possible.
You talk about how China's authoritarian, there's strong rules and all this sorts of stuff. People here have developed a way to coexist with the rule of law and the way life needs to run. They sort of look the other way at the right times, I think, when things need to happen. This is how we manage to make sure that everyone gets fairly compensated, everyone's fairly rewarded, and it works through this system. Another thing to be clear is that authoritarian doesn't mean evil, right? It's just that there is one authority. I mean, the Communist Party knows as well as anyone else that they have to keep the people happy. They're not just going to kick people around because they want to be trivial and small about it. So they try really hard to put economic policy in place that brings prosperity. One of the things that the government has said is we need a service economy that's tech-oriented, and we need to get more young people interested in this, the maker movement. We want to graft that into our system and hopefully inspire another generation of young people to want to become, you know, hardworking factory owners and employers and innovators like their parents were. And now there's even like little maker spaces in cafes and innovation labs like popping up left and right.
这个呢，就是通过这个输入，这个输入什么意思呢？你把它遮了光之后，它这里就会带动这里。这里呢是一个录音的按键，就是你可以按着这里，比如说欢迎大家来创发咖啡，欢迎大家来创发咖啡。
因为创发咖啡是我们在去年9月份，是由深圳大学和赛格集团然后联合帮助我们去成立的。之后呢，那我们开业的那天的照片是在，因为在2015年那个李克强总理提出的一个概念叫做全民创业万众创新。那去年呢，政府在扶持创科项目这一块就投入了据说9.3个亿。
如果深圳和国外比的话，第一，政府大力支撑，这是可能是目前只有中国政府能做得到的。
On one hand, it's great that the national government have seen this emergence of new media, new technology, and I think it's genuine to want to support it. However, I don't think there's a very good track record so far of governmental involvement in these more bottom-up activities. We take, for example, art districts, something that was emerging out of China 10, 20 years ago that really caught the imagination of artist colonies, galleries, but as soon as the government started to support it, the inevitable process of gentrification happened. Rent went up, more notable galleries moved in, so the artists who really were trying to experiment had to move out. So I have a concern along similar lines for these tech sectors. The government, in trying to support it, inevitably will formalize it.
It's interesting to sort of see the city evolve. And so there's a sort of wave of money, gentrification. You can sort of rolling from the, you know, from the east to the west and from the south to the north. The pace at which they do it is just crazy. You can walk from one end of the city to the other, and by the time you walk back to the other side, enough of the city will change and you won't recognize it. It's just tearing itself down and rebuilding itself as you walk through it. There's a region over there that was all these little electronic shops. They just leveled it, put up a luxury mall, put a high-rise on top of it, and you wouldn't recognize it.
I mean, we have more high-rise here than anywhere in the world. I mean, honestly, if you walk around Shenzhen right now, we have over 278 buildings being built, up to 74. I travel all over the world. And when you look at everyone else, like, hey, you know, we are the fastest growing, you know, society around the industry today. And that's just a fact.
In China, there is a general lack of awareness of the negative ramifications of gentrification. Just as, you know, in the 60s, no one in New York thought that was a bad thing. The reason why the city has embraced this notion of new technology is trying to reinvent itself. My concern is that in this reinvention, it wants to very quickly rid of its even immediate past. A city that really struggled, really was dependent on a lot of things the government couldn't provide. Things happened by chance, accidentally, a lot of it was bottom up. In fact, there was not one fishing village, there were 2,000. These villages have evolved along with the city. They have taken up very important roles in providing housing, providing a certain social structure, jobs, a certain stability to the city that was not planned. They simply evolved with the formal city.
I would like it more like a, you know, sort of the bacterial colonies in a petri dish. Eventually, you grow a lawn of bacteria across it. You know, all the communities become interconnected. But you know, that's sort of a natural growth curve.
We are in Baishizhou, which is one of the
like no matter what, you don't need to go anywhere and you can find everything here. That's the amazing part of this. It provides everything you need for a community.
When the government designated Shenzhen as a special economic zone, they left patches of land for the villagers themselves to build homes.
This is the boundary line between the city and the urban village. This side is urban owned and this is urban village owned.
These urban villages are also breeding ground for a lot of innovation. You can change the structure, you can change the facade, you can spill your workshop into the alleyways. The whole neighborhood was built in this kind of bottom-up way. Shenzhen really represents a new modern image. It's a modern city, it's a new city. The urban villages are complete opposites to that image. Mayor's office declared the necessity to rid the cancers of the society in those words.
Aizhizhou is going to be redeveloped this month, actually, April 2016. So this is how fast 150,000 people who live here needs to be relocated.
There's some rumors that like the market here is eventually going to have to be displaced because as things gentrify, the rent on the shops are going to go up to the point where they can't sustain selling these like small parts and whatnot.
Just across the street, there's much more urban village going on. That's where we're headed to.
And I can't say if it's for better or for worse, but it's definitely things are changing.
And so you transition straight out of like the market into urban village area like this.
Personally, I have a bias. I hope that it never goes away because I enjoy it so much and it's such a valuable resource to me. You'll see big districts where people are taking phones and tearing them apart, and then another area putting them together into another phone. A lot of sort of recycling and upcycling going on.
So you can see like down there, there's a person there with a what looks like a pile of trash, but if you look closely, it's just that they're going through mobile phones and stripping out parts from them. It's like shucking corn almost. We'll just take a quick walk through one of these informal areas. Selling iPhone cycle parts. He actually has big bundles of motherboards that he's pulled out of phones that were previously thrown away, and then what they do is they take out the motherboards and they take the chips off and eventually find their way back down the market. I mean, you can get your like roast pig's feet and then iPhone cases. The market itself plays a kind of critical part in the ecosystem in terms of being able to move goods around. You know, if one factory did a build and they had some excess and they want to get rid of it, a lot of it will come through this market and get recycled through the system. This one's straight from a factory floor. You can see that the motherboards are even still in the carrier. So this one was one that didn't even pass out of Apple, fully fabricated, and found its way to scrap heap here, where people will go ahead and you already see they've pulled off some ICs for recycling and reprocessing into fixing phones and so forth. And here's these here are blank motherboards. And the interesting thing about this, you see like no solder on it at all. They still have a gold color, which means that there's been no processing of the board at all. It's straight virgin boards from the facility. You're gonna move on, we're getting in the crowd. I can get plenty of useful stuff for a fraction of the price that you would have to even in the markets, on the main street. That's the stuff that's going away. But those guys will innovate no matter what. They innovated despite the government, right? They'll be there, they'll keep walking, and they may have cut a path that looked interesting, and that path is now being paved into the road. They'll cut another path. You've never had a fox run over by a steamroller when they're putting a road over a forest. The fox knows how to move away, right? It can run and find another place. And as long as there's continues to be green fields for these people to go to, I think things will be okay. And demilitarizing the Western IP ecosystem would be great. Right? I think that's something we can do, right? But it's just as hard as bringing us back from the brink of the Cold War. Everyone has to sort of ease off, universally agree that we need to have a new paradigm. And I think one of the problems in doing that is that the militarization of IP has really benefited big companies. And if they back off their stance of having huge caches of IP to nuke the little instead of seeing like this openness come out, you're seeing exactly the opposite. You're seeing the system calcify. And maybe what will happen in days like you're sure they'll own their edifices, but you know they'll become so entrenched that they can't move on, right? Each of them is locked in their space, and then a very flexible ecosystem like China will just roll over them later on. No wonder how that happened. It's because they did it to themselves at the end of the day.
The beautifulness of Shenzhen is if you come here with the talents, with your efforts, your diligence, you can earn a place for yourself.
The makers, the hardware staff, the Internet of Things, producing hardware, they all converge here in Shenzhen. And that's what makes Shenzhen the Silicon Valley of power.
这个工程师的研发的能量和深圳山寨供应链的能量带到全世界。
赋予的它的使命呢，就是我们引进新的技术。深圳进入了这样一个新的这个历史阶段，有一个新的历史使命，就是有中国梦这样一个阶段啊。
Now, you look at this light switch. Are they straight? Every five-star hotel everywhere in China right now, this is a problem you can identify. This is a perfect example. If we can just have a person take 2-3 seconds to just make that adjustment, China will be a perfect place. Detail.
Are they going to be more like the UK in the sense that they'll just shed their manufacturing background as they gentrify and sort of just go straight for like, you know, a service economy? Or will they keep rooted in a sort of a manufacturing ecosystem and keep design parallel to it? Or will they just forever stay in manufacturing, right? Is that really just their core base and value and where they want to be? I mean, if China went from where they were to where they are today in 30 years, they could do that again in 30 years. And within my lifetime, we can see the answer to this question. It'll be interesting to see where that answer ends up.
So Jerusalem, the Holy Land, where Palestinians and Israelis are sharing the same city. I think it's the only city in the world where you have all the religions in one city. Here we are in the French Hill. French Hill, it's on the eastern mountains of Jerusalem, where from the other side we can see now the Jordan Valley, and we can see Amman and Jordan. Then we have here Mount Scopus, Mount of Olives, and on the right hand we have here the amazing city, Jerusalem. You can see the two parts, the old city and the new city. There is huge differences between the tech sector in Palestine and in Israel. We as a Palestinian living in East Jerusalem, I can't be as a part of the startup nation. I want to be, but I'm not of that nation. So my idea was, if we can be a startup region by giving others, the Arabs, the Palestinians, the Jordanians, and everyone from the Middle East, and this we can do it here, take the Holy Land again on the technology level, and how we are going to change the world.
The
best startup which was created in this part of the world is the State of Israel, which was a fantasy which made no financial or no economic sense whatsoever.
In many ways, innovation for us has always been a necessity. We had to be global before the word global existed.
Just like you have mining cities, application cities, we are a startup nation, that's what we are.
Gaza is amongst the most innovative that I've seen. You know, when the fuel shortages start, they start running their cars on cooking oil. I think because of the repeated shocks of the conflict. They're innovating to survive.
For tech startups, there's many challenges. The majority of them, I can say, are due to the occupation.
We don't have to wait for the end of the occupation to start improving the economy. We can start earlier. The occupation is going to end.
If this conflict someday is resolved, the potential of what this region can build together is nothing short of massive.
I truly believe we live in a unique time in history from a technological perspective. Because of the convergence of exponential computation growth and declining prices, and because of the fact that the capital required to get in the game is very low, we no longer have paradigms. We live in an era of a permanent revolution. Cost of certain types of sensors has gone down so much, and their capacity has exponentially grown. Because of phone makers having the pressure to make amazing cameras that are so tiny so that we can take selfies and send them to our friends, this pressure creates a situation that this sensor that was created for the camera of the iPhone now can play a role in the ecosystem. Now a guy in Israel can look at that sensor and say, hey, 4K capability in a $7 chip. I can revolutionize agriculture. So if I can look at the variance of color of an apple in different stages, instead of losing 30% of the produce, I'll lose 10% of the produce. Another person in India looks at exactly the same thing and said, hey, $7 chip, I can generate an innovation in automotive. 2 years ago, Kickstarter provided liquidity of $500 million in 1 year without taking equity from it. The biggest venture capital funds in the world don't do that. You have this era of permanent revolution on the technological sense. It meets massive reduction in price, and then everyone can afford it, at least at the entry level. This is a tremendous period, and that's where you see immunotherapy, and you're seeing so many interrelated or converging fields. I think Israel is very well positioned to leverage the opportunities of the era of permanent revolution. It's not going to get slower from here on in.
Israel is second only to Silicon Valley in terms of startups and VC investment. I think there are several main factors that lead to Israel today being known as the startup nation, as this nation of entrepreneurs.
My name is Saul Singer. I'm the co-author of Startup Nation, which is the book about what made Israel innovative. Shimon Peres, of course, is the person we quote most in the book entirely, but perhaps my favorite quote is defining Israelis or Jews in one word, and that word is dissatisfied.
He used to call Israel for time to time the dissatisfaction nation. And when you look at the history of the country, it makes a lot of sense, because who were the builders of the country? There were people who were dissatisfied from where they were. They had to flee. And they came here and they had to make this place work, because this was their final station, this was their final stop, this was their refuge.
The people here, the very small community, which was here, decided they want to create a country which they had in their mind will need buildings and pipelines and electric lines and railroads and roads. But not only that, they understood the importance also of sociology and philosophy, etc. So they created not only the Technion and the Hebrew University, they created the Philharmonic orchestra. So they went and decided just to go and do it, to go and build a state. And actually the best startup which was created in this part of the world is the state of Israel, which started as a crazy fantasy, and this was created by many, many startups, not in the high tech, not in the internet, but in agriculture, in job creation, in developing cities.
The founding of the state in 1948 by David Ben-Gurion, Israel's first prime minister, the first thing he was worried about is the survival of the country. So that required a military that was going to defend against 5 other countries around it with much bigger militaries, much better equipped. So the only way to do that was with superior motivation and better technology.
Throughout history, the military and unfortunately warfare has been such a driver of civilian technology. So for example, computer vision to find intruders who are trying to get through your borders eventually trickles through to the civilian space. And that leads to, for example, autonomous vehicle technology. Companies like Mobileye and Auto, which is a driverless truck company, which was recently acquired by Uber. Drones, computer intelligence, artificial intelligence. A lot of what is driving the tech industry starts in the military.
One thing that's interesting about Israel's innovation story is a lot of factors converging together. The fact that the whole country is a startup, the military aspect, the fact that we're a country of immigrants, all these things feeding together are important. When we wrote Startup Nation, first of all, we didn't realize we were branding a country, but we also didn't realize that we were touching sort of a global nerve. We're living in a world that's changing all the time, and not only changing, but the pace of change is increasing. And this is kind of quietly causing a panic, I think, in companies, individuals, and countries, where they say, we have to become innovative. That's the only way we can keep up. And they're right. But the tendency is to think, okay, we want to do that. We want to be like Israel. We want to do it like Israel did. But Israel kind of has a unique story. We have our story. But what's happening, actually, what's exciting, is that around the world, everybody is doing this, but they have their own story.
Ben-Gurion once said, in Israel, in order to be a realist, you must believe in miracles. Sometimes the greatest miracle is recognizing that the world can change. Through talent and hard work, Israelis have put this small country at the forefront of the global economy. Already we see how that innovation could reshape this region. Over 100 high-tech companies have found home on the West Bank, which speaks to the talent and entrepreneurial spirit of the Palestinian people. And one of the great ironies of what's happening in the broader region is that so much of what people are yearning for, education, entrepreneurship, the ability to connect to the global economy, those are things that can be found here in Israel. This should be a hub for thriving regional trade and an engine for opportunity.
For most people who are in the technology space, if you talk about startups, Palestine is not at the top of the list. It's probably not on the list at all, right? We were starting to think about something that, for all intents and purposes, was impossible to do. Start a venture capital fund in a place where something like this has never even been heard of. You layer on top of that sort of the political and geopolitical complexities of the place, and we really have the official definition of mission impossible. Over the last 5+ years, there has been explosive growth in what will become the Arab digital economy. We raised $30 million to create these business opportunities despite occupation. At the end of the day, we as Palestinians need to stop thinking of ourselves as victims, and we need to think of ourselves as people who, despite of our situation, can actually offer something to the world. You've got this opportunity in the Middle East. Mobile devices are being used at some of the highest rates in terms of penetration. across globally, even compared to developed markets in e-commerce, in media, gaming, business to business. So the startups that we are actually investing in are looking at these markets.
Welcome, this is Sue Tell. We have staff in Jordan, in Berlin, in Washington, DC, and we have staff in Canada. But the developers sits here, so the tech is actually Palestinian tech, and they sit over there. In 2006, there were jobs out there, and there was at the same time a 40% unemployment rate among youth. The first solution that we developed was a platform matching job seekers to job providers. Now, Sutel has developed such that we design and deliver digital solutions from Afghanistan to Zimbabwe, spanning some 30 countries. So, for example, using a basic mobile phone, Syrian refugees living in Turkey can text in questions to lawyers to get legal advice. We have also, last month, 6 of us were actually in Egypt for 10 days working with farmers. Now we're building a platform that would help deliver messages to these farmers to try to enhance their productivity and yield. Of course, Palestinians have faced a variety of challenges and great adversity, so it makes perfect sense to me that we're using Palestinian technology to answer these same questions for people globally.
I've spent about 19 years abroad, and among my circle of friends, a lot of people would be talking about coming back, but there's always the question of, what would I come back and do, right? Now that has completely changed. Our portfolio is employing 200 people. About 33% of that are female employees that are primarily in technical positions, and we're beating those percentages in Silicon Valley. So Palestine has been able to beat Silicon Valley on one end at least. The great thing about innovation is that it transcends borders, it transcends cultures, it transcends religion. You can basically be sitting across the table from somebody who you've never met, who comes completely from a different background, and almost instantly speak a common language. Not to say that if a Palestinian sits across the table from an Israeli, that means, now we have peace and everything is fine and dandy and we can, hold hands and sing Kumbaya. It's not about that. The funny thing is that if you were talking to somebody from Europe or from the States, and they would come here and are positively surprised by what's happening here because they never see something like this in the news, you can understand this. But when it's somebody that's less than an hour drive from you, you start understanding that the political situation is standing in the way.
We are at the heart of Rothschild Avenue, also known as the Tech Mile of Israel. About 100 years ago, we would have been standing on a sand dune because there was nothing here. You could have seen Jaffa's gates from here. 2 buildings to the right is Israel's Independence Hall, where about 70 years ago, the founder of the country, David Ben-Gurion, decided to declare the state of Israel. Within 100 years, we've been able to get to a point that in the skyscrapers, we have the world's top R&D companies, Facebook and Google and Autodesk and other companies in buildings at the heart of Tel Aviv. A lot of the Israeli talent finds its way to center around here. This is where the top of the startup industry is. It speaks highly that the energy of the city is here.
The creative guys which are doing all the startups don't want to live outside of the city. They want to live in downtown, they want to have urban life, they want to have coffee shops. They're looking for cities which are liberal, which are embracing people with all kinds of tastes. Tel Aviv, you can be male, you can be female, you can be gay, you can be lesbian, you can be transgender, nobody gives a shit. Tel Aviv is providing this kind of atmosphere. It's an open city, liberal city, embracing city, celebrate that diversity, add to it, the blue sky, the great restaurants, the beaches, the beautiful people, and this is why we have such a concentration of creative people. You see more and more young people becoming involved in high tech, aspiring to develop their own startups. They are doing really fantastic jobs.
All right, so first of all, welcome to Healthy.io. We are based at the heart of Tel Aviv on Rothschild Avenue, and this is where we turn smartphone cameras into clinical-grade medical scanners.
Every day, millions of people across the globe get their urine tested. Pregnant women, diabetics, people with high blood pressure. Urine testing is the world's second most frequently conducted diagnostic test. But now there's a new way. We use image recognition and artificial intelligence to transform smartphone cameras into clinical-grade scanners.
The way to transform an embedded smartphone camera into a clinical-grade scanner goes obviously through two big buzzwords: big data and neural networks. We built a very sophisticated way of generating well-tagged data. We design, we bring in phones, we put them in a system, we then get the data is very well tagged, we allow for the neural network to improve different layers of the algorithm. I think we possess now a set of big data which is unparalleled worldwide. This is us in different generations, and we have a lot of jokes about where smartphones were about 10, 15 years ago. And we're super happy to have that huge, bulky device in our hands so we can call wherever. If you think about the fact that an iPhone is only 10 years old, it baffles you. It's a pretty exciting revolution to be part of. We no longer live in an era where there are subsequent paradigm shifts. Because healthcare, for me, working for the president on Israel's neuroscience, bioinformatics, was always like this big field where big penicillin moments are going to happen in the 21st century, right? Before and after. Immunotherapy is going to kill cancer. Stem cell research is going to create organs for transplant. Big things. They might happen. But I was really shocked that the dynamics we see in this era of permanent evolution also operate in healthcare. As the healthcare system goes into being heavily weighed up against because of obesity, because of diabetes, because of kidney disease, it is recalibrating its path towards urine. That's a standard urine test that's done today in the lab. We wake up in the morning, send a line, we get a prescription, we get an old cup, we go and pee in a cup, and then at the end of the day, they dip a stick, which is 30, 35-year-old technology, changes colors accordingly, 10 different parameters measured in our urine, very important ones, tips and put it in this big scanner, and does the scan, and we get very accurate reads. 150 million people in the US are doing this test every year. Why on earth are we still consuming it in the same inefficient way? Instead of waking up in the morning and going to the lab, the box gets to your home. And in the box, you have the same dipstick. We don't know the lighting condition, we don't know the phone, the camera, but the interaction between the phone camera and the kit, and ultimately the cloud, obviously, delivers clinical grade accuracy. Scanning with a phone within the app, and you're good to go. This company is not about urine testing. It's about generic color reconstruction in the service of healthcare, right? The idea of transforming embedded smartphone cameras into clinical grade scanners. It will be relevant for skincare, it will be relevant for eyes, for urine, and others. So the vision behind what we do is to have people who consume it on a mass scale enjoy a highly simplified version of exactly the same test.
When you think about what an entrepreneur is, it's basically someone who sees the world with slightly different eyes. Most of us, often we don't even see the big problems around us because we take them for granted. If you have to ask what is the main trait of a startup ecosystem, it's a different attitude towards failure than exists elsewhere. Failure is the only way to success. If you can't fail, you can't succeed.
Nobody likes to fail. I cannot tell you it's very pleasant. From my experience, I will tell you a secret, don't share it with everybody. It's much nicer to win than to lose. But if you don't fail, you limit your downside, but you also limit your upside. These things are coming together. Otherwise, everybody would be in the industry where the upside is high and the downside is low. Doesn't exist.
I was part of the Israeli negotiation team to Camp David, so is this a big enough fuck up to share with you?
How do we talk about failure? How do we do it in a way that it's fun? 97% of startups fail. We keep talking about the 3% that actually did it, they made it, they made the exit, somebody bought them, they made a big sale, they're now in the stock exchange, but we're not talking about the 97% that fail. Basically, we bring 4 entrepreneurs once a month to talk about the biggest failure, and it's kind of incredible. We said like it's gonna be extremely ironic if we fail, because then we can say that we failed at fuck up night, but somehow it's just really successful.
There's this Yiddish word called chutzpah, which I think also exemplifies a lot of the Israeli spirit. If you meet Israelis, they are very honest. Some people would say brutally honest. It can come off as a little bit brash, but a lot of Israelis have it. It's this attitude that I can be my own boss and do their own startup.
I'd like to believe modern Israeli culture is certainly influenced by Jewish culture. We study the Hebrew Bible here, and we also devote time to Talmud study. Talmud is really composed of 2 documents. One is this code developed in the 3rd century called the Mishnah, and the discussions that built around that text in the 200 years after, what we call the Gemara. The relevance goes on. We have to constantly reapply and rethink, but there's wisdom there that seems to transcend time.
The Talmud itself is a 600-year argument of the rabbis where they argue about what the law should be based on the Bible. And then how you study that argument is through argument.
You definitely feel it, that there's some type of, it's between 2 entities when that happens.
And that seems to make more complicated the issue of the Shliach Tzibur being the
God
one
is speaking through them. They're still speaking to the community. And I'm not.
When you come from a textual tradition that says, well, read it differently, read it a new way. What else can we learn? We're not going to assume that the guy who's been here for 40 years has all the answers. We're not going to assume that my job is simply to do what I'm told. We're not going to say that as long as we all say the same thing, then we'll be okay. But we're going to bring those values of questioning and complexity and creativity.
The process of debating and arguing was partly how do you apply these ideas to the world as it gets more modern. The seeds of it are in the Bible itself. Let's say, just for example, the story of Abraham. God's about to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, just wipe them out, kill everybody. And Abram starts arguing with him. What, you're going to destroy these cities. What if there were 50 righteous people? And God says, oh no, I wouldn't do it if there were 50. Well, what if there were 40? And so on. They keep not just arguing with itself, arguing with God, that's pretty radical, but over morality. I mean, God is the source of morality. Here he's arguing with God over morality. So if Abraham can argue with God, so of course we're going to argue with the CEO from Intel or whatever. We won't be afraid of that.
It makes perfect sense to me that there's this marriage between innovation and ideology, because I think people need a vision. They're not just doing something for themselves, but they're helping build the country. There's a vision of making society better, of improving life, of doing something meaningful. Making money is not enough.
People are trying to explain what's going on in Israel, referring to the technology or to the military or to budgets or education. All of it is true, but all of it are the fuel. The question is, what is the spark plug? Because you have all these components all over the world. You have them in Germany, you have them in Japan. It's not enough. You need something else, and the something else has to do with things like culture, virtues, aspirations, the human component. And I think this is something which is very special to Israel. They wake up in the morning, they have madness in their eyes. So when you look on the startup nation, or when you look on the explanation, this is part and parcel of our DNA. And our neighbors from behind the green line, the Palestinians, they also going these routes, and I think it's very good, very important for their economic development.
The mixture of nationalities in Israel and the diaspora who came back, the talented who came back from the state and all worldwide to Israel. this ecosystem. We have the same opportunity now on the Palestinian side. We are counting on the diaspora to come back and to start their ideas from here and creating an equal ecosystem.
Ramallah has become a de facto capital, right? So you have the incubators and the accelerators and the training programs, right? And so that, I think, also led to a hub for tech startups in Palestine, where our investors to date, 80% of them are Palestinians, both within and outside Palestine. I think there's certainly a desire to show that this can be done in Palestine.
Palestine by nature is an agricultural community. We all came from farming families. But what happened with Ramallah is that when the political situation changed, more work opportunities occurred within the city. And the young people came to live in the city, where we ended up with an environment which is less conservative, more open to new opportunities, and people who would like to live in a less traditional way than other cities within Palestine.
Ramallah is mostly a city for the young people. The gyms, the nightlife, the theater, the art, everything.
This generation, they're at a point where they want to see changes. You know, history repeats itself, and I think that there are some things that do need to repeat themselves and some things that we need to avoid. We know that there's not much we can do for the political situation or the economy, but we can do something with our own two hands and create a product. Mashvisor is basically a platform that helps real estate investors in America looking for a property, so that investors can see, okay, where are the best cities for real estate investments, and then where are the best neighborhoods, and then where are the best properties. Would I make more money renting out the property traditionally, like with a one-year lease, or as a vacation rental by listing out on Airbnb? The research process that should take 3 months now takes about 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and we also minimize the time it takes for them to calculate their own returns. People are a little bit surprised to know that we serve the US economy and the US market because we're completely based in Ramallah. As you've heard before, all you need is, good internet and a laptop, and there you go.
Ibtikar looks to invest in web and mobile-based businesses. Also, given, again, the limitations happening in Palestine, tech and internet is a good way to answer that. Our companies so far are really exciting, I think. Our first investment is Mashvisor, but we also have Red Crow.
I started working in Ramallah after I got my degree in the US. And in 2011, Hussein and I started this project.
In our market, what we look at is how threat level is rising in a specific location hour by hour in a very complex political situation. You used to look for the one contact person that can confirm a specific piece of information to know what's happening in Syria, for example. Today, it's millions of people reporting constantly.
What we rely on is the information that people put on their accounts, like Twitter, Facebook. The variation between these people are extremely marginal that you can actually take the exact alert from the people that have entered it on their social media. We created a system that collects this information simultaneously. It goes through them and ranks them. Is it a reliable source or not? And it makes it easier for us to put it on the map and pinpoint exactly where the incident has happened.
For example, we have a specific event happening here, so you have the location. Within 2 kilometers, it's a high threat, which means might be very violent and affect safety and security. The last circle here is only security complications. So you might be facing checkpoints and high security measures within a specific area, and it would be harder for you to move.
These are the locations of all the clashes that happened since the beginning of September. In the West Bank, there was, for instance, 74, in Gaza 2, in Israeli-controlled areas is 0, and Jerusalem 29 clashes.
Our target market consists of non-governmental organizations in both the developmental and humanitarian sector who operate, for example, in the medical sector. Not being stuck on a specific checkpoint is very important. Today, they can just open their mobile and see where incidents have been happening during the last 10 minutes.
I'm very proud of what's happening now in Ramallah. And you can see that real community, real ecosystem, a very powerful ecosystem. We started to bring the people back to start creating their startup and start succeeding from their homeland.
Working in Palestine is not easy. for anyone really, and definitely not for tech startups or a fund like ours. There's many challenges, and those, the majority of them I can say, are due to the occupation. And I think we have to be completely honest and forthright about those challenges. In terms of people getting in and out, Peter, who is the CEO of Mashrizer, last time spent 2 days just trying to get back into the country. We don't have 3G still, and honestly, I don't think it's going to happen soon. So that technology, when we're developing apps, is really hindering us, right? If you can't test it easily, then it's very hard to develop an app.
The legal system is not much oriented with the venture capital culture and the startups culture. Therefore, most of the investors ask startups to register their companies in the US.
When you exit, all the tax money that you have paid, you haven't paid it inside your country, you've paid it somewhere else just because the laws of your country do not apply to your company, which is a pity. Hopefully, they'll be able to fix it before we exit.
Is there a reason why you've chosen to do it in Guatemala specifically? Because I see this as invitations to working here.
I don't know, home?
No.
Oh.
I wish we had more interesting answer.
Interesting answer, that's
Simply
it.
home, yeah.
Israel and the world are honoring Shimon Peres as a visionary and a fighter for peace. The Nobel Prize-winning former president and prime minister of Israel died overnight.
President Obama gave this tribute. A light has gone out, but the hope he gave us will live and burn forever.
In my first meeting with President Peres, when I first went into the office, we had a conversation about the power of fantasy. And he said something that stuck with me. He said, "Remember, Yoni, people without fantasies don't do fantastic things." President Peres, in a recurring manner, was able to look 10, 15, 20 years into the future, see the development, and then ask very tough questions, and then taking very tough actions in making sure that Israel is well equipped to reach that goal. So in the 50s, there were hardly 10,000 cars on the road. He would already imagine the aeronautic industry of Israel, so that Israel in 1970 would have its own airplane capability, its own electro-optic capability, things that at the time really seemed like fantasies. So he did it with aeronautics, that was industry number one. He did it with nuclear capability and nuclear research. He realized that having a strong nuclear research capability is something that Israel cannot afford itself to leave behind. His third understanding, I think, was when he is prime minister and Israel has a 400% inflation per year. And so President Peres understands that, as they say, a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. It puts Israel, so repositions, reframes Israel on a path to growth, and essentially paves the way to the tech industry as we know it today. I mean, what is a tech ecosystem ultimately? It's not that Israel is the best in the world in universities. It's not that it has the best IP law or the best access to capital. It crosses the critical mass on all of those dimensions of the ecosystem, and there aren't many ecosystems like that in terms of culture, in terms of willingness to fail, in terms of access to capital. A lot of those were born in 1985, when again he paid political capital to put in place very innovative public policy initiatives like backing VC venture capital losses to attract venture capital in the late 80s. That's where nanotechnology started playing a role. Bioinformatics, neuroscience, sort of. He was smart enough and incredible visionary to understand things that we didn't even conceive of as younger people who live in the industry. How does exponential growth in computation allow us to understand the brain better, understand neural networks, then design AI, artificial intelligence, that would then learn better about the brain? He saw it, he somehow understood it. He's what is called a serial entrepreneur, and this country is very grateful for that. So think about it. A country which is 70 years old, with 8 million people, which 70 years ago had barely a university here, has 3 of its 6 which are publicly funded, 3 of
the Israeli universities are in the top 100 most innovative universities in the world. I think that's a fantasy that was realized.
We're here at the Media Innovation Lab at IDC Herzliya. We're looking very honestly and directly on the 21st century, and we understand the trends and we understand what's going to happen, and we believe that if we're not going to do what we do, it's not going to be the type of world that we want to live in.
We have BA, we have MA, computer science, communication, and psychology students. They work in collaborative groups, and they produce projects throughout the year in an iterative process where they produce something, they quickly test it, and then produce something more advanced.
One of the trends that is already happening for many, many years is a physical-digital interaction. So we think about digital technology, we all know what it is. We think about the physical world, we all know what it is, but what is the convergence between them? What we do here is what's called humanistic technologies. And yes, technology is great, and technology is fun, and we love innovation, but technology is just technology, it's a means to an end. We believe that IoT or this type of smart objects should become active participants in our lives. They should behave. That's why we look very much on gestures. That if we're not going to make sure that these objects of the future are going to be more intimate and more empathic and communicate with us in this very social way, it's just going to become a very depressing 21st century.
This is the greeting machine. We purposely designed it in the simplest, most abstract form that there is, in order to show through expressive gestures and movements how just a simple movement can communicate so much. So the idea comes from, for example, if we have pets at home who are waiting for us and they're shaking their tails. So our idea is to have this on one's table or in the entrance to one's home and welcoming you, making you feel wanted, basically.
If something is closely resembles a human, but is not exactly moving like a human, it starts to look very creepy. And we have enough lovely humans around, and we think that we should give these abilities to objects, not trying to imitate humans, but make these objects become more expressive in that way. Exactly.
We have our own methodology that really emphasizes on going out to the field to really go into details. This is really important for us, so we believe innovation is in the details.
We sit with animators and theater experts, actors, choreographers. So it's not something that's scientifically based on some other discipline, but it's inspired from people that already deal with expressive motion all of their lives.
We asked people to tell us which emotions they see in each of the gestures. Whenever it looked forward, the perception was of a positive emotion, and whenever the robot was withdrawing, there was perception of a negative emotion. Very clean and interesting results.
This humanistic way of thinking comes from social science, it comes from many other disciplines. It's about philosophy and how people interacted with technology over the years, and what does it mean to give away agency to the technology and let the technology make a decision for me. They can't just say, no, technology is just technology, it has no responsibility in the world, the user makes their own decision, and that's not true. That's very naive to think this way. Technology is very influential. We have to put much more thinking into the type of technologies that we're creating.
One of the aspects of our startup-y culture is kind of a lack of hierarchy. We don't like discipline. We don't respect authority. And that's, I think, a very important part of the Israeli ethos that I think just plays out all the way going through the army. The military is seen to be the opposite of startups, the opposite of innovation. Very big, very structured, very hierarchical, very top-down, not innovative, and yet the military has been a huge part of the story.
Basically, the Israeli Defense Forces look at hierarchy different than other militaries around the world to begin with. Specifically with regards to tech, I think we have to understand that we can still tell people where to go, but many times we cannot tell them how to get there, and simply because nobody has done it ever. Or even worse, sometimes you have to tell people to try to achieve something that somewhere in the back of your mind you think is almost impossible. In this kind of environment, hierarchy has to change. Can you work in a collaborative environment? Can you control your ego so that you can achieve things with a larger group of individuals?
And so in many ways, organizations like 8200 are the closest to meritocracy that I've seen. And when you create this kind of environment, sometimes magic happens.
The army here doesn't look like the army in the movies. We give them a lot of responsibility. And they know that they have the freedom to say to me anything and almost in any way. They can tell me that I don't bullshit, and they can tell me that I'm wrong, and I accept it. And this is what makes this place so great.
I never really knew what it meant for me until I was like 17 years old. Like, I wasn't really excluded from social life, I just had a rough time fitting in. I felt like I should be able to do this. Why am I not able to do this? It was really frustrating for me.
As someone who is diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome on the autism spectrum, I was exempted from my mandatory military service. But despite the exemption, I did still want to serve my country. That's the standard, and I wanted to not stick out or be different than anyone else. Having Asperger's syndrome, there are disadvantages and difficulties that are involved in that. There are also other things, other strengths, is very high precision, attention to detail, analytical skills. That is very valuable and important when you're doing this kind of work.
To me, it was very much insane. It was a completely different experience from what I went through until then, because suddenly I felt like I had a social life. It's very refreshing. It's an absolutely great experience.
The people that really make the difference in innovation, the people that really make the difference in cyber, in artificial intelligence, in big data, and so on and so forth, are pretty unique people. They're difficult to find.
These young people, 21, 22, are being given tremendous amounts of authority that there's no way they could get in civilian life. And you come out and you've had all this management experience and dealing with real-world dilemmas and decisions. So you're ready to take on the challenges of startups.
I had no background in drones whatsoever. I went into an electronics shop in Toronto to buy a juicer, and I saw this drone toy. This was like, I don't know, 7 or 8 years ago. I bought it instead of the juicer. Ended up to be the best investment I ever made. There is a definite advantage hiring an engineer that has a background in the army. Almost everybody in Israel goes to the army. You know the person is responsible, you know they're independent, they can work in a team. Those are the things that you look for in a person, and we get those things for free. We saw that there was a big gap that could be fulfilled, and maximizing the potential from these aircrafts if we took it and made it out into a tool where this thing actually does work. One of our big projects was a giant oil spill in Israel. Very quickly, we were the ones managing the entire operation because we could fly nonstop. And we just took regular pictures of the area and send it to everybody's phone. And the surveyors in the field would walk around with this fresh aerial of what's going on, and we could better manage what was going on. It was a good example of how drones are used for good things and not bad. Our vision was to create a box that sits somewhere and can launch and land missions by itself, not just in security or mapping or emergency response, but everything combined. The docking station serves several purposes. It protects the drone from the outside environment, whether it's really hot, really cold, or it's dusty, or it's corroded, or it's raining. Second is replacing the batteries, and also the sensors, thus creating different applications that can be used in different scenarios. If you're flying on a mission and you're running security with a video camera, and then you want to switch and go to do mapping, with drone lands itself in the docking station, and then you have the sensor replaced, and then you have a
different tool. Turning it from a toy to a tool, there's a lot of technology involved, and most of the components in the market today are not fitted for an aircraft that does real work. But everybody's in engineering in Israel. I mean, we don't really have anything else to do here. If you're in the desert, we don't have a lot of natural resources, so that's our resource, innovation.
If you're able to find the people who are entrepreneurial in spirit, then they really can do this almost anywhere in the world. Because if you think about it, entrepreneurship is about solving problems. And the bigger the problems are, the more substantial the solution.
I've been saying this for years, and I totally believe that because of the characteristics of Palestinian society, that for me it's obvious that the economy of the future here should be a knowledge-based, technology-focused economy. You know, there's a 99% literacy rate, high percentages of people who speak foreign languages, the fact that people are very tech-savvy and capable. And so we've been steadily working at that, you know, since 2007. Mercy Corps is a global relief and development organization that works in about 40 countries around the world, helping out in the post-crisis response area and helps to transition things toward development. We've been here since the mid-1980s and in Gaza since about 2006. In both places, they have a lot of challenges, but you know, the most obvious ones are political. You know, in the West Bank, you tend to have constant friction and often clashes inside of the West Bank between cities. Whereas in Gaza, it's a totally closed economy. There is the threat of war. Every 2 years or so, we tend to have a large-scale conflict between the Israelis and the factions inside of Gaza. You know, there is that, but you can be in Gaza City and you feel at times like you're in any other place, any other city in the world. Young people in Gaza are hungry for opportunities. They're hungry to have some possibility for creating a better future for themselves. And yeah, Gaza is amongst the most innovative that I've seen. You know, when the fuel shortages start, they start running their cars on cooking oil, right? So, I mean, they're innovating to survive. I think because of the closure, because of the repeated shocks of conflict, because they've been disconnected from the world for the last 10 years, and because of certain structural issues in the education system, they're several years disconnected from what's happening at the cutting edge of technology. Beyond that, it's things like, you know, electricity shortages are a major challenge in Gaza. Internet is surprisingly not one of the challenges. You sit on top of a high-speed internet line, and so all of the people inside of our community, you know, are able to access internet consistently. So Gaza Sky Geeks is an initiative that we started back in 2011 together with Google. We did lots of events, hackathons, startup weekends to really generate buzz and energy around the idea of creating opportunities for yourself. We saw that technology would create this window to the world around them and create opportunities for income and for a more sustainable future for themselves.
What has been done with Gaza Sky Geeks is nothing short of defying that possible. They will challenge the limits of what entrepreneurship can do in some of the toughest places in the world.
I think they want to prove that they can succeed, and they want to prove that they have the rights to be part of this global world. So they know now what this technology gave them the ability to bypass all the siege and all the barriers from the Israeli side.
You know, the vast majority of the people in Gaza, which is a tiny territory, most people have never left it and have no prospect ever of doing so. So you can imagine when you can visit websites or engage on social media and something held in the palm of your hand, that's a massive change. At the same time as it's become more possible for people to talk to each other virtually, it's become actually more difficult for them to have day-to-day contact. One thing the Palestinians will accuse other Palestinians of sometimes is talking about normalization.
Normalization is making the relation between the Palestinian and the Israeli as normal. So as there is no conflict, there's nothing you can do business, you can deal with, you can go with, you can shop with. This is not accepted. There is a conflict with the Israelis. We are not dealing with them. We are not doing business with them. But if you are living in the same city, what are other opportunities do you have?
This is the area where you can say east and west mix. This is the imaginary boundary. On the right are the Arab neighborhoods, let's say, and on the left is the Israeli neighborhoods. If you look at the buildings, look at the streets here, you can see a huge difference. We and the Israelis pay the same municipal taxes, we do pay the same taxes on work, everything. We receive the same benefits in terms of health, but not in municipal services. The situation is getting better. Great efforts are being achieved from the current Jerusalem municipality, but it's not enough. It's complicated beyond description. Residents of East Jerusalem should receive the Guinness World Book of Records of surviving. And now we've arrived at our destination. Let's jump.
The community in East Jerusalem, they are Palestinians, and they are staying in Jerusalem as residents and not citizens. We don't have an Israeli passport. We are living with travel document. And at the same time, we have a kind of Jordanian passport, where the nationality at that passport is none. So you are not a Palestinian, you are not an Israeli, and you are not a Jordanian. So this is why Palestinian community in East Jerusalem fell between the cracks. You can't get support from the Palestinian government because they can't support you, and the Israelis, they can't support you because you are not an Israeli resident.
Like a Palestinian trying to contact an Israeli company or Israeli venture capitalist, you get asked a question, and it was asked to me, did you serve in the Israeli army? Like, come on, seriously, is that a question you ask a Palestinian? So the answer was no, and they said, sorry, we can't fund you. We went also to Ramallah, tried with VCs in Ramallah, which is the West Bank in Palestine, and we got the same nice answer every time. You're not a Palestinian resident. How can we help you? How can we support you?
So along the years, there was pressure on this community in Jerusalem. And yes, all the talented, all the capable, all the investors, all the professionals, they are not here anymore. They just left the city. We as a Palestinian living in East Jerusalem, I can't be as a part of the startup nation. I want to be, but I'm not of that nation. I'm not part of that nation. So my idea was, if we can have a second edition to be a startup region, by that, the whole nation and all other parties like Palestine, we can all start now working together to boost and to develop the region. Today for them, just is the home. So if you want any kind of support, he will go to his home and will ask for the service, and there is someone who will try to do his best to help him. Giving them the capacity building opportunity and the training and the professional trainers to be part of an ecosystem and giving them the network. So he can go and join an activity in the western part of the city. And they will ask him, from where you are? I'm coming from Just. So he said, no, I have an identity to go and to join and to succeed.
Only 17% of women in East Jerusalem are participating in the workforce. I was very frustrated. All my colleagues, they don't work. So I started the idea of my Pink Electronics to train women on certain skills that will allow them to work from home. Even men did not succeed in this city to take their chance. From Just, I had now a mentor who's mentoring my business and helping me to grow. And this will help them in their own businesses too.
Today we can feel that the community is more connected. They are looking at the Israeli market, how they can succeed in the Israeli market, how they can integrate in the Israeli market, and how they can export their capabilities to the Israeli market.
Israel is known as the startup nation. It's not because of the army or because they're smarter or anything. I think in my mind because there is like a huge ecosystem of encouragement. They have so many accelerators in the west side. We don't have an accelerator. We have an incubator, one just, and that's it. Unless we show some success stories, then things will change. But you cannot show success unless you have an ecosystem, and you cannot have an ecosystem unless you have success. So that's the deal.
The idea of whether you can actually kind of plan an ecosystem is something that many countries in the world are grappling with. There's a fundamental kind of contradiction because government operates top down and startup ecosystems come from the ground up. They're organic.
I think we've gone through enough iterations of the critical path of how ecosystems are built. Where is the fine line and balance between planning an ecosystem from a government perspective and then trying to quote unquote own it? Ben Gurion said that the ultimate test of the Zionist movement will be in the Negev. And so the country is now trying to face up to that challenge. We're taking a lot of best practices from the last 30 years, starting from 1985, and trying to leverage them in Beersheba and in the Negev.
One of the strengths that we have as a nation is the fact that the military is very central to everything that we do. And so if you take that organization and put it in this other place, that will push everything from beyond the probably 10-kilometer radius that has about 80% of the startups in Israel right now, which doesn't make sense from a national point of view. The plan is to leverage the fact that top-down, there's things that we can do like health and education and housing. If you put all that together, you'll get a new excellence innovation center around Beersheba, which is essential to Israeli livelihood.
Increasingly, the Israeli government is trying to trickle this startup nation effect into other cities, but it's very difficult. Most Israelis who work in high tech and in the startup world prefer to be in Tel Aviv and its environs.
What's interesting is this need to build a place from an idea that's very related to startups and entrepreneurship. For the first 40 years of our history, we weren't startup nation. Our big pride was we grew our oranges, we made the desert bloom. And there was a lot of innovation in that, but it wasn't high tech, it wasn't what we think of as startup nation. The ethos of the country was very much socialist, and they were trying to manage this whole thing from the top down in a way that was totally impossible in a modern economy. People say, well, the Russians were communist, that wasn't real communism. So the real communism in a way was the kibbutz. So the kibbutz is basically a radical social experiment. They were primarily agricultural. Only later they started getting involved in Startup Nation.
This kibbutz was one of the 3 settlements in the south of Israel. This is a shared community. We act like a cooperative. So we don't own anything. All the cars are for the kibbutz members, and when we need a car, we just come and we take a car. Basically, that's how things run here. You have an apartment, and you have free education for your kids, and health and care, everything you need, basically. We'll stop here for a second. We need to remind ourselves all the time that we're in the middle of the desert. We are very far from the city. I lived in New York, I lived in Tel Aviv for many years. I've been in advertising companies, and I had a startup, and I understand the pressure, and I understand all the bullshit that you need to deal with in the city. It's all around you. So you deal with that, and you deal with that, and you go to that, and you're in this chaos, and you take out money, and at the end, you don't take out your product. You don't do what you have to do. So coming here and setting up my business here, I realized that we have a big advantage being apart from all what I call the bullshit. The idea of the hatchery, one of the main points of the hatchery, is to get entrepreneurs isolated a bit, to get them away from the city, away from temptations that the city holds, get them in an isolated environment where they can really, really concentrate on what's important.
Hey, startup maker, if you're still in college or just graduated and got an idea that you think will conquer the galaxy, that's great. You can join the Madga, a 3-month technological boot camp in Israel. Get rid of distractions and daily concerns. Get expert guidance on all aspects you need and essential skills, even bakery if needed. All you need for your idea to conquer the galaxy.
Getting here, it's not like a regular accelerator. It's not like a course. If you come to the hatchery, you move here and you live here and you stay here. You don't go to traffic, you don't stand, you don't waste time. So if you need a mentor, he comes here. What I'm selling is peace of mind. If you know that you have breakfast, lunch, dinner, you have laundry, you have a house, you don't need to pay bills, my mind is not distracted. For a startup, it's worth more than money.
Part of the miracle of the Israeli tech scene throughout the years is even more impressive when you understand how small of a group it is. Israel ultimately is about 8 million people these days, out of which almost 1 million people is above the age of 65. The population here under the age of 22, 23 is also pretty big, around 2.5 million people, 3 million people. So they don't participate in the workforce, they don't participate in the creative class, as you would call it. And so you end up with working class, if you would, of about 4.5 or 5 million people, out of which the participation rate is around 60%. A very small part of that is actively engaged in high-tech and science. What do we need to do for this to scale?
Initially in the book, one of our big questions was, is Startup Nation sustainable? Is it here for good? I think that the big challenge going forward is a growth challenge. This is a Jewish country, but say 80% Jewish, 20% Arab. And they're basically two big minorities that are less connected to Startup Nation. Arab Israelis don't serve in the military generally, and the ultra-religious Jews, they kind of opt out. They believe they should be studying and not take time off. Going forward, it's critical to bring in these minorities and not have them left out just because they're not serving in the military.
The Israeli high-tech today lacks over 6,000 engineers, and it is consensus today that the main human capital resource to bridge this gap is the Arab community and the ultra-Orthodox Jews.
Since this country established, we are citizens of Israel and have an equal rights here in Israel. But the Arab community don't involve into the Israeli military. So we don't have the culture of the technology industry in the Arab community.
The infrastructure in the Arab cities and villages is like 20, 30 years behind the Jewish cities. Arab family earns half as much as Jewish family earns. 68% of Arab kids in Israel live under poverty line. And out of 120,000 engineers working in high-tech in Israel, only 4,000 are Arabs.
In 2007, I met Smandar Nehab and Yossi Kotin. We are 3 founders, and we built the Tzufin organization. The idea of Tzufin was we should build shared society between the Jewish and the Arab through technology.
In terms of our objective, we are sitting about integrating 10,000 Arab engineers by the year 2025 and having 4 high-tech centers in Arab cities. Today we are located in Nazareth. There we have an accelerator for startups, and today employ over 900 engineers. More than 100 of them are Jews that are coming every day to work in Nazareth. For a non-Israeli, this may sound very normal, but here this is a real revolution. If we can bring it together, I think that's the next high-tech boom.
I grew up here in Bnei Brak, Haredi, ultra-Orthodox education system.
all girls, no SATs or any exam that would allow you to go into higher education. We have a very unique way of life. There are a lot of guidelines, a lot of ways of things that we do. Keeping the Shabbat from Friday night to Saturday night. You don't use electricity. Very often in the last few decades, it will be the men will keep on going to learn, and then the women will take care of the income and actually working. I started writing for magazines in Israel. One publisher told me, I don't believe that if you believe in God, you can be an intelligent human being. So being an entrepreneur in Haredi and a woman and a mom is, I guess it's challenging. So this is my home office. This is actually a prototype we did for MetLife, which was really cool. So we really try to help companies provide mentoring and advice on demand from employees from all levels and all backgrounds inside the company. So we just create internal apps for them that help them get the most relevant people, specifically relevant to your issue. You can go into it, you can ask a question or just write about the situation you'd like advice with and get some really good advice from them. Kamatech is an amazing organization started by Moshe Friedman. Kamatech is integrating Haredim inside established high-tech companies like Google and Microsoft. We, for example, we sit inside Microsoft Ventures, so I can actually go to someone who works in sales in Microsoft or in development if I have a problem, and really get a lot of advice and help from them. It's so successful, they're going to take it and actually apply it to Arab startups now, and afterwards to startups in Israel in general. I do think like integration is the key, but I've been told for years now, oh, if only all Haredim would have been like you. And I'm sure that's the case for people of color and for Arabs and for like maybe people of the gay community. But you know, if you've known like my whole family and my whole community, you probably think, yeah, all Haredim are like that. In my dream, and I'm sure in Kamatech's dream even more, I see like an integrated society, but sort of like an immigration. It takes like a generation or something like that.
Immigrants are always the best entrepreneurs. They can gain a lot from becoming entrepreneur and can lose little because they don't have usually anything or much. In any case, and this country is crucible of immigrants for the last 120 years. And the interesting thing is our two current immigration sources are from within us. These are the ultra-Orthodox and the Arab Israelis. They are immigrating, you know, from their way of life into the high-tech and introduce a lot of good and fresh power into this pool.
At the end of the day, we're a very small country. Even if we bring in minority groups, we're still a small country. So I think the critical thing we need to do is connect more with ecosystems around the world.
Israel, it's so small that it should be a global player. So be part of the big decisions, be part of where the flow of brains and data and finances goes. You know, year on year in double digits in terms of trades and investment. A big player in the Israeli venture capital domain today is Chinese private investors and institutionals. To an interesting degree, the Chinese and the Israelis with the Jewish culture have a lot of things in common in terms of the fact that they're at the same time ancient people who are interested in making contribution to the world.
So this is Sibo's R&D kingdom. This is where we have software engineers and hardware engineers, firmware engineers and QA, and this is where the magic happens. Making a smart product is a complicated and painful process. We decided that we are going to build a platform that will make it easy for every company to make their product smart. 15 years ago, it was difficult to develop a website. Today, it's much easier. If you take someone and will put them in front of Wix, they will get an amazing website within an hour. Today, it's difficult to develop IoT products. Soon, it will be much easier. You will be able to make a smart ceiling fan or a smart mattress or a smart baby walker or a smart dog collar. want to measure the heartbeat of the dog, we want to measure the location of the dog, the motion of the dog, and the temperature of the dog. So SIBO so far found for me 36 different solutions. So I can use the left-hand filters just to say, guys, I don't want it to cost more than $12 to order a prototype. Using the system, we are giving you the ability to bring the product to a stage that is ready for production. The quantity that we will produce, it all depends on you. We are at the moment 50 employees. We have 3 centers around the world. The R&D center is here in Tel Aviv. We have the sales and marketing office in San Francisco. And we have the supply chain office in Shenzhen.
In the last few years, many Israeli startups are really starting to shift their focus from the US to China. And they're getting much better at knowing and understanding the Chinese investment culture and also what Chinese consumers are looking for.
The US and China is almost opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of individualistic versus collectivist. And Israel's sort of in the middle. And the kibbutz was obviously the epitome of the collectivist mentality. So it's an interesting kind of hybrid. It's as if China's discovered Israel. And at the same time, you have this kind of political fight with Israel. The disinvestment movement globally, it basically hasn't had much impact because of investment from Chinese funds and Israeli funds. And it seems to be going in the direction of innovating here. China translated the book first, and later on the European countries with less sense of urgency. So you could kind of see where the biggest hunger for innovation was. They see something successful and they want to learn from it. I think actually preferable to the Western tendency to almost feel negative about success sometimes. This is just kind of at the beginning. We should be building actually startups together. We should be co-founding companies that are designed to solve Chinese problems.
Engineering is obviously the center of manufacturing. So SIBO won't be completely an Israeli company. I believe that the R&D will stay here forever, but the sales will obviously be in China and in the US, and the supply chain will be obviously in China. We are here to build a huge company. We are here to build the largest IoT development platform in the world.
There was the frustration for a while that all this amazing startup nation and brand wasn't actually creating a lot of value for the average Israeli because many of these startups were being sold at a very early stage. But I think that's changing. And just since 2013, you already have 15 Israeli companies that reached the $1 billion valuation.
Statistic-wise, you see how few unicorns there are. So the risk to try to aspire to be unicorn is very, very high. You increase your risk, like climbing a higher mountain is more difficult than to climb a hill. Probably the reward also is higher, but the risk is much higher. The things which are very good in startups, that everybody has an opinion, everybody is committed, everybody make decisions, everybody run on his own way. This is good when you have small groups. When you have big groups, you have to give marching orders. This is not the kind of culture that you can have.
The same things that make us great at startups tend to make us bad at big companies. The innovation process is one of experimenting, of trying and failing, taking risks and being able to move quickly. The scaling process is one of sales, marketing, management, and the people who are good at one aren't necessarily good at the other.
I think where the world is going, billion-dollar companies are not what they used to be. So should there be scale at the billion? Yes, there should be. That's a good indicator that we've matured. Some of our ecosystem has matured, but is that a single indicator of whether Israel made a transition into scale-up nation? And is scale-up nation, by definition, a desirable effect? I don't think so. Ultimately, this country doesn't have the privilege of making, radical mistakes. As we grow, is this thing that at any given moment there's a silver bullet here. If you don't do things right, the whole thing can collapse. America can make mistakes. UK can make mistakes. Big countries with legacy, with a lot of people, with natural resources, they can make mistakes. For Israel, for Israelis, mistakes at a greater scale can have very, very bad consequences, and there might not be a way back on quite a number of dimensions here.
being in Israel is kind of a genetic disorder. You always want to come back. This is the only country in the world where there is war. Usually when there is war, you see people running away from the country. You see caravans of refugees going with all their things. In Israel, when there is war, you go to JFK, and you see in front of the counter of El Al, people are sleeping on the floor waiting for their flight to fly back home.
I'm here every day to remind people that they have the power to change their reality. They're telling us that Israel is an empire of technology because we are in constant state of war. War means profit, because when you're in a state of war, you can always develop new weapons because you have where to test it. I think you can understand from this that my views about the occupation are that I'm not exactly for it.
It's true that in the last few years we see an increasing number of Israelis opening companies overseas. I think being sick of the political situation is the major reason. People usually don't say it, because it doesn't sound good.
I refuse to accept that this is our reality and forever will be that way. Talk to people, everyone's certain the whole place is going to die or to collapse tomorrow. A lot of Israelis who live abroad are relieved for a few years. They just, the main feeling they have is, I don't have to worry about making this place work. This place works. It's Silicon Valley. It will work with me or without me. And for a few years, that's great. A few years later, they're like, shit, I'm such a small cog, right? I don't make a difference. I need to go back. In Israel, I make a difference. To an extent, we have this privilege that things don't work very well here, because then it's always easy to challenge the status quo. It's not like it's a well-functioning country that you sit around and say, hey, you know what? We're done.
I'm a Palestinian. I grew up here. I was born and raised here. I know what occupation, and I know that occupation is nothing less than evil. And in 2016, to be occupied by a Western democratic nation is a black mark, not for us, but rather for the nation that occupies us. This project is part of the state building. I'm a strong believer that the occupation will end and we will have our independent, free Palestine. And the question in our mind always is, what shape of a nation we will have? This is part of building the nation. Only a small part, but it's an important part. The pillars of an important nation is a strong governance, good human and civil rights, and excellent economy. And this project is about an excellent economy and about upgrading the standards of living. I am a strong believer that a Palestinian state is in the making. We don't have to wait for the end of the occupation to start fixing our lives and improving the economy. We could start earlier. The occupation is going to end. We deserve to live comfortably, so I'm not looking for any type of people. There could be any Palestinian. It's obviously for Palestinians.
Located a half hour from Jerusalem and just 15 minutes from Ramallah is the brand new Palestinian city of Rawabi. It's the first planned city in Palestine. Eventually, it will become home to more than 40,000 residents. In the city center, startups and enterprises are setting up operations. They are ready to rise to meet the challenges of a new and sustainable knowledge economy. The technology sector will be the key pillar of the city's future. Rawabi will be a premier ICT hub. Both local and international high-tech firms will find Rawabi a very attractive prospect for them to base large-scale ICT businesses.
We are catering to young, educated, high-tech community. To accommodate these people, you have to have a smart, technologically advanced city. a technological place is not just by technology, it's also by the ecosystem you create. So these are restaurants on the plaza. So you could just imagine having chairs out here and people just sit down, having coffee, eating. Our target is to get high-tech companies. It has not been easy. We are pushing for international companies to outsource to Palestine, to establish R&D facilities in Palestine, to establish testing in Palestine. A lot of them are afraid. They think that bullets are flying all over the place, but we just had some breakthroughs. There's one great advantage, the proximity of Israel being one of the most advanced nations technologically. All the big companies are in Israel. Google, Apple, SAP, Intel, Cisco, just half an hour to an hour away. And so if we could piggyback on that and create jobs, then we have a great, vibrant city. This could be the Marshall Plan that picks up the economy in the next 10 to 15 years. We just had the elections in the neighborhoods. We have 3 neighborhoods now. So this is also democracy in the making from the grassroots up. In Palestine and many countries like Palestine, when you give people the opportunities, they excel. What I did is open up the door to the hundreds, maybe thousands of innovative Palestinians. Each one of them is experienced enough to build Rawabi too. It's those people who came up with what kind of a stone, whether to do the arches or not to do the arches, where you put the IT companies, where you put the homes. It's exciting now to the residents of the city, which I call them the pioneers of the city. Literally, they are the pioneers. Thanks to the internet, they see the West, they see the East, they see everybody advancing, and they're not advancing. They're demanding better, and I believe this is a good response to their demand.
One of the amazing projects in Palestine, amazing talented entrepreneur, Mr. Bashar Masri. I love the whole idea. Just being there, you will feel that you can see the future of Palestine starting from Rome.
I think it's great, I think, anything which is with Palestinians are doing for economic development, I think it's very important, because terror and hatred are growing on misery and feeling of unfairness, etc. So the more you close the gap, the better it is. But nothing will replace, I think, a political pact between the two countries, to end this conflict and to let the Palestinians create their own state. And anybody who thinks that economic development can replace the aspiration of the Palestinian people to control their own destiny is hallucinating.
One of the biggest problems we have here is the Israeli settlements. They are ideological settlers that come here believing that this land is theirs. God gave it to them. We should not exist here. And when we started the project early on, they tried to destroy what we're doing. Over time, as they saw Rawabi is in Israeli news, they tried to be accommodating and said, hey, let's do things together. We told them, no, we will deal with Israelis and Israel proper. We will not deal with radical ideological settlers at all. In my personal opinion, they are the biggest obstacle to peace. The more radical, the more organized you are. But the average ordinary Israeli is not radical. The average ordinary Israeli also want to live and would probably prefer to see a prosperous Palestinian state next to them.
The notion that we have to make it work because no one else would make it work was not adopted in the Middle East at large in the last 6 to 7 years, and it is getting there now. People demand accountability. People like Saad and I say, I want to make it work. Why not? I'm not going to wait for the political leadership. I'm not going to wait for this or that. I'm just not going to wait. I'm going to make it work. To me, I think that's fantastic.
Politicians, take them away, and everything will be solved. Even keep the politics for the people in the street, and everything will be solved. All the conflicts are about the political. Who have the case, the Palestinians or the Israelis, with all the globalization in this world. Now it's time just to join the forces together, to start working together, and to make
your life, your family life, your kids' life, and other lives, and how you are going to change the world.
I think the big thing we need to do that actually isn't being addressed enough now is to open our doors. I want to walk into Israeli startups and not just see Israelis.
In tech, in startups, Haredim and Arabs collaborate all the time because we're facing a lot of the same challenges. So I hope we manage to both, do amazing things in high tech and then still maintain our personality and our values.
Entrepreneurs are very pragmatic creatures. Between Israelis and Palestinians, I don't think it's any different. But I do believe that the political reality ultimately will limit those kinds of interactions and can go only so far.
You'd like to see much more mutual understanding growing between two sides. You need real tangible political movements toward a solution. Then you also need Palestinians and Israelis to not only meet each other at checkpoints.
I think if we take the political sensitivity aside, they are not even cousins. As the history said, they are two brothers. You can see how they are connected. They have same common behaviors on happiness, on sadness, on winning, on losing, on everything. Even the language, the common words between the languages, they are that connected.
I think a lot of people doubt what we're doing. The diamonds are built under pressure. So one of these companies is going to make it big and we'll have an exit, and that will change our ecosystem for the better.
The technology advancements and the access that people have, I think that's encouraging everyone to take advantage of it and do something. And there's no reason why us living in the West Bank, even with the occupation, we can't take advantage of it.
President Paris used to say that wisdom doesn't have a passport. It's a global trait. But in this day and age of science, of being able to digitally transfer insights and intelligence and value, it transcends a lot of the political realities. But we are in an interim period. We're transitioning from a world of borders that was based on tens of thousands of years of agriculture. There is no global government yet. Hopefully, the positive attitude of the tech industry will prevail. There are disgruntled people who are getting the short end of that stick. They also enjoy the same trends. I want to create a dirty bomb 5 years from now. That would cost me $200. 10 years ago, it would cost me $200 million. So the same mathematics apply. The era of revolution applies on both ends. And if we don't know how to manage that, and if we don't create mechanisms to guide humanity into leveraging the positive elements of that, we're headed for a bumpy ride.
And we're live. Mr. West.
Mr. Brother.
Pleasure to have you here in person. Doing it on Skype was fun, it was nice, and you are to this day the only podcast I've ever done on Skype.
Really?
Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
But I had to talk to you. If you couldn't get down here, there's got to be a way, so it was nice to be able to do it that way, but much nicer to see you here in person.
Much better to be here in person, and actually what's responsible for me being here in person is that I wouldn't actually come all this huge distance, even to be on your show, unless you paid me lots of money, of course, which I'm not prepared to do. But because I have this conference coming up at the end of the week called CPAC, which I'm surprised you didn't know that, Conference on Precession and Ancient Knowledge, which is the end of this week. For those living in Southern California, you might want to take a look at the
Yeah, tell everybody where's that and what is it about?
It's Rancho Mirage, which is a great name. It means there is no ranch. But Rancho Mirage, which is somewhere near Palm Springs, and it is about exactly what it says, conference on precession and ancient knowledge, and it questions, to begin with, the whole, the whole scenario, the standard scenario about what causes precession, which is supposedly a kind of a wobble of the earth caused by nobody knows exactly what. And the counter theory is that it isn't that, it's that there is a dwarf star of some sort orbiting the sun, upsetting the balance of the celestial mechanical balance of it. And that makes a difference. You say, well, what's the difference one way or another? There's precession. It does make a difference actually in the big picture, because it means that our solar system basically conforms with all of the other solar systems, which mostly are dual in nature. Sirius, for example, has a dwarf star that circles around it, Sirius B, that's responsible for all sorts of measurable phenomena. So it starts off from there, but then the ancient knowledge comes in, because precession, this is a big mystery. Precession seems to be a factor of virtually every ancient society, be it sophisticated, a la China and India, South America, Mesoamerica, or so-called primitive, a word I hate to use. It simply means unintellectualized, or not expressed in coherent Western philosophy, for whatever that's worth. But precession is a known fact, discovered actually a long time ago. You'd think by now it would be common knowledge and everybody would teach it in school, which is a sort of a joke.
It's kind of interesting that people don't teach it, right? It is a very bizarre thing that it's so prominent in ancient cultures and ancient society that they literally mapped this out, this 26,000 year cycle, this wobble of the earth, and that we rarely talk about it, ever.
No, because it upsets the notion that there's a knowledge of this going back to ancient times, presupposes that there's a very advanced observational astronomy dating at a time when supposedly people were still living in trees. So this is actually a big deal, though, hence the conference on precession. And the ancient knowledge comes into it because understanding that there is a highly sophisticated scientific understanding that goes back not just to ancient Egypt itself, but far thousands and thousands millennia beyond, upsets what is effectively the reigning religion of today, except it doesn't call itself a religion, it calls itself science, which is based supposedly on reason. It's not. None of those things are true. It's not based on science, and science is not based upon reason. Maybe we'll get time.
Well, some science is, but archaeology in particular is very rigid in its ideas, and a lot of it is based on the professors that have written books and that teach these ideas, and they don't want to let them go. And when new knowledge is discovered that challenges those ideas, they fight it rigorously, even if it's knowledge like the stuff that you exposed with Dr. Robert Schock, which was the water erosion on the Sphinx, which we were talking about before the podcast, which is one of the best pieces of evidence, because the last time there was rainfall, heavy rainfall on the Nile Valley was, what was it, 9,000 BC? Is that what it was?
They debate it. But it's way before the beginning of dynastic Egypt, and then it's a question of how old or when those rains fell. Because interesting bit of thing here that I'm now at liberty to relate publicly. Originally, I wasn't. When I first got shock over to Egypt, which is another two-hour podcast in itself, the history of getting shock interested in this stuff. And when he finally agreed, very hesitantly, very skeptically, to come along because he had to see the evidence for himself, and I scraped together a bit of money to bring him over. And we got into the Sphinx enclosure. I don't think it was, we got in legally. We bribed our way in very early in the morning. Well, in Egypt, everything is possible. And bribed our way in, and we walked into the Sphinx enclosure. Actually, we get that up on the screen. You'll see the level of the water, the extent of the weathering, the water weathering. Chuck looked at it, and everybody else walks into the Sphinx enclosure and has this shock of recognition in the presence of this fabulous work of sacred sculpture, in fact, sacred sculpture. And look, the shock is a no, that's not it. Should go way back, right to the beginning, first slides. And shock, everybody else sees the Sphinx as a work of art. Shock sees the rocks. He's a geologist. And he back like this. And he said, wow, these rocks look like they're hundreds of thousands of years old. And he said, don't quote me on that. Because that's, of course, absolute heresy that the most spectacular sculpture on earth should be tens of thousands of years. Actually, even the 4,500 years that it's associated with do not conform with anybody's idea of how civilization developed. This goes back to of why the academic, I call it the quackademic establishment, is so passionately defends the old paradigm the way that it does, because the reigning paradigm, the reigning religion today, which is not acknowledged as religion, is that this is the church of progress, and its credo, just like the virgin birth, is the credo of early Christianity, present day Christianity, not that they know what they're talking about. Right? The credo of the Church of Progress is, we are the most sophisticated human beings that have ever lived on the face of the planet with our hydrogen bombs and our nerve gas and our striped toothpaste and our Disney lands. We're the best that ever was. And secondly, that progress, as it's called, goes in a straight line from primitive cavemen up to ourselves. And when it becomes self-evident that in very, very ancient times, they had knowledge of precession, which is an incredible thing to, it's almost unimaginable that it happens through careful observation, because the sun, I don't know if all of the audience will know what this is, maybe it's worth talking about. The sun, if you look at the spring equinox now, it's the sun is rising against the last may even be in the early stages of Aquarius. And gradually the sun precesses us, to say it goes backwards around the zodiac in a cycle that takes 25,000, canonically 25,920 years to make a complete circle. What this means is that it actually takes 72 years, precisely, for the sun to precess 1 degree. So this is nothing. Who's going to be sitting there for 72 years watching the track of the sun in a cycle that takes 26,000 years to go around?
And observe that there's a discrepancy enough to write it down, pass that information down.
And then why should they care? It's somehow or another deeply connected with the civilization of that time and with our civilization. And when you look at the numbers involved, this is another hours conversation, actually.
Right.
The 72 and the 73 are significant numbers in practically all of the developed numerologically based societies. So in Egypt, Set, who's the bad guy, probably Satan is derived from Set. He's the bad guy, but he's also a great god. That is to say, the gods are not gods in any superstition fashion. They represent the embodiments of cosmic principle. So, excuse me, Set is he who fixes spirit and matter. And the whole basis of any esoteric doctrine, including most of the religions that are around even today in their depraved forms, the objective of any esoteric discipline is to free ourselves individually and collectively from our imprisonment in matter. This is the quest for immortality. And so, in some sense or another, that precessional cycle is very important, and the numbers are important. In the myth, which again we don't have time for, but Osiris is the good king. Actually, this is all very carefully expounded, very brilliantly, in fact, in the Hamlet myth, which becomes Shakespeare's Hamlet, and in The Lion King, in Disney's Lion King, the movie especially. It's really pretty brilliant. Anyway, Set is the good king who is beloved by his people, and Set is his wicked brother, his evil brother, who's determined to unseat him and steal his sister wife Isis while he's at it. Anyway, Set sets a trap for Osiris, and it's Set and his 72 followers. So 72 is this number associated with time, and the 72 to 73 is a very significant ratio, actually, which pervades the philosophies of, as I said, all of the esoteric civilizations. So all of this stuff, instead of being the kind of academic, the same guy you were talking about earlier, still thinks the six is written by sand. Ask one of those what ancient myth is about. They say, oh, well, it's just a fabrication written by primitive people who are trying to explain the mysteries of the universe. It's the other way around. Primitive people are the ones with the PhDs. And back then, they not only did they understand these scientific, these astronomical facts, but they orchestrated their whole civilization around those facts. And the deeper you get into this, the more miraculous the extent of ancient knowledge becomes.
And what is the mainstream explanation when they talk about the prevalence of the number 72 and their understanding of the precession of the equinoxes? Do they address it at all? Like, how do they sort of explain how they knew about this 26,000-year cycle?
There's a very quick answer to that, actually, for a change. No, they just don't explain.
They don't.
They just ignore it.
Is it sort of like the Parthenon, the Acropolis? You know, which one? The Acropolis is the building, and the Parthenon's the structure, right? Is that what it is?
No, both are temples, both are buildings.
But what is what's the base? The base is the one that they don't explain, right? They just go, well, we don't really exactly. That's the gigantic, enormous base, the huge stones that the Acropolis is built on, right? Which one is the Acropolis? I always screw those up.
Acropolis is the one on top.
Right. Okay. See, the Parthenon is what they're built on. This the base structure, or whatever it is, the bottom area.
I don't know. Actually, I've never really looked that deeply into it, other than that there's a friend of mine who's worked with the proportions and the sophisticated proportions of the Parthenon, and it shows actually that it's as minutely orchestrated as anything in Egypt, even though it's much later than Egypt.
Much later than Egypt, but no one knows who built it. No one knows why they built it. It's one of those weird ones where it's not really described in the text, and the Acropolis is built upon it. At least that's been explained to me by Greek historians, by people who understand Greek history. They just really don't understand where it came from.
Well, I believe that's true, except that I think it's pretty certain that it's not of Egyptian age, although if you're talking about gigantic paving stones at the bottom of it, I said I don't know.
Yeah.
But whenever you see those gigantic stones, that's a pretty good indication of an earlier period of construction, as at Baalbek. They have these monolithic 1,200-ton blocks that they think the Romans put in.
And that's in Lebanon, right?
That's Lebanon, yeah. So there's a ton of this kind of indirect evidence, and when you put it all together, there's enough of a picture there so that it overthrows the basis. As I said, what's important about it is, in one sense, who cares? In another sense, it overthrows the supposed scientific basis of the church of progress, that we're the most sophisticated people that ever were, and we can do whatever we please with this once glorious planet of ours without worrying about it, because we're the best and everyone before us was primitive.
Well, there's a lot of new evidence now since you started your work, particularly all that nuclear glass that they're finding that corresponds with meteor impacts throughout Europe and Asia, and that's somewhere around the end of the Ice Age, really in the same sort of time period when they do core samples, and they find this nuclear glass. It's all around 10,000 plus years ago. That kind of stuff really starts to indicate that we're looking at possibly an event that might have shaped human history, or a reset of a large percentage of the people on this planet, where civilization in many areas was all but wiped out, and then they had to rebuild again.
Yeah, this is, I mean, actually this is coming to the fore now. There's a lot of evidence for these, I think, the tektite satellites, they're called. Shock thinks that they are the result of a gigantic CME, coronal mass ejection, giant solar flares. There's a lot of evidence for this. Actually, we get into talking about it here. I will at CPAC for sure. A shock will be at CPAC. Anyway, it's unlikely that it's actually a nuclear blast. It would be inconceivable, well, at least by our standards. A man-made nuclear blast, although when you go into the Hindu texts, and I think it's the Upanishads where they describe what sounds like, I mean, it's described as a battle of the gods, but for all the world, it does sound like a nuclear conflagration. I mean, a human-made nuclear conflagration. I don't think anybody knows enough to say what it is. Other than that story is in there. Right. And in fact, because I'm a writer by trade, I'm very interested in the way that language is used. And so myth is one of the principal misleading words that you look in the dictionary. The first meaning that it gives to myth is a lie. You were talking about the myth, the Mythbusters goes. That myth is a lie, but the ancients didn't see myth as a lie. What myth actually is, when you get into it very deeply, is the interplay of cosmic principles described as drama rather than mathematics. But once you get a good look at this, is an extraordinary but opaque book called Hamlet's Mill by Giorgio de Santillana and Hertha von Decken, who were historians of science at MIT, which is about as respectable as credentials can be. So as soon as myth is understood as having both a rigorous scientific as well as philosophical and spiritual base, the whole understanding of myth turns around, and you see, for example, in Hamlet, in Shakespeare's Hamlet, which is based upon a Danish folktale, which then becomes, quite brilliantly actually, The Lion King. In the Disney film, you see how the myth, in other words, you could decode the Osiris-Isis Horus myth as pure science, and I call it a spiritual or a sacred science, and at the same time, it's a ripping good story when you put it that way as story, because then everybody can understand it, even if they don't understand it, or even if they can't articulate what they've understood. The power of the story soaks through. So the myth is actually, the more you know about it, in my case it's not that much, but it's better than nothing. The more you know about it, the more amazing mythology becomes, that they should have been able to put together these complex, hierarchical, esoteric concepts objects in a way that resonates as a story. Otherwise, insofar as, I mean, our own cosmology is next to impossible to understand unless you're a cosmologist and schooled in the abstract mathematics that make the thing work. I mean, mathematics is absolutely beyond me, but some of my astrophysicist friends can explain it to me in such a way that I understand. But it still doesn't have any emotional impact.
So essentially what you're saying is that they didn't have this sort of scientific discipline that we have today. They didn't understand a lot of the things that we know today as far as the way academics or scientists relay information about space or about cosmology. So what they did is they combined theater and story with the actual facts that they knew. So that was the way they would relay this stuff, and that's the way that stuff would be passed on, that information would be passed on through these stories. But in those stories was an actual history of the world itself, as far as they knew.
Through that and through symbolism. And this is an infinitely superior way of communicating knowledge, because you don't have to be an expert. It soaks into your bones in such a way that it directs personally and collectively people's behaviors. It's my firm conviction that this is why Egypt lasted as a coherent civilization, even in its dynastic form, for 3,500 years. And our lunatic society is coming apart at the seams in front of our eye. This is 300 years.
I wanted to talk to you about the written history of Egypt and the hieroglyphic history of the pharaohs. Because I remember, I think it was from Magical Egypt 1, you were talking about the historical record, like what they have written down in the hieroglyphs about the pharaohs, that it goes back far beyond what we think of as the birth of Egypt. You know, with the construction of the Great Pyramid, I believe they put it, modern academics put it at 2,500 BC, correct?
Yes.
And you believe that it's possible that Egypt existed as far back as, I think you said 34,000 years?
Well, that's their own, that's the Egyptians' account, not mine.
Right, of course.
As expressed in a stone tablet called the Palermo stone, because it's now in Palermo, Italy, and in a very fragmentary papyrus called the Turin papyrus, which is now in Turin. And both of these documents, one is a stone stela and the other is a papyrus, tell or recount long periods when Egypt was ruled first by the Netcheru, which means the gods themselves, which I take to mean fully realized divine human beings. In other words, human beings that have attained, that have passed the test of the quest for immortality, who are in effect, they've outsmarted death, or they've outdeveloped death.
Why do you believe this?
Because their works speak for themselves, as it were, and the level of the, now we're going back even to dynastic Egypt, because the temples themselves and the level of art involved, particularly in the sculpture, is such that standard, I say genius is rare enough, but standard human genius doesn't seem to apply to these incredible constructions, and the academics simply dismiss it out of hand and as really very talented exponents of a barbaric and primitive understanding of the cosmos. I, leading my trips there, which I do, as you know, a few times a year. Next one coming up, by the way, anybody listening in?
How can people go on one of those trips with you?
Oh, it's very easy. You pay.
Okay. Where do they find you though?
On my website,
JohnAnthonyWest.com.
Yeah, on the website or on my email, jawspinks@aol.com.
Oh, you messed up. You gave out your email. That's a disaster.
Is it?
My people, horrible people. I'm gonna send you naked pictures for sure.
Oh, not of themselves, I hope, but
I'm familiar with the term dick pic.
I am now.
Yeah, there you go. So your thoughts are that these people that lived 34,000 years ago were incredibly advanced,
Yes.
like much further advanced than we are today.
It doesn't take much, but when you understand what's involved.
But yeah, I know what you're saying, but I mean, we're pretty damn advanced compared to people a few hundred years ago. Correct?
In certain ways we are, but we still can't. We couldn't and wouldn't build the Cathedral of Chartres.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody alive, to the best of my knowledge, who could produce a building that is based upon sacred principles that even comes close to.
You mean sacred geometry?
And sacred, even that. I mean, a few people really know quite a bit about this, but they couldn't design Chartres. That's 12th century.
What was it about Egypt in that time in particular that, in your opinion, I mean, obviously there's a lot of speculation going on here because there's so little evidence from 34,000 years ago, but what is it about that area that you think developed people at such an incredibly high level? Because unless there's more evidence to be found, there doesn't seem to be any parallels anywhere else in the world like that one spot.
Actually, there's a fairly simple explanation for that, for a change. And most of the stuff is so complicated, but just to go back a bit to the rule by the Necheru, the gods themselves, and the names of those rulers are given and the length of time that they reigned. And then there's another group of
the line of time is incredible, right?
Well, this is where we're getting the 34,000, 36,000 BC from.
Yeah.
Because you add the times up. The Turin Papyrus has a similar thing of the reign, rule of the Necheru, and the rule by it's called the Shemsuhor, the followers of the companions of Horus. And again, the names are given and the regnal years, and when you add those all up together, you get around 36,000 BC.
But I'm sorry to interrupt you, but weren't some of the pharaohs, didn't they live hundreds of years?
There's no evidence for that.
Well, wasn't it written that they did?
I'm not sure what those dates are actually. I've not actually deeply researched them. I get those figures from Schwaller de Lubix, the great genius with the unpronounceable name, who put together the whole interpretation of symbolist Egypt, from which my work is derived. I regard myself as Schwaller's Boswell, making his basically impenetrable work
accessible
to
dummies like me.
smart guys like you, not dummies like politicians and academics, no.
So, but when you're talking about 34,000 years, I mean, the average person today lives to be about 80 years. You're talking about an incredible number of pharaohs then.
Yeah, you are.
But and so all that is depicted?
Apparently, the names are given. I get that from Schwaller, from the one long chapter he wrote called the chronology, chorography, he calls it, another word for it, but the chronology of Egypt, where he's looking to back up from a scholarly point of view, from a scholarly argument, that the Egyptians knew what they were talking about when they were assigning these long reigns, that these are not fictitious. This is not made up history in order to, fool the people who couldn't read the hieroglyphs anyway. Only the scribes could read the hieroglyphs. So Schwaller wrote this very long and thoughtful and scholarly chapter, and then at the very end of it, this throwaway line, and there's of course the Great Sphinx of Giza has been weathered, shows unmistakable signs of aquatic erosion. That was my little epiphany, because I picked up on that and said, wow, the rest of this isn't science, but that's geology. The geologist can be, will agree that this cannot have taken place since 2,500 years, 2,500 BC, when the Sphinx is supposedly built. This will upset the whole paradigm. All of civilization will have to be, our view of civilization will have to be rethought. That's began this long, now 4-decade-long quest to find somebody to back it up. And we're now, my sense of it is, closing in on beating down the opposition. And this will be another thing, actually, in fact, probably be talking about. That's CPAC, but probably with, a little bit more politely than I feel it necessary to do about here, but here with you. And that is riffing on a line that probably everybody who tunes into this is familiar with. Victor Hugo, the French poet, novelist, dramatist of the 19th century. Actually, France's most popular poet of the 19th century was Victor Hugo. And it was Victor Hugo who wrote the famous line, "There's one thing stronger than all the armies in the world, and that is an idea whose time has come." You know that line, right?
Yeah.
Everybody knows that line. But what Victor Hugo didn't think of, or if he did, he didn't express it, was that the second strongest thing in the world is an idea whose time is not yet gone. And since it is a matter of record that all of the armies in the world, be they military, economic, financial, cultural, agricultural, even wherever there's a paradigm, there's an army devoted to protecting that paradigm. And this is where we stand now, that the idea whose time has come only comes when the second strongest, the armies of the second strongest thing in the world are beaten down, are beaten into the ground, and somebody breaches the portcullis to the ivory tower where all of these guys live. And this is of particular interest to me because I am a scholar but a satirist by nature. And really, my whole adult life has been devoted to proving a vision that I had at the age of 13 or so, that I was born into a lunatic asylum. And at the age of about 19, it was a very uncomfortable place to live, where everybody called it progress, and I thought it was crazy. And at that age, about 19 or so, I knew what I wanted to do, which was to be the little boy who said the emperor has no clothes, and to prove to everybody's satisfaction that indeed the emperor has no clothes, and it's a lunatic asylum. The end result, it took me a couple of decades to realize that, it was that in real life what happens is that, no, the people all say, whoa, look, the emperor has no clothes, and everybody lived happily ever after. What happens is that the disgraced emperor goes back to his palace and regroups the empire, and at the end, all of the forces of empire conspire to prove to everyone that the emperor's clothes are real, but it's the child who's imaginary.
We were talking about this before the podcast, and this is a really fascinating aspect of this discussion. Was when I first became aware of your work was that Charlton Heston narrated a documentary about the aging of the Sphinx, the mystery of the Sphinx, which I believe was on NBC. What I thought was shocking was when Dr. Schock was speaking to that Egyptologist who was saying, what evidence is there of a culture that existed 7,000 years before ancient Egypt? There's no evidence. He's like, there is no, and he was laughing. And the way he was doing, there was so much ego involved in what he was saying. I was like, wow, this is not how I would picture an Egyptologist laughing. Well, that got me curious. I started getting into it. Why would anybody think like that? And then I realized, oh, these guys write books and they teach lectures and they teach classes based on this information that they're teaching. And now this information has been shown to be not true anymore. When Dr. Schock was showing this water erosion, he was saying that this was all before the discovery of Göbekli Tepe. And once they discovered Göbekli Tepe, now they know that there is a sophisticated structure capable of massive stone circles that was 12,000 years ago, at least, when it was intentionally buried. So it could have easily been several thousand years old then. We don't know. But we know at least 12,000 years ago, someone was capable of incredible design and incredible stone structures with three-dimensional animals carved into these stone structures, which is very sophisticated. Now, has that guy been talked to since then, and has he amended his position on it?
As far as I know, he hasn't. And I know Lane reasonably well. We're civil to each other. And it won't be long now. I mean, he's one of the generals of the in the army of the idea whose time has not yet gone, and his time is coming up pretty shortly.
Does he address Göbekli Tepe now? I mean, because his whole position was there was no civilization. What evidence is there? Well, now that you have this evidence, what does he say?
I haven't actually spoken to him, and I don't know if anyone has. I see him in Egypt every once in a while. I don't know if anyone has, and I ran into him fairly recently. He just said hello, and I don't think I'd necessarily want to bring it up with him record. I'd rather have them with the cameras on us,
Right.
and just see what happens. But
Right.
otherwise, he's a dead duck.
But it's just so, he seems to be just clinging to this idea because he can. Like, mainstream academia hasn't accepted this predating of the Sphinx, or also the difference in the structures, like the difference in the construction methods that were used. One of the more fascinating things that you sort of highlighted in your Ancient Egypt series, Magical Egypt, which is fantastic, and I highly recommend it to anybody who is even remotely curious of this. You will be sucked in an incredible way. It got to the point my wife was walking by the TV, she's like, Jesus Christ, you watching Egypt again? And I'm like, it's like 6 discs. It goes on forever. 8. So there's a clear distinction between the older methods of construction and the newer methods. They use different methods.
Yeah.
And it's really obvious to someone like me, I don't know anything about it, but you can see the difference. And also, that these older structures were below the newer structures. Like, you had to dig down to get them.
That's right, yeah.
But the fact that they don't address that, the fact that this isn't, it's like they want to lump this all into the same people, is kind of crazy.
It is, but as long as they can get away with it, they will continue to get away with it. As I said, the second strongest thing in the world is the idea whose time is not yet gone. And anybody who doesn't, let's say among myself and my colleagues who are all in this, let's say, the quest to prove, to demonstrate that the advanced civilization existed in the very distant past, which is, in my case, in some other cases, not necessarily, but in mine, it's because that opens the door in and of itself. It doesn't affect the price of eggs, but on a much more profound philosophical level, once it's understood that understanding that civilization goes back way much further leads to the understanding and the acceptance that our role, our destiny as human beings is to achieve immortality. This is as simple as that. Otherwise, it's just a head trip. In other words, if it's not understood that we have a role to play in this grand cosmic scheme, there's no civilization possible.
What do you mean by that? Our goal is to achieve immortality. Do you mean as individuals, or do you mean in what way?
That we arrive at a level of consciousness that is not subject to the death of the physical body. All of religion is based upon that. All of the stories of the saints and the rishis and the masters and so on is based upon, all of it is based upon their experiences that have led them to this understanding. If it's just a head trip, it's no good. It has to be part of your very being. The purpose of sacred art is to, and of sacred music when it works, is to communicate, even if only momentarily and fragmentarily, this understanding that there's something else. And speaking from my own personal experiences, I've never gone through a full-blown mystical experience, but I've had lots of these moments, particularly in Egypt, a long study, and these moments in Egypt where there's this sudden realization that the world as it manifests to our faculties, our normal faculties, is not the only world there's something else beyond that, which was understood a lot better in those days than now. And actually, funnily enough, I forgot to mention this, but I don't know if you know this. I've been spent the last couple of years, some sidetracked from my regular work, working on a book written by a friend of mine, good friend, who was not a writer, so I helped him with the editing and contributed to it. And this is maybe the definitive book on NDEs, you know what those are, right?
Near-death experience.
Near-death experiences. He was a Christian pastor, a rare guy who actually lived what he preached, named David Saltzman. And he had collected all of this material, huge amount of material, that he was trying to systematize, because this is now, it's certainly not a common experience, but there are 5,000 verifiable accounts of people who have been clinically dead and who have been revived, usually through modern methods, because now, one of the reasons why it's now so common, and before it was reserved for the saints, the great saints and the mystics, that modern medicine has improved to such an extent that if you get to these people quickly enough, any number of people who are clinically dead for X number of minutes, you know, not 2 days, but minutes, sometimes more extended period than that, come back with these tales of this realm beyond that of the senses, a realm of higher consciousness. Basically what it is, what they've experienced is grace. In Christian terms, it's grace. It's a moment, and they come back transformed. They come back convinced that everything that they were doing before is either nonsense or unimportant, and they often come back with a mission, even though they don't have the schooling, let's say, they don't understand philosophically or spiritually what they've experienced. They know what they've experienced, and they laugh at the debunkers who are saying it's all hallucination of the brain, dying brain. This is all garbage. What they've experienced, and David put these together in a systematic fashion. And then, as he collected all this material. And I was telling him, he's a good friend, he financed our trip to Göbekli Tepe 5-6 years ago. And he started losing his balance, and he is a Tai Chi guy who knows a lot about balance. Also a bonsai master and a Christian pastor, unusual guy. And he started losing his balance, and it wasn't going away. And the doctors finally figured out what was wrong with him. And he had a glioma, glioblastoma, something, I forget, something. You know what a glioma is? It's a form of brain cancer that is 100% fatal. It's the only thing you have is that you can't determine the timeline. And they gave him something like 10 months to 12 months to live. He actually lived 3 years. And at that point, he had all of this material, and I told him, when he was telling me about it, I said, hey, I should write a book. Look, this is really good stuff. The way you're doing it is not like anybody else has ever done. And he said, no, I'm not a writer, I'm just doing this. And then when he found out the diagnosis, then he had a mission, which was to get the book out. But he wasn't a writer, so he drafted me in to put the words in right. He lasted just long enough to get the book finished and get it published. And it's really, if this went viral, it could make a difference. It's called, he was very good at title, David. It's called The Dead Saints Chronicles, subtitle A Zen journey through the Christian afterlife. And it really is an absolutely extraordinary book. And it becomes quite clear when you go through this that what people have experienced is a state of grace that's not all the same. I mean, some people it's more profound, and some people less so. But all of these people are unprepared for what they've experienced, and all of them come back transformed. And of course, the academics, this is one of the ways they protect themselves. Peer review is one way. And the other is their insistence. Who the hell gave them the right to make the rules from science that apply to science? Or the scientists that makes them the right to make the rules. No, the rules are the rules. And one of their chief element, one of the chief ways in which they protect themselves is to insist that anecdotal evidence, personal experience, doesn't count. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't buy a cookbook by someone who's never fried an egg. So these are guys who've never fried a spiritual egg, and these 5,000 accounts are people who've actually been there to this superior realm and come back to talk about it.
No, but you say you haven't had a mystical experience. You mean a psychedelic experience?
No, that I've had, yes.
You've had psychedelic experience. Yeah. Which kind of psychedelic experiences have you had?
Oh, I've done ayahuasca, and I've done, you name it.
Right. So then you've done DMT?
Yes, and I've done not mescaline, but the other one, acid.
Okay.
All of those. No, the experiences come actually from me. As I said, they're not a major. It's not the state of grace that these people are talking about.
You didn't experience the state of grace when you did DMT?
Not quite. No, not compared to what the NDEs.
Can I ask how many times you've done it?
One.
One time. Okay. Did you do a lot of it?
I don't know.
You got to do a lot of it.
Yeah. Maybe.
Did you just dissolve? Did you go to this crazy geometric infinite universe where you're creating? You didn't get in there then.
I didn't get in there.
How long are you in town for?
Pardon?
How long are you in town for?
I'll need to build some water out.
I'm gonna have to make something happen. You gotta go deeper.
Yeah, maybe.
That experience that people are having, a near-death experience, is mirrored by the same. I'm sure you're aware of Dr. Rick Strassman.
Oh yeah, sure.
Sure. I believe actually
he's on the.
That's right.
I never met him when Chance was doing it.
Brilliant guy, and so important because what he has created by his book, DMT, the Spirit Molecule, they did these clinical tests, giving people DMT in a clinical setting and at the University of New Mexico. And what they found was these people achieve this incredible state of understanding, a more relaxed vision of the future. They're more confident, like the idea, and this is also mirrored by some of the Johns Hopkins tests that they've done with people with psilocybin, where people have, they have just a much better outlook about the future. They don't think that this is it, and that whatever happens to them when they're having these trips, and the way Strassman did it is much more intense than most people do it because they did intravenous doses. Which last longer. A typical DMT trip lasts only about 15 minutes unless you just jump right back in, which is what I usually do. But he gave these people intravenous doses, which take them just very deep for more than half an hour, and they all have very similar stories, and similar stories to people that have had near-death experiences. I've had friends that have had near-death experiences, and when they talk about it, it's very similar to the way I've talked to other people that have had DMT trips, where they are in the presence of this divine greatness, this something. So, but that is also a chemical that's produced by the brain. Now, this is where neuroscientists step in and say, well, what your experience is experiencing as some sort of a hallucination. And they might be right, but it also might be some sort of a chemical gateway that your brain produces when we really don't know. And that might be the way the soul, quote unquote, air quotes, whatever, but for lack of a better word, transitions to this next stage of life. Now, when the anecdotal evidence that you're talking about is measured up, what's interesting about it is similar accounts over and over and over and over again.
That's right.
The people that can remember things, they remember this incredibly divine experience. But the question becomes, is that experience, and this is something that I've been bouncing around in my head a lot lately, is that experience a hallucination, or is that experience an actual real experience in a divine presence? And does it matter? Because is it the same thing no matter what? If you just think you're experiencing God and divine greatness because you're creating it in your mind versus actually experiencing God and divine greatness, isn't the experience the exact same thing? And is our mind locked into the idea of a physical thing, like this laptop? I can pick it up, I can drop it, I know it has weight, I can touch it, I can measure the width. We can't do that with psychedelic experiences. We can't do that with transcendent experiences. We can't do that with mystical experiences. You can't measure them. You can't put them in a bag and take it home with you. But it might be the same thing. It's entirely possible that this is what many, many ancient cultures experienced as well. That they found the use of psychedelics very early on. And this is also something that you documented in your work. And they documented it very clearly in a lot of the Egyptian work. They have deep understanding and knowledge.
Exactly, Joe. This is one of the important things about the drugs and the NDE experiences. In my view, the NDE experience is more so because there's nothing in the way. There's nothing obstructing it. They're dead, right? And this is where they go. With the drugs, you know you're you in these experiences, and the problem. Interesting. The problem. It's not problem is the wrong word, but with the NDE experiences, I mean, absolutely. Joe Sixpack, everybody, ordinary people, many of them, some of them even atheists, go through this and come back, literally transform their whole lives are changed by it. With the drugs, it really is, for the most part, it's a trip. It doesn't have this, let's say, this lasting transformational value.
It does on some people.
It does sometimes, yes.
Well, the Johns Hopkins study showed that a lot of people, decades later, had a vastly improved quality of life, different outlook on things, and especially when you're dealing with terminally ill patients.
Oh, well.
And they've given it to terminally ill patients significant lessening of anxiety and fear of death.
Oh, sure, it would be. But the hallucination, this is another the scam by the so-called rationalists who, in fact, are not. They're this idea that it's a hallucination. And what's a hallucination? And what's its evolutionary value? Why should there be where's the hallucination gene? This is all bullshit, actually. And what it actually is not based upon reason as they promote themselves. What it is actually is the rationalization of their own inner emptiness. They can't handle the fact that there might be something else. And in fact, their whole intellectual lives are consecrated to proving that life is indeed as meaningless as their own.
But is that what it is? Or is it they're just trying to look at some sort of, give it a critical, objective view and go over all the possibilities? We know that drugs do affect the mind in very strange ways. We know some people take drugs and it completely distorts their reality. Alcohol's a perfect example of that, right? Yeah. It's a great drug for distorting reality. You can watch someone get drunk and have a very bizarre version of what they're looking at. There's many drugs that change the way people look at things, like physically, the way they see things.
Yeah,
they will hallucinate. They do. So we know that drugs have an effect on people.
That's right.
I mean, it seems rational, though, that a scientist would look at those things and try to find some sort of a scientific explanation for the chemical process that's going on in the mind, the way it's affecting the visual cortex, and the things that the person is quote-unquote hallucinating.
Underlying that contention, which is not science in and of itself, that is just a hypothesis. That is speculation. And I said what it's based upon is protecting their own vision of the world, which is that the universe is an accident, and anything that is mystical or so-called spiritual is hallucinatory, and they have the answers. And these people, as far as I'm concerned, are more dangerous even than politicians. They are this way. The Church of Progress is the religion of the emotionally defective, the spiritually dyslexic, and the philosophically depraved. But to put it into other terms, you actually, martial arts master I studied with briefly, used to say in his Japanese accent, if you want happiness in this crazy world, you do not talk about moonbeams to the blind, or moonbeams to the blind, music to the deaf, and you absolutely do not talk about sex to eunuch. They just get angry. And this is what you're dealing with when you're dealing with these intellectually based scientists. These are spiritual, emotional, and philosophical eunuchs. And it's no surprise when they behave the way they do. Who's surprised when the eunuchs snigger behind the sultan's back and deride his passions? The problem is that with our Church of Progress, when the eunuchs take over the palace and call their terrible disability reason, then the empire's cooked.
You sound like a person who's been deeply in the trenches against academics for years. You sound like a bitter man, John Anthony West.
No, I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. I'm just realistic. And I know what's involved from being in the trenches. I know what's involved in fighting this particular battle, which I've been engaged in all of these decades.
Particularly yours, because you've been dealing with archaeologists that are trying to refute evidence.
They're all just as bad as each other. What I bring to the table, that my colleague Graham Hancock was an excellent writer, and some of the others who are very brilliant people. Sheldrake is also a very good friend and a very good scientist. What they are not is satirists by nature, and I am.
Now, let's go back to this idea that human beings need to fulfill immortality, or that there is our ultimate destiny to fulfill immortality. What do you mean by that exactly? Because if there is an afterlife, right, if we do die and then we go to this other place that people are seeing in these near-death experiences, why do we have to do anything? Why can't we just sit around and wait for our physical meat body to stop working and then transcend?
Well, this gets addressed in David's book and in the Dead Saints Chronicles, because it's our job to transcend. In other words, if we don't do anything, well, something happens to us. And again, here's where the near-death experiences get interesting, because almost none of them are negative. What happens to the real evil monster people that are out there in this world? I mean, does Dick Cheney go to heaven? If he does, I don't want to be there.
That would be hilarious. Imagine if you get to heaven, like, Dick fucking Cheney's up here. You gotta be kidding me, man. I should have done so much more.
I mean, he's in the special waterboarding division where they have.
Well, maybe he just, realizes it.
No, but seriously, this is purpose. You'd never know it from listening to these guys. This is the purpose of religion. It's a practice. It's not something you believe in. It's something that you do. And if you don't do it, you don't, unless you go through an NDE, and you come back and you start doing it in one way or another. But it's, my own personal conviction is that unless enough people are doing this and getting somewhere with it, it's not as though everyone's going to become enlightened. They probably aren't. Again, going deep into the whole theories of reincarnation and return and so on, which is part of Egypt and part of all of the Eastern cultures of reincarnation. No, the chances are you don't make it in one lifetime. But these things, let's say, there's a report card. There's a divine report card where these things are measured. I mean, Jesus says, insofar as, I mean, the Bible is a scholarly morass, and I usually try to avoid using it as evidence for things because it's so open to interpretation and it's so convoluted to begin with, and who knows what's original to it and what isn't. But, you know, many are called, few are chosen. But those who are called, who do their work, or who try to do their work, reap the benefit of that on an internal level that the academic can't measure and don't want to measure and don't believe can be measured. But somebody with a presence is very different from somebody without any presence at all. You see that in the world around you as you go.
Yeah, I want to bring you back around though, because I'm still confused. What do you mean by it's our goal to achieve immortality? Like, what do you mean by that? Do you mean like the physical body no longer dies? And do you believe that, like, whatever I read, I do not remember what I read, but what I read about the earliest depictions of the pharaohs, that was that they lived an extraordinary length of time, similar to like Noah. Like Noah in the Bible was 600 years old when he built the ark, correct?
Something like that.
Something like that. And that this is a common thing. Now, is this because the way we think of time, they had a different interpretation of it, and what 600 years is to us is not 600 years to them? Is it like in the Quran when they talk about 72 virgins, you know, when the expression 72 virgins is not really 72. What 72 virgins means, well, it's interesting because it's 72 again.
Yeah, that's right.
What it means is a large, it's like a shitload, like someone saying a shitload. You'll have 72 virgins in heaven, like, oh, whoa, what am I gonna do with all them? You know, it's just a large number. It's the actual, it's not the actual number 72, it's just sort of a euphemism for a large number.
That's one of the theories of all of those different strange numbers in the Bible, and I don't know any better than anyone else. As far as I know, the pharaohs lived ordinary lifespans, and of course there's no evidence, physical evidence, the pharaohs, the Necheru, and when the divine rulers ruled, and the Shemsuvar when they ruled, there's none of that, and we simply don't know. The Tibetans have accounts, if you want to believe the Tibetans, and I tend to, I don't see why they should lie, of great lamas who live several hundred years and go when they choose to. I don't know, as simple as that. And actually, it's a you might say it's no more than kind of mental. It's an interesting hypothesis, like Bigfoot, but who cares? The only thing that actually counts is the inner work. And if you're doing it, you're doing it. And if you're not doing it, and you don't measure yourself either, as soon as you're looking for results, that's already a way of not getting them. It's a very delicate and yet profound subject. And if you go to a good Zen master, this stuff is still around. There are masters. My own focus, as you probably know, or maybe you don't, is the Gurdjieff work. Because when I came across Gurdjieff, an extraordinary He was the first person I'd ever encountered posthumously. He died in '49, and I found out about his work in the '60s. Who was as contemptuous of Western civilization as I was. The difference was that he knew how to live in it, and I didn't. And at a certain point, I figured out, I think we were talking about before, that my life in the trenches could subtitle something.
I still don't understand what you mean about achieving immortality. So if you're not talking about physical immortality, you're not talking about someone living 1,000 years and plus.
No, absolutely not.
What are you talking about? You're talking about the ideas that they promote, transcending and moving on?
I'm talking about a level of consciousness that transcends death, that the body dies, and that understanding is where you are. I mean, the drugs do that. You have these moments that with the body, you come back because you get out of the trip. Let's say it's an eternal trip, and the ancients talk about that all the time, even in their mythology, which is always taken as fanciful. Let's say in the pyramid text, the script reads that when the pharaoh dies, and the pharaoh being, let's say, the embodiment of the realized and enlightened soul, when the pharaoh dies, his body unites with his sky, his spirit unites with his essence, becomes a star, and travels with Ra across the sky in his boat of millions of years. This is, and in fact, I've often wondered if the Egyptians actually knew what he was being, what they were talking about, and the stars themselves are the realizations of enlightened souls. It's as good as any other explanation. That they're simply balls of gas. How did that get there? That automatically, at some point, accidentally coalesce into galaxies and nebula and universes, and the whole thing goes on meaninglessly.
Well, I don't think anybody thinks it's meaningless, but it is kind of fascinating that stars themselves are the only reason why people are alive.
That's right.
Like we are made of stardust, which is just
we are indeed
incredible to think that the seeds of human life and all carbon life, in fact, come from a star exploding. Like, wow. Like everything that you see, like the sun is a seed for future life. That's bananas.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that you've answered your own question, as it were. That understanding, I wouldn't even call it a philosophy. It's an understanding by people who understand more than we do, certainly more than I do.
But if you say that's our goal to achieve immortality, that sounds like we're going to get it anyway, no matter what.
Well, no, actually, with the NDE, no. What happens? No? Not really. No, they've had their experience. They've had their X number of minutes of grace, and come back transformed, and realize that they have to live their lives differently. They don't even talk about the future or anything like that. I mean, this is obviously a very big thing that not many people evidently achieve. But the effort, like everything else, the effort is the effort, and it's on the scorecard. It's like it's not so different from everybody who picks up a violin isn't going to end up in Carnegie Hall, and everyone who picks up a baseball bat isn't going to play center field for the Mets or any other team. But it's the effort that counts, and it's a certain kind of directed and intelligent effort that is painful in its own way, but carries its own reward, and it manifests in a kind of presence. And just in our daily lives, even with people who are not consciously doing it, but they're doing it, they have a different level of presence, and you notice it when you meet them.
Now, what is it that you think these ancient Egyptians, when you talk about the earliest Egyptians that you believe had achieved this incredible state of mind or consciousness, what is it that you think that they did to achieve that? Like, why were they so advanced? Why were they so beyond what we think of when we think of even the possibility of a human being living 34 plus thousand years ago? Like, how did they achieve that?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. All we can see is the manifestation of what they did when you really understand Egypt, even to the extent that I do, you regard it as miraculous. You don't see how beings ostensibly like ourselves should even imagine such things, much less be able to do it. And this is what I'll pitch my trip.
Okay.
I often start a lecture off by saying that Egypt is like sex. That gets everybody's attention. Why is it like sex? Because you can read books about it, and that's informational of sorts. You can look at pictures, that's a different kind or a different level of information. But until you've experienced it, you do not and cannot understand it. And Egypt is like that. That Magical Egypt series is as close as anyone has ever come to communicating the wonder and the magic that is Egypt as anyone has ever what head and shoulders above what anybody else has done. And that's my genius partner Chance is doing in its entirety. It's simplest ideas, and I play a big role in it, but it's really Chance's baby. And but the visit to Egypt, at the end of a couple of weeks there, I can talk from Idle Doomsday, which I'm about in the process of doing. And nothing that I say can come even remotely close to what it's like to be 2 weeks in Egypt, day after day after day after day, in the presence of sacred art of this quality. There's nowhere else on the left. I mean, I'm sure that China and India and all of these places had not pyramids, not that kind of structure. The nature of Egypt, it's strange. It's a kind of freak of nature, as it were. All desert except this little strip of Nile. And then the delta that until recently was impenetrable swamp. So it's practically unattackable. And the Nile floods and the food jumps out of the ground, and with a series of genuinely enlightened rulers, or at least pretty close to enlightened rulers, ruling them, that all lasts for 3,500 years. And how did they live? You see everything that they did. In fact, until quite recently, there were no such things as jobs. There were trades and crafts and skills and arts, and everybody, I mean, yes, in Europe, the combination of a repressive church and an oppressive nobility kept everybody, immersed in serfdom in one way or another. But what people actually did with their lives was, in some sense or another, transformational. All of it. It takes a lot of smarts to be a good peasant. All of these things that people used to do as a matter of course. And in Egypt, you see it. You see it carved into the walls, and everyone thinks these are the scenes of daily life. Well, they are scenes of daily life, but they're decodable as transformational activities. So anything that you do, and what you're doing martial arts, this is a highly developed skill. You are somebody that you wouldn't be if you didn't have that skill. If you were doing a podcast and what you did for a living was flipping burgers at McDonald's, you wouldn't be Joe Rogan. You've been doing your homework without maybe even thinking that it was homework. Because anything that you're involved in that you go at with a quest for perfection, whatever it is, has this transformational value. And when you recognize, when you know it, let's say when you know it intellectually, when you can articulate it, it implements the activity itself. So it's possible even to do that. You could be an enlightened burger flipper. The Sufis are very good at it. The Sufi is in life, but not is in life, but not of it. In other words, you can practice waking up, as it were, in the midst of the most mundane thing. You could be an enlightened garbage collector, as long as you knew what you were doing. It's a totally different thing. I would imagine I'm not a garbage collector. It's a totally different thing to collect the garbage consciously than it is to just do it resentfully because that's the only job that you can get. Although,
right.
So when we're talking, it's not as though this is anything actually new. It's the oldest idea that ever was. And it's something that people have been doing for thousands and thousands of years. That said, going into the whole thing of precession and the ages, particularly as expressed, Plato had the Golden Age and the Silver Age, and the Bronze Age and an Iron Age. The Hindus do it in rather more sophisticated fashion. I forget exactly the names on the tip of my tongue of those ages. But if they are, let's say, analogous to our seasons, particularly where I do, and not in California, where it's all one season. But the season varies.
Is that it? The yugas?
The yugas, I'm sorry. If they're compared to the seasons, it's a very different thing to grow roses in June than it is in January. It's the same effort when you're talking about people, about waking up and all the rest of it. This is a dark age. I mean, this is the Kali Yuga as far as I'm concerned. To do anything of a spiritual nature now with all of these forces, lined up against you, not consciously, of course, but unconsciously, it's an incredibly difficult thing to actually practice a genuine spiritual doctrine. First of all, you have to get interested in it, and that's only a small chunk of us, and then you have to try to do it.
And you have to have the time, you have to have the focus.
Well, make the time and the focus,
distracted.
and that's right, the focus and the will and all the rest of the things. And so growing roses in January takes a lot more effort than to get to the same rose than it takes in June when they're jumping out to the ground. So my guess is, and it's only a guess, it's speculation, that in these higher levels of these higher periods of gold and silver, bronze, and so on, it's just much easier. It is much easier for people to recognize what's demanded of them and to do it than it is in the middle of a spiritual point of view. A spiritual, but brightly lit, unilluminated, but brightly lit, dark age.
Well, if you look at the influence that Egypt had clearly on Greece and clearly on a lot of other civilizations where people literally came to Egypt to learn. If Egypt wasn't there, what would civilization be like? I mean, it's such a unique place in that there's really nowhere that you can compare that has the level of sophistication as far as the structures in the ancient world. There's not. I mean, it's almost like what they created was undeniable. Like I think Giza, the Great Pyramid of Giza, has 2,300,000 stones that weigh between 2 and 80 tons.
Yeah.
Like what? Like how? That's insane.
It is.
Like there's the level of sophistication in creating something like that. I mean, I've only seen it in photographs, but one of the greatest photographs I've ever seen is from someone with a GoPro standing on the top of it. So you get this kind of a sense of how immense it really truly is.
Yeah.
You just think about how incredible that must have been especially when it was covered with smooth limestone before they cut it all off.
Right.
I mean, what you're seeing is it's an undeniable mastery of physical things to the point where it makes your head spin, because people say we can do that today. Well, okay, maybe we kind of understand that it's been done and that we can do pretty immense things. We have some pretty incredible tractors and machines and everything like that, but they didn't have those.
No.
As far as we know.
They didn't have those. They might have had something else.
What do you think they had?
I don't know. I mean,
do you have like some hypothesis, some theories in your head about the construction methods?
Some, a bit. That actually from Tibet, there's actually a funny little book. I've done some lectures out at what's it called? In Joshua Tree. You know about that? About it's a contact in the desert. They're mostly interested in the UFO phenomena, stuff like that. But the place itself, Joshua Retreat Center, is founded by a very interesting guy who's sort of the Tibetan Krishnamurti. In other words, he's an interesting little book he wrote, terribly written, but his studies in Tibet. And at the end of this little book, he's talking about, he studied with the lamas. He describes certain of the things he has seen them do, and I see no particular reason to dismiss what he says. He's talking from experience and has the ring of veracity to it. He talks about going into an underground chamber that has no lights or electricity or anything like that. That's all lit up. And we go to Egypt. You have these deep, deep shaft tombs that go down and around and go like this. And people say, well, how did they light the thing up? Can't have had torches. It would have used up all of the oxygen and would have smoked up the ceilings and all the rest of it. And people say, well, mirrors. No, mirrors will do, and you need silver mirrors for them to go around corners. There are the gypsy caves in Seville that are 4 or 5 rooms and that are lit with mirrors from on top. But no, somehow, and I used to joke and say, well, they had an inner light. Joking, but maybe that's what it was. But they produced this, and he talks about other lamas he's witnessed doing incredible feats that you couldn't do. That you just couldn't do in your ordinary state. Probably you, as a martial artist, have had moments or witnessed people who can do things that are for anybody else impossible.
Yeah, but they don't light up tunnels.
No, they don't light up tunnels, but they can do physical things
they're extraordinary.
They're almost miraculous that nobody else could do.
Yeah, but it's a really important point what you're saying about the construction methods that they used, where they did have these long tunnels and these passages and these places, but somehow or another they managed to navigate these things without leaving any marks of soot from torches, which are everywhere else where people used candles or anywhere else It's like, even the Sistine Chapel, like the entire ceiling is covered with soot. They have to clean it.
Yeah.
To prepare it so people can see it again. But that's really fascinating to think that they had some other method of illumination that we just haven't discovered yet. We don't know what they did or how they did it.
That's one thing. But you look at a jillion other things, and particularly this is again one of the reasons why the Sphinx theory is so contentious for these dangerous for these guys, because the Sphinx, carving the Sphinx is one thing, but okay, limestones are relatively resilient stones. Sharp stone, enough guys with chisels, even if they're copper chisels, could do that given enough time and enough genius. But the temple side of it are built of stones half the size of this room, slotted into place like people. This is a jigsaw puzzle. This is unbelievable.
And again, what you just said is really important. Copper tools.
That's what they think.
Yeah.
With arsenic. I mean, but those same copper tools are supposedly used for carving the granite. If you go to Egypt, actually, you're a huge audience. Get a Joe Rogan trip. Together and come on to
I'm not going with people listening to this podcast.
Well, have a test.
Too many freaks.
Well,
90% of them would be great. That 10%.
Well, keep out the 10%. Let's just do it. Prepare a
filter. Conversation with them.
Prepare a filter.
Get in the room.
Prepare a filter. And
how many people would you take at a time?
I have a max of 24. Because more than that is unmanageable.
Right.
And when you see it, I mean, one thing after the other.
It's totally safe to go to Egypt right now?
Well, it's as safe as Los Angeles. I mean, or anywhere else here in Dumb Bucket. It's, this is for Americans. Americans of all people, to be afraid of go.
Well, we're worried about Islamic terrorism more than anything. Because
it's here.
Yeah,
it's already here, and Islamic terrorism is itself a tiny little bit of the terrorism that goes on a daily basis. Just you open the internet, and there's some nutcase kid somewhere or another shooting down a mall. I mean, the known terrorists have accounted for it. It's not even a statistic. It's an X number of people that they've gone after. But here in this crazy, violent country, you're never safe anywhere. Schools aren't safe. Malls aren't safe. What's safe?
Right.
So
Cairo has some nice hotels too. Right?
Oh, great hotels. Yeah, we stay at a place actually right across the stone from the pyramids itself.
So you can look at the pyramid out your window.
Yeah, you can.
Wow.
That's right. You can do that.
When I look at the Great Pyramid, or I look at the structure that I've seen online or in your videos, things along those lines, what's shocking to me is how and this is going to be a weird thing to say, how Egyptian it looks, and how Egypt stands alone in this very, very distinctive way, and that the construction methods, just the intricacy of the building and these pyramids. I mean, people talk about the Mayan pyramids, and I've been to Chichen Itza, and it's an amazing place, and it's really beautiful and crazy to look at, but it pales in comparison to the structures of Egypt.
Yeah, everything pales in
so what happened? How did that happen?
Well, as I said, because it was in a kind of a blessed one. It had a philosophy, you know, it had a spiritual philosophy underpinning it that had you might say that united the people in their entirety. Doesn't mean that there weren't, you know, criminals and murderers and stuff like that, but basically the people were united in their faith, united in their belief. Herodotus, when Egypt was 6th century BC, Herodotus, and Egypt is already in steep decline, says the Egyptians are the happiest, healthiest, and most religious of people. It wasn't the Egyptian Chamber of Commerce that was telling him to say that. He was a patriotic Greek. But it was like that, and it was a combination of the philosophy they wedded to in a society that was protected on all four sides and almost impregnable. It was conquered a couple of times over the course of 3,000 years for a relatively brief period of time. And the food jumped out of the ground, the Nile flooded, and took practically no work, and that made a quite substantial population. It gave them months of free time every year.
So how did it all go wrong?
Now we're talking about the Kali Yugas. Whatever period Egypt is assigned to is on a downhill slope. It just plain was on a downhill slope, and you can watch it transform in front of your eyes. It disintegrates as a coherent religion, rises in another form that we call Christianity, actually, and you can see it happening in front of your nose with Coptic Christianity arising. All the rest of the stuff gets completely decadent under the Romans, and in Rome, what's his name? Gibbon and decline and fall of the Roman Empire talks about the grandeur, the glory of Greece, which is absolute nonsense, or totally near total nonsense, and the grandeur of Rome. Yeah, they were building colosseums in order to torture, in order to let gladiators kill each other. And they built good roads, but Rome was a three-ring bureaucracy, actually, and that's the beginning of the end in Europe. Anyway, it's very traceable. The Asian countries less so, but they too have high civilizations that decline, and in Europe you see kind of a turnaround in the Renaissance, very impossible to actually date, and then you have it leading in a sort of, one very one-sided development in which technology advances by leaps and bounds, and everything else is arguably a lot worse than it was a couple of 100 years ago. From every spiritual, psychological point of view, we're a lot worse off than, let's say, the colonial Americans.
You really think so?
Oh, yeah.
But the depictions of the colonial Americans by the ancient people, when you who was it that described the atrocities that Columbus and his crew had done? What preacher? Priest?
Oh yeah, no, loads of them, sure. No,
they had done horrific things.
Oh, those are the conquerors. Yeah, I'm not talking about the settlers who
also
murdered all the
Aztecs,
Indians,
right?
Oh, and the
Cortez,
Aztecs.
and all that stuff. Montezuma was a piece of shit. You know, slaughter of 80,000 slaves after they built Teotihuacan. How do you say that?
Teotihuacan.
Teotihuacan.
This I don't know about, and I don't know, but again.
But they seem like bad people too. Right?
Oh, there's loads of bad people around.
They just didn't have the internet.
No, but I'm talking about they certainly didn't have the internet and lots of other goodies they didn't have. No, but there was a certain, let's say, about the populace in general in America, a certain gravitas about them. There's a certain presence that is of our great-great-grandfathers, well, not mine, because they were hungry at that time. But there's a certain sort of like Emerson self-reliance. I mean, this is a piece of it. I mean, well, of course, they're whopping all the slaves in the South, and they're murdering all the Indians, and the billionaires, as is their fashion, are beating up on their Irish immigrant workers because why have slaves when they can mistreat their workers and build all of their railroads across the country. But nevertheless, there's a sense of, I think gravitas is almost the only word I can think of, because it's not as though it's intellectually advanced or anything like that, but there's a certain seeming solidity to 19th century America than there is now in this crazy chaos.
Don't you think that there's always this tendency in human beings that long for nostalgia? They look back to the past, to a moment when things made sense. It seems to me that there's always that, and even when people are full of shit about it, like they look back in the high school days, man, those are the good old days. Like, what are you talking about? You had pimples, you were out of your fucking mind, insecure, you're terrified of the future. That wasn't the good old day.
This is true. Yeah, Trump, make America great again. Yeah, bring back slavery. Find some more. If we run out of Indians, murder the Muslims.
Yeah, let's go to the Arab nations, or let's go to the Amazon.
Yeah, let's import them and murder them.
Yeah,
and let's bring back all of that stuff. No, it's never great. But as I said, there is a kind of.
Maybe I'm more optimistic. I think there's an awakening going on right now with human beings that's unprecedented. And I think it's because of the internet. I think because of the fact that we're combining our thoughts in some sort of a strange way and sharing ideas and information in a way that no one's ever been able to do before. I don't think people have ever been this aware of how crazy things are. But at the same time, look at the lunacy of last night's presidential debate. You realize, like, well, I guess we really haven't. I mean, we might be aware of things, but actual progress is not really being made.
We have the ability to be aware of things,
yes,
but we are not, at least in sufficient numbers, we are not doing anything about it, and that's the crux of the matter. It's one thing. This is why intellectuals, spiritual, intellectual mysticism is a total waste of time. Only that's like intellectual violin playing. No, you gotta play the violin.
Yeah.
Or it's not music.
Right. So thinking about Egypt is not good enough. You gotta go.
The ability, the ability to get information is now absolutely unparalleled. There's as far as we know, there's never been anything remotely like this. At the same time, there's never been that much static. So, as we were talking about earlier, the crystal sniffers and the unicorns and the ancient aliens. This is all a vast amount of static. So you have to be able to find a way you have to find your way through the static to the music.
How much does Ancient Aliens frustrate you?
Not much, because I watched a couple of programs.
But if you did, you throwing things at the TV and screaming?
No, I don't. I have low expectations. So it's TV. It's supposed to. It's entertainment. And the people who are putting it together, don't know what they're doing, except they see it works and they want to make money.
Is it possible that the aliens made the pyramid? When they have all these experts, everything it is it possible that extraterrestrials, I guess it's possible.
That's right, well, it is possible. And Georgia, of course, pushed it to a corner, says, yeah, all of this and that and so on. Still, it's aliens.
George Esagula? Yeah, he's beautiful. I love that guy.
He's a funny guy.
He's a funny guy. When you think of ancient Egypt and you think of the public's understanding and awareness of it, what do you think the average person is missing?
All of it.
All of it.
Basically. Yeah.
So you think it's like right before our face, in front of our eyes, and most people just have no idea the majesty and how intensely unique it is?
No, look, our Mystery of the Sphinx, which at that time one of the most watched TV documentaries of all time, and I mean, it really had a massive audience, and people who saw it remember it. I mean, even to this day.
Not me.
You saw it?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I have a VHS cassette tape of it, sir.
Really? Wait, I brought it. Wait, did I bring it? I forget if I brought you.
I think you can get it online now. I think it might be on YouTube.
It's on DVD. I was going to bring you a DVD.
Oh, beautiful.
Actually, but I maybe.
I've almost memorized it.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, I've said
anyway,
it quite a few times.
That had a certain impact.
For sure.
But even if 30 million people saw it, 300 million didn't.
Right. And then going there is really what's up.
And well, that's the big crunch.
I found
And only X number of people can go there.
I went to the Vatican last summer, this past summer, my first time ever in Italy. And I had seen it on television before, obviously. I'd seen videos and stuff, I've seen photos. Boy, when you're there, and you're like, in, what is it, St. Peter's Basilica?
Yeah.
When you're St. Paul's?
St.
Paul's?
No.
Paul's?
St. Paul's? Wait.
One of those guys.
Now,
One of those old
now
dudes.
you mistook it. It's St. Peter's.
Is it?
St. Peter's, with the dome where the boat always comes out.
And you look at it and you go, when you're inside of it and you realize the insane magnitude of the construction, the fact that it took hundreds of years to complete, and they did it all without saws, without power tools rather, they did it all without any modern equipment, and it's unbelievably beautiful.
Yeah.
Incredible work of art, and it pales in comparison to what they did in Egypt.
Yes, it does.
Which is like, there's certain, I think I gotta go, because it's one of those that, well, they also have an obelisk. That's a 4,000-year-old obelisk.
Right,
That's in the middle.
from Egypt.
Yeah, they stole it from Egypt. Yeah,
yes.
And you just look at that, and when you're there physically and you look at it in person, you just go, how the fuck did they make this?
Now, wait a minute. Now, wait. This is the cathedral is basilica is very interesting and all that. But how did they move? How did they get this? Actually, an interesting book by my now deceased friend Peter Tompkins on the magic of the obelisks, where he's talking about ripping them out of context and bringing them to Rome and New York and England. And it was interesting because they were brought over in the 19th century, and it's already, technology is pretty advanced. I mean, it's huge cranes and all the rest of it, and it strained the Victorian technology to the utmost to get these things over. And then you realize that the Egyptians did it with none of those tools.
Yeah.
At all. They somehow got them ripped out of the bedrock, brought down the river, taken offloaded from the raft or boats or whatever, will do the big job, transported across the ground, that's doable, erected in place precisely to the millimeter on the base. That's a big mystery.
Did they have levels?
What?
Did they have levels, like bubble levels?
Not bubble levels, but they had other kinds of That's I think, reasonably well established, but I forget exactly how it was on how they leveled, for example, the base of the pyramid to a millimeter or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, everything that you look at in Egypt when you go there, the deeper you look, the more mysterious it becomes, and you marvel at it.
Well, the King's Chamber is one of the most bizarre ones, right?
Yeah. No more bizarre than than other things. I mean,
But just the enormity of the stones, the way they're set up, that it's such a complex system. The way they've set them in place is so incredible.
You're talking about the ones the so-called relieving chambers, which are really resonating chambers.
Resonating chambers.
Yeah, that's another. They're not. They don't relieve anything. Architecturally, completely unnecessary to relieve the stresses from above. Directly below the King's Chamber is the so-called Queen's Chamber, which doesn't have that at all. It has a simple gabled roof, and that protects it from anything that it needs. The other chambers, when you're in the King's Chamber, it's an echo chamber. You can't. It's really a miraculous place, and of course everything is precision cut and all of that, but it doesn't look that fantastic. It's the levels above that are the most amazing things, because these are the 70-ton blocks of stone that you're talking about.
Yeah.
How they got those into place, no one knows, but they are responsible for the resonance of that particular chamber, and it's my belief that resonance plays, even not necessarily resonance for the human voice, but when you're in there, I forget the acoustic term, feedback or whatever, that you can't, for example, we're in the King's Chamber, and we rent the pyramid for a couple of hours for a meditation session on my trips, and when you're in there, you can't have a conversation the way we're having it now. You have to talk like this, otherwise the reverberation is such that it scrambles your voice.
Wow.
This can only be deliberate, and you can hear from the King's Chamber. If you do a chant in the King's Chamber, if you go all the way down the ground gallery, and then there's a place below where you have to make a turn, and then there's a descending passage that goes as deep below the ground as the pyramid, the King's Chamber is above the ground. It's about 12-story shaft that you go down.
Below the ground, 12 stories.
12 stories down below, and then 12 stories built.
Wow,
up
look at
above. And, right, very good. And and if you set up a chant in the King's Chamber, you can hear it down in the pit below.
12 stories below.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be able to hear it at all, because the sound has to go down and then turn around and then go down the other shaft. By the way, I should say, because people are always asking me now, it's a function of age, how long are you going to keep doing these trips?
Yeah.
And I say, well, unless and until I can't get up and down the King's Chamber, up to the King's Chamber, I'll be doing trips unless some media thing takes over. But, as they say in Texas, if you can do it, it ain't bragging. And that's a good line. So, I was in Egypt recently on a research recce trip, but that may lead to something and it may not.
Recce trip?
A reconnaissance. Film legal for reconnaissance.
I thought it was like
recce. No, not recce, no. And actually, so normally I would go with the group up to the King's Chamber, but I don't bother to go. It gets opened. We go down into the pits. I said, it's on my 84th birthday, I happened to be in Egypt, so I said, okay, I'll test it. So I went up to the King's Chamber and down the shaft. That's 12 stories up and 12 stories down. And I went down to the pit, it was 12 stories down, and 12 stories up. And I figured that was pretty good for 84. So
it's pretty good.
So I'll be doing the trips for a while.
Nice. Well, that's good. I don't think anybody's capable of doing the same kind of experience that you would provide. Like, your knowledge of Egypt is pretty rare in this day and age.
Well, I was hoping when I had this idea to do my own trips, I thought, finally I'll make a living out of this stuff. But what happened was that no sooner had my guidebook come out, you probably don't have a copy of that, and it's out of print now, but I have copies, 1985, the first of the terrorist things happened, and these guys hijacked the cruise ship off Alexandria and pushed this poor old guy in a wheelchair over the side of the cruise ship, and he drowned. And my book had just come out, and instantly the tourist trade was killed. Talking about people being afraid. For a whole year it took for it to develop. And it did develop again, but the book had disappeared from the shelves by that time. But anyway, still a bit. But, wait, I lost my thread. With the trips. What did you say? With Egypt.
Someone doing what?
Someone doing. Yeah. My plan was I wanted to train a number of people up to do familiar, steeped in symbolist Egypt, to spread the word, as it were. And while I was I didn't get a commission from the trips to provide some useful wolf repellent.
So you can have some nice passive income.
Sometimes, right? But it never happened because one thing led to another, and it was hard enough getting my own trips filled up. But yeah, unfortunately, as it now stands, I'm the only one. Only a handful of people know symbolist Egypt well enough to communicate it. As it just so happens, I'm the only one who does trips. So I really am the only wheel in town in that regard.
Well, you brought us a bunch of slides. So why don't you tell me what do you want to show us, and what did you bring here?
Well, I brought that whole long lecture. You want to go to the geology of the Sphinx, the water weathering, and then the other slides related to that, the gigantic blocks, paving blocks, particularly around the second pyramid, and second pyramid, and mostly around the second pyramid, and then all of that stuff relates to the scientific, the geological evidence. Then I wanted to get into, I didn't want to touch the symbolist, the quest for immortality, because that's a whole big subsequent thing. I did want to get into, and we didn't even talk about it. The map of Pakistan, and what I call I've got a great graphic for it actually. Everybody certainly, and probably most of your audience will know about the four horsemen of the apocalypse, right? Revelation, who are actually an interesting study in its own right. The four horsemen are war, famine, pestilence, and death. And what's interesting about the four horsemen is that only war is really under human control, at least in theory. Famine, pestilence, plague, as it were, and death comes to us all. It's a peculiar choice, actually, for the four horsemen. But I invented the five cowboys of Apocalypse 2.0, and they are capitalism, patriotism, democracy, technology, and entertainment.
All the stuff I love.
Well,
that's the end?
Well, no, it's just another way of looking at things, actually.
It's really human folly, all of it, right?
Well, yeah.
Call it democracy, call it capitalism, call it technology. It's none of those things. It's human folly. It's the error in human use, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. Capitalism is really based upon the philosophy: everything for me, nothing for you. You see, everybody's fighting for market share. Why can't the little guys stay alive?
It's competition. But if it wasn't for that competition, we wouldn't be here.
We wouldn't have planes that shoot across the sky, wouldn't have laptops that work so well,
We
wouldn't have internet that's so fast. I don't know, we might, but we might not. It's very possible that we wouldn't.
And there's a downside to all of those
Yeah,
things.
but there's an upside too.
There is an upside.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy, John Anthony West.
That's the technology side of it.
Yes.
I haven't got to that yet.
Okay.
Capitalism is based upon everything for me, nothing for you. Patriotism is based upon everything for us, nothing for them. The bumper sticker says, God bless America. The hidden sticky side says, and fuck everyone else.
Right.
That's patriotism. Democracy is that, the idea is that the dishwashers elect the chef and tell them what to do. I don't know about you, I don't want to eat in a restaurant with the dishwasher. Just elect the chef and tell them what to do. It's flawed, it's hopelessly flawed to begin with, which Plato recognized perfectly. Churchill said, democracy looks like the worst of all possible political systems until you look at all the others. At the same time, this is fun, and it's not necessarily untrue. At the same time, he also said, contradicting himself, the best argument against democracy is 10 minutes of conversation with an average voter. I know about you. I don't want my leaders elected numerically by the average voter. Right. Actually, if they had a test, or if there were, which is almost impossible to even conceive, if voting were a privilege, I mean, when the country started off, it wasn't a privilege, but it had to be a white male who owned property, which is not as elitist as it actually looks now, because in those days, they were the only ones who were substantial enough and probably had some sort of an education, doesn't mean necessarily that they understand the principles, and they might say the solid citizens who at least could read. I mean, nobody else could read except people with an education of some sort. So that was the rule, and it wasn't a terribly good rule, but it might have been in its own way. Anyway, that's as a principle that it shouldn't be a privilege to vote, just as like anybody could produce. Why shouldn't anybody be able to do brain surgery, you know, or just design a bridge? I'm as good as the next guy. I've never designed a bridge. I don't have any training, but it's a democracy. Why can't I do that? Or play center field for the Mets? You know,
and that's what the president does, really, essentially. Anybody just have to say, I want to do it, step up, this is my plan, and get people to vote for you.
Well, it's a catastrophe. Anyway, put it this way, in its current form, and in fact, as far back as you could go in America, it's been a disaster democracy. Technology is certainly a mixed bag. Two big problems with technology. The main one, and we touched upon this earlier, is that technology deprives the normal human being of making a living out of his own out of his own creativity.
It deprives them? Technology does? How so?
The only people who are creative in technology are the people who are creating the technology. Everybody else serves the technology. They work in the offices that serve the technology. They're basically slaves to the technology.
But what about the people that use the technology to separate themselves from slave jobs? Like there's a lot of people that have started their own businesses online.
Yeah.
Because they could use technology now. So crafts, people who create things.
That's the upside, but it's a relatively small part compared to the number of people. They talk about all these good jobs going after China. Those are shitty jobs. Nobody in their right mind would want to work in a factory. Have you ever worked in a factory?
No.
Or been in a factory? Really?
Yes, I've been in factories.
Because I went to schools as seldom as I possibly could in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, which is where the Bethlehem Steel Center was, and we used to Go there on field trips. Holy mackerel, this was like working in Dante's Inferno. These blackened figures jumping up and down in the blinding heat of the Bessemer converters. And the other kinds of jobs of robots stuffing things into boxes, flipping burgers. The vast majority of people, yeah, they got they have the television sets and their internet and stuff like that. But the vast majority of people cannot make their living out of their own creativity. And before, however terrible things may have been in medieval times, people did creative, transformational things. So that's the downside of technology. And the other bad side of technology, you talked about the good side. The bad side is that it's not immoral necessarily, but it's amoral. So as long as they can do it, they do it. Hydrogen, well, hydrogen bomb, why not? We don't invent it, somebody else will do it. Nerve gas, well, that's a good way of getting away, around stuff. Stripe toothpaste, well, it's a waste of time and effort and stuff like that, but maybe we can sell more striped toothpaste than unstriped toothpaste. And the rest of it is, in other words, a percentage of it, yeah, the medicine is very good until it gets into the hands of big pharma, and then make sure that that people are ripped off to get at the medicine that they need, and the medicine that they have available is not usually a cure. It's a way of keeping people alive and buying more medicine. Anything that's actually a cure that comes from alternative sources is fought to the death by the big pharmaceutical companies. So technology is certainly a mixed bag, and entertainment, depending on how you define it, is what you do to kill time before it kills you. For the most part, it's an absolute waste of time. Takes your mind off the boringness of your own life. Art is different. Art is not entertainment. There's a broad line in between that, at least in theory, could or should be filled by comedy, which is not exactly entertainment, but it's not exactly sacred science either, but it plays, at least theoretically, it can play a kind of a transformational role. You can, real high-level comedy is enlightening. It points out, and comedy is based upon, you can't laugh. Comedy is based upon what's wrong. You can't laugh at what's right. You can't make fun of good sex or good food. You can make fun of attitudes toward good sex or good food. But you can't laugh at what's right. Not easily, but you can laugh. But you can and do laugh at what's wrong. And so, let's say it's an inner level. By laughing at what's wrong, inadvertently, it's a recognition we have within us, let's say, we have a moral compass, wrong word. We have a moral thermometer or something of the sort that recognizes, by recognizing what's wrong, we're assenting, giving assent to what's right. It is too cultural. Of course, what's funny to an Eskimo is not necessarily funny to an African. What's funny to an African is not necessarily funny to a Chinese. But comedy has this potential to play, at least in my view, a transformational role. But anyway, mostly it doesn't. And entertainment, at the American level, turn on your television set. Is that entertainment? It's certainly not art. It's a deadening, it's an anodyne. It's sort of, most of it is a kind of what's it?
Sedative.
It's basically a kind of sedative, or the opposite, or it's like a Benny. It's a
stimulant.
It's a stimulant,
right.
Actually, with Terminator and all
right.
those horrible, vicious things that they do. So that's yeah.
Let's get to the slides.
Right.
Let's, because we're already 2 hours in here.
Oh yeah.
Let's take a look at some of the slides of what do you want to start?
Let's start with the geology. Start
Okay.
right at the beginning, and I'll just whip you past. Okay.
Now, why do they? This is a really confusing thing to me. Why do they continue to rebuild that thing? Because when they're rebuilding it, they're rebuilding the feet and the paws of the Sphinx, and I understand there's considerable erosion that they have to mitigate, but it's not the Sphinx anymore. I mean,
well, it's bringing the Sphinx back to supposedly what it was originally. The problem is really is an engineering problem. They don't know themselves, and at least a few of them acknowledge it. Shock thinks this, and he's not in charge of doing the repairs, that it may be doing more damage because it's still weathering on the inside, and by covering it over with these usually very badly done stuff, that they're actually doing more damage than that. Well, the Department of Antiquities.
Is this Zawi?
He's no longer in charge.
Zinapoki? Did they lock him up?
No.
He was in trouble for a while, right?
He was in trouble, but they couldn't pin it on him.
Ah, the
and
slippery
they wouldn't
bastard.
if they could. No, listen, Zahi, on a personal level, that's another long story, and we've already gone on for 2 hours, but on a personal level, I can get on with Zahi, and he's now back in, not formally in a position of power, he's not head of the department, and he's got his problems.
Did you see the debate that he had with Graham Hancock?
God,
walked out
he was a
right
disaster.
away.
Yeah, he was a disaster, and all of his friends even, I mean, the guy who runs my trip, Mohammed Nazmi, I call him a surgeon because he really knows how to operate. He's a wonderful guy. And he's a good personal friend of Zahi's. And he said, Zahi, this is a disaster, but he lived through it, and he's back on the scene, as it were. Anyway.
We're looking at the Sphinx enclosure here, and this massive structure with all this erosion around it.
Right, all this erosion to it, and then
people see this on YouTube.
Yeah, when you'll see as we go through a few slides, you get a few slides, you'll see the sense of that erosion. This is just a wonderful picture of it taken by a good friend of mine. Keep going. This is why the Sphinx could not have been weathered by sand.
What we're looking at right now, for the people that are just listening, is it buried in sand, which it has been many times. When Napoleon found it, it was buried in sand, correct?
Completely buried in sand, and probably for a few thousand years. This is photograph taken about 2000, when it had already been excavated and filled up with sand again, which happens pretty quickly. So basically you can say, give or take a few hundred years, that since its supposed construction around 2500 BC, it's been buried in sand about 3,000 of those 4,500 years.
That's insane.
So that's the proof. Yeah, there's the evidence. And still the geologists go on ranting about sand. When you're talking about this friend of yours, who's going to the trees, okay, how did it weather by sand?
Wind and sand, right? How did it
the wind
get
can't
exposed?
the wind can't affect it that way.
Wasn't that the original text of who do they attribute to the construction of the pyramid? Tutmosis?
No. Pharaoh Khafra. The successor of Khufu, who supposedly built the Great Pyramid, which is not true in its entirety. The pyramids is another complex argument, which as you see, everything's complex. They're almost certainly built in stages, and the earliest stages probably date from whenever the Sphinx was originally built.
And the argument for Khafra building it wasn't a text that said that he had a dream that if he uncovered the Sphinx, that he would become pharaoh.
No, that's Tutmosis.
That's Tutmosis. Okay.
1,000 years later, they attribute it to Khafra because the causeway that leads from the Sphinx, if you go to behind it, you see the beginning, not really, you see just the Sphinx. The causeway leads up to right to the middle of the pyramid, of the Khafra pyramid, which you almost certainly did build or anyway superimposed upon something that was there before, because you can prove that. Okay, keep
Did they used to think it was Tutmosis? Was
no,
that
no? No, they always thought it was Khafra because, well, again.
What is this right here? That's not the Rosetta Stone, is it?
No. That's the stela of Tutmosis that talks about how in a dream it's covered with sand.
Oh, that's it right there.
That's in 1450 BC.
So that means in 1450 BC it was covered in sand.
Exactly. And with a certain number of other evidences of that sort, you can put together the timeline that tells you.
I swear I've read online someone attributing Tutmosis to the creation, but there's a lot of erroneous. Yeah. Now, the face of the Sphinx, this is a really controversial thing, right? Because the face of the Sphinx is clearly newer than the body, it's less eroded, and it's also a very African-looking face. Do they think that, which obviously it's the continent of Africa, but do they think the Nubians had conquered Egypt at one point in time, right? And wasn't the speculation that one of the Nubian pharaohs had created this?
Yeah, well, some said that. 19th century travelers, lots of them noted that this was really an African face, but what they meant is that it's a sub-Sahara African face. It's a real African face. The Nubians are very black, but have more or less finer features. They don't have to draw like that. I mean, that looks more like an NBA basketball player than an Egyptian. Right. Anyway, the headdress is all redone. The picture before with covered with sand. Right. You see how weathered the headdress was.
They redid the bottom.
They redid the headdress in its entirety. The face itself is a much harder outcrop of limestone, so it hasn't weathered to the same extent that the body of the Sphinx has weathered.
So you think it's of the same era?
We don't know. Actually, because you see the African face is a real problem. Actually, of course, the Egyptians are as prejudiced as everyone else, and they don't want to actually believe that the Sphinx itself could be a sub-Saharan African, maybe from an earlier period when the Africans were pharaohs. We don't know.
Wasn't there some speculation that initially it was an actual lion's face, and that the lion's face was cut down to create this pharaoh's face?
That's us speculating that way, because the head is way too small for the body, and it certainly, and we had the NYPD, we did this big study, I think it's the next slide coming up. Yeah, there it is. There you see with Frank Domingo, who was the NYPD. Well, he was a senior forensic artist for the NYPD. This guy who knows about physiognomy. So he did a study of the comparative faces of the Sphinx and the Sphinx. That's the one on the right. And Pharaoh Khafra, and his conclusion was that no artist, no competent artist or sculptor could possibly have used the same model for the face of the Sphinx as for the Khafra face.
Right.
And there's a few Khafra faces floating around. So my criminal partner, when Frank gave us that study, his comparative study, Boris Said said, for the academic establishment, this is bad news and worse news. The bad news is that there wasn't Atlantis, and the worst news is they were black. My black friends like that phrase. But anyway, so, and then in the 90s, I did an op-ed piece for the New York Times, and I carefully left that part out. I just used the Frank Domingo's drawing versus the Sphinx. But a couple of weeks later, a letter was published from an orthodontist who also knows about faces, saying, hey, that Sphinx is actually a sub-Saharan African face. I didn't say it. He said it, so I'm not public with that.
Right.
But anyway, until something better is discovered, it's a sub-Saharan African face, and we don't know when, and it was recorded, and we don't know when. Okay.
So it's entirely possible that it used to be a lion, and then some pharaoh came along and said, I don't like that lion, make it my face.
No, it may have been that the head was so weathered that over time that they said, well, we can't repair the face the way that we can repair the body, and so they recarved the head.
And of course, the face
was most likely still above ground while the rest of the body was covered, so it was subject to more erosion?
Well, it would not, well, it's also a harder limestone, so probably, again, this is speculation, but we reckon that if an outcrop of stone was sticking above the sand level to begin with, and somebody at some point, a jillion years ago, decided to carve the Sphinx by cutting around it, cutting the bedrock away from around it, leaving the outcrop up above and carving that into whatever it may have been originally. Could have been an African queen.
How much information did they lose when the Library of Alexandria was burned?
Well, since it was burned, we don't know.
I mean, it's just
We don't know.
Imagine?
1 million scrolls. It was dragged. They had 1 million scrolls. Who knows what was on it?
God.
One of my dreams, not dreams, but sort of vision, whatever, but hope is that one of these days somebody turns over a spade in Damascus or in somewhere up there and discovers a cache of hidden scrolls from the Library of Alexandria. It's quite probable that the so-called maps of the Sea Kings, the very Reese map and some of those other things are copies of maps that were originally part of the library. And I have a whole film script actually.
What's the latest on this supposed chamber that they found in the paws of the Sphinx? There's been some radio.
No, us. That's us.
Yeah.
It's the seismograph. It says
Right.
there's a chamber there. The seismograph doesn't channel, and it doesn't and the geophysicist who did it said, yeah, there's a void down there. Does that mean that it could be a natural void with certain kinds of limestone that's riddled with those kinds of voids, but this isn't that kind of limestone. So more stuff when the opposition finally caves in and says, they never say they're wrong, and says, well, this deserves further study. And maybe we get permission to go and really look back into that, stick a probe down or something like that and see if there is indeed something in there. We don't know.
God, that seems like an important thing.
Could be.
I mean, just to find that there's something there.
Just to find there's something there is important, yes.
Now, has there ever been any discussion whatsoever about, I mean, I know they've done all this repair work on the Sphinx. Has there ever been any discussion of taking the limestone that was pulled from the Great Pyramid and somehow or another putting new limestone back up there to recreate its original look?
No, nobody has ever talked about that as far as I know, but it would be a nightmarish job because all of those core blocks are all crumbly and uneven and damaged and stuff like that. And besides, they have other fish to fry. They've got technology to worry about.
I know, but I mean, just if people could see what it used to look like. I mean, whoever did that when they raided it to build Cairo, what?
That's what they say. I'm not even 100. I've never seen a study that actually documented where those stones are. And they're big, massive stones, and they slope like this. You can't build a bridge out of those stones. You'd have to cut the edge off, which is almost as much work as quarrying the stuff out of the raw quarry rock, which is closer to Cairo. So
what do you think happened?
I don't know, but I'm not 100% happy with that explanation. I don't have a better one, but that one is subject to, let's say, is subject to question.
Now, has it been firmly established that it was covered in smooth limestone?
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much?
Yes, actually, the Roman Greco-Roman writers who were there at the time studying talked about it being absolutely perfect and unpenetrable. In fact, one of them said there's a rumor that there was a hinged block at the entrance that if you pushed it, or did something with it, it opened. And I've often thought that I wonder if that's the origin of Open Sesame in the 1001 Nights, because there are certain of those 1001 Nights tales that have their origins in ancient Egypt.
Wow.
That would be a good study. Go ahead, keep going.
What else we got here?
That's the head of Khafra with the falcon.
Wow, very different face.
They're totally different face. I mean, you can't miss that. And there's more long story, but we're already going over here. I won't go into it.
Wow.
Okay, here's this water weathering that when Shot took one look at it, said, wow, this looks like they're hundreds of thousands of years old. Just keep going.
Hundreds of thousands of years.
That was his,
wow.
You know, when a geologist, he wasn't thinking what he was saying.
He
was just saying it, but it was
massive water erosion.
It was massive water erosion by a guy whose expertise is in that field.
Right.
So if he thought about it, we can't document that until we get a bunch of guys that are looking seriously into it. But
how old do you think it is? If you had to guess,
I don't know. Because of the way it's oriented, one of the reasons they come out with the date, Hancock and Bobal originally came out as 11,500 because as a processional marker, because that would be the time as a lion, that would be the time when it last saw its own image in the sky, the underlying constellation of Leo. That would have been the last time, I think, not that there's too much going on, it's in too chaotic a stage to have been done. And I think it may be the age before that, which would be about 36,000 BC, which would correspond with the Egyptian texts themselves. However, that said, it wouldn't surprise me if we were older still.
Wow.
Until we get a bunch of geologists and experts in their various fields to see if they can put a fix on it, and they might not be able to. But that's one of the things we look forward to doing if we get permission to go back in there with the funding, important, and the permissions to go there and actually get this done. And this is where actually we were just in Egypt. When I climbed up and down the pyramid myself at 84, and we got the complicated story, but we did get to meet the new Minister of Antiquities, and who was very cordial and listed the things that we had to do in order to get formal position. But in any way, we established a personal contact with him, which was very useful. And then we also met up with the director of this new gigantic museum that they're building and that is going to open in a year or two ago. And he was very open to anything even controversial that they could apply science to. So if some of the other pieces of this trip didn't go as planned, we couldn't get to see some of the things we wanted to see for complicated reasons. But anyway, we established the potential foothold for getting the next stage of work.
That's very, very promising.
That's promising.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but they think that people in this form, the form of you and I, have only been around for somewhere around 300 to 500,000 years. Is that right?
Well, that's the current thing.
Well,
that it changes all the time.
Yeah, it changes. So let's bring it back. Let's go crazy and say it's 1 million years old. When you're looking at something like this and you're talking about 36,000 years, boy, that's it's just crazy to think that there's this period where people were just throwing shit at each other and throwing pointed sticks at animals and kind of barely getting by, and then something like this just sort of erupts out of the imagination
determination and the ingenuity of people that lived tens of thousands of years ago.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be that difficult because as you keep going through the slides, you'll get to the Paleolithic caves.
Now, that's more evidence of water erosion, correct?
No.
You're looking at right there?
No, I'm talking about the
what I'm
painted
saying,
cave.
but right there with this image, well, right there, the same image. Those
No, well, that's the same water weathering.
It's just another view of it.
That's
okay.
the back end of the Sphinx.
Okay.
And that's interesting. Anyway, part of Mark Lehner's theory is that it flaked away, over time, and that's what's responsible for the curved profile. But this is a tomb that's been cut in. It's old. It's not Old Kingdom. It's what's called Late Kingdom, but it dates from about 600 or 700 BC. And those are the masons' marks, still as original. So 2,600, over 2,500 years later, still perfectly visible. So, no, theory exploded.
Well, that definitely puts a damper on the wind and sand erosion theory.
Well, that too, absolutely.
Yeah, but especially considering that they still think the Sphinx is 26 or 2,500 BC.
Yeah. Well, this is. Remember, they said the second strongest thing in the world.
Yes.
And this is not. You don't trifle with them. And if you think that just because the evidence is good enough, they're going to accept it. No, they're only going to accept it when you beat them into the ground sufficiently so that they can't get up.
Well, as long as their reputation is staked on their original assumptions being correct, there's going to be a problem.
Oh, and so there is.
Yeah. So what are we looking at here?
This is the corner of Khafra Pyramid, and you see the two very different styles of architecture. The huge blocks below, very finely dressed, and the much cruder core masonry up above. This is evidence of two separate stages of construction. It's like if you bought a Victorian house with an IKEA kitchen in it, you wouldn't say, oh, well, they just decided to, build this Victorian house and put this cool new kitchen in. No.
Right.
You know in 2 seconds that it's two different stages of construction. Anyway, we get a lot of stuff. Here, stop. You see where these people are walking? Do you see that this one block? You see those people?
Yes.
There, and then all the way down where the third guy down there is walking with another, goes down to there. And
so it's like a 20-foot plus
It's
block.
about 20 by 30 foot block.
Wow.
And then next slide. That's what it is, edge on. Those are the blocks. People walking on the top, that's what we were just looking at. So those blocks are about between 6 and 8 feet thick.
Go back to the bottom one. So not only they're 6 and 8 feet thick, but they're stacked on top of each other.
That's right, to build it up to that level.
Wow.
Yeah.
6 and 8 feet thick, and then stacked on top of another one that's of a similar
And
height.
if you go poking back into it, it's all, you see the joints between them are pretty rough. But in fact, if you poke back in there, you see that they fit together, that you barely get a credit card between them. It's just, that's lots and lots of weather over lots and lots of years. Then those are the blocks of the Great Pyramid, which are much smaller and almost presuppose a later state of construction. Okay, that's the Red Pyramid. We're going to take up too much time here. Keep going. Okay, that's the interior of the Red Pyramid, and you see that's a megalithic construction. It's always called a plundered tomb chamber. A, it's not a tomb chamber because nobody was ever found in it. It doesn't look like any Egyptian tomb chamber. And B, it's not plundered. It's simply ruinous. This is an earlier construction that, for whatever reason, the builder of the Red Pyramid decided to incorporate that into his pyramid. It's not like an IKEA kitchen incorporated into the Victorian house. It's something that was there before and that they built the pyramid on top of.
So there's some older construction and then a better, more, stay up there, Jamie, stop moving. So what you're seeing, the lower, cruder level is an older method of construction, and then above it you see like really smooth.
Yeah, much well, and also you see really smooth because it's in perfect shape. There's nothing, it's the inside of the pyramid, nothing could do, it's like it was done yesterday. Whereas the bottom has been out in the weather for a long time. That's the secret, it's weathered not like the exterior of the Sphinx, but its style is typically megalithic. It looks like certain of the constructions in in Ireland and Scotland and Wales, megalithic constructions there.
So you mean like a cruder cutting?
Much cruder, but dating from an earlier period, 6,000 to 7,000 BC, something like that.
So much like when they go and they do excavations in Mexico City, they're always building like buildings down there, and they have to stop construction because they find like some ancient pyramid or something along those lines.
Exactly.
So what this is they had an old structure and they built the new stuff on top of it. The new stuff is what we think of as the original structure, but there's evidence to point that there was some ancient stuff below that.
Exactly.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, and what do we got here?
That's more just
more the same.
shots of shocking myself, isn't it? Okay, this is another piece of the puzzle. This is part of Abydos. Behind the temple itself, temple's up to the right. And this is, again, a good friend of mine has just done an elaborate book on this. And even though he's not an Egyptologist, it's being academically published, but it's going into all sorts of things having to do with this strange structure, which is one of the most resonating, powerful places in all of Egypt. We are convinced, Chuck and myself, that those central pillars date from a much earlier period, and then the rest of the temple is Seti I, which is about 1300 BC. But this is too elaborate to get into here, and I'm running out of words.
Why do you think that it's older?
The
construction method?
Style of construction, mostly style of construction, and the way that it's sited, sort of buried into the ground, which is almost unheard of for an Egyptian temple to be constructed as a subterranean structure. It would have had a roof over it and so on. I don't know. But anyway, it's a complicated issue. There it is. It fills up with water sometimes, and now they won't let you in.
Wow.
But and this is
scuba divers.
This is us, actually, at Yonaguni.
Oh, in Japan.
Chuck and myself in Hancock. And the Graham still, now he's getting a bit more cautious about it. But we went there, financed by this mega millionaire Japanese industrialist. Really, I mean, he wanted to prove the existence of Lemuria. And as you see, I mean, all of those geometric looks there, and Chuck and I came to the conclusion after a week of diving there that, seductive as it looks, it really is entirely a natural way. And we could even see, we don't have the pictures of it, this was the last day we were there, we could even see the way that it was formed by the nature of the rock and the action of the waves and the terrific tides that prevail there.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what that's me, you can tell.
So you actually did the diving down there. How old were you when you did that?
Oh, what was that? 12 years ago?
That's pretty gangster.
In my 70s, what?
It's pretty gangster.
Yeah, well.
Get down the bottom of the ocean when you're 70, checking out rocks.
No. And I don't like being underwater either, but for archaeology, I'll do it. Okay, keep going. Oh, well, this is the famous cartouche that some people think is here. These are the Paleolithic caves. This is the best of them, called Chauvet. This is dated.
This is in France, right?
This is in France. And this they date, not us, they date to 31,000 BC or older. This is genius stuff. Great artists did this. Great artists are not primitive. They might be shooting arrows at rhinoceroses to eat, and why not? It's a lot better than going to the supermarket. And it's organic, or you never heard of a GMO rhinoceros. But this is fabulous work. And who knows what was going on the rest of the time when they're doing this in the dark, hidden away in these caves. And this is 31,000 BC. So the date for us of 36,000 or thereabouts for the Sphinx and all of that is not as out of the question as you think, because they date this to 31,000, and this presupposes an extremely sophisticated artistry, and supremely sophisticated artistry is not done by morons or by primitives. It just isn't. Keep going. this great stuff.
Yeah, they definitely had a very good sense of how to capture what these animals that they worshipped and went after looked like. But it was crazy here. You see, that looks like a rhino down there and horses.
It is, and the horses, yeah, wild horses.
Wow.
Well, maybe.
So this is Göbekli Tepe, right?
That's the artist's study of Göbekli Tepe.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they've only uncovered less than 10% of Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah, much less. I think it's 5%, something like that. And their work, well, now it's near the Syrian border, so God knows what they're doing, but they're covering it over because once they started excavating it and protected by the fill for all of these thousands of years, and it started deteriorating. So now they've, unfortunately, you can no longer see it the way that Chuck and I saw it 6-7 years ago.
So what are they covering it with?
Oh, they've got sheds and roofs over it, and it's completely destroyed. It's magic, but I can't blame them.
Right.
The weather is getting at it.
Well, when did they discover this?
It was actually discovered in the 90s, 94 or so, and they've been working on it ever since, and it only came into public view around 2004 or thereabouts. And here's some of the detail. And this is why Jacques is fascinated by this, because that kind of thing of the anthropomorphic, of the hands grasping around the corner, they're doing that with something almost identical to that in Easter Island. We think Easter Island plays a role in this whole lost civilization hypothesis.
Wow.
That's more. Again, this is raised relief. You have to chop the stone, cut or abrade the stone away from the figures. This is tough to do.
It's 3D stuff. And also, aren't there animals depicted on these things that aren't even local? They're not even available on that continent, nor do they think there's a history of these animals?
I am not sure. This one is that one there is a kind of a feline of some sort. Hard to tell exactly what it is because it's stylized.
Right.
But it's a pretty brilliant piece of sculpture, and you have to, carve away the whole stone surface in order to get at that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they know or surmise what that is.
Yeah, it definitely looks like some sort of a cat.
Puma, some sort of a puma. This is interesting. That's a bead that they found there from Göbekli Tepe, and this is a big mystery in a small bead. Is how did they drill that hole? It's a very, very, very hard stone.
Very hard stone, a very small stone too, because this is sitting in your hand.
That's about the size of the last digit of your thumb.
Yeah, it's tiny.
It's tiny and it's thin.
And so there's a tiny little hole in that.
Right.
And again, we're talking about a time where there was no steel.
That's right.
So how did they do that?
Exactly.
Well, aren't there's a bunch of pottery in Egypt in terms of a carved stone pottery where they have zero idea how they constructed it, with a very thin lip, and then it goes inside contour.
Yeah, I think we have one of those there. This is a bracelet found recently in Turkey, made of obsidian, which is an almost impossible stone to work with, and the ridges on it, they, again, not us, have found by doing a careful study of it geometrically that it's very sophisticated geometry at work. I forget exactly what it is that's at issue here, but it's not just a couple of cavemen saying, well, my wife was pissed off at me, so I better give her something nice for our anniversary. So I said, well, here's a nice chunk of obsidian. I think I'll do a little bracelet for her. And
do they know how old this is?
Yeah, it's dated by the strata that it's found in around 8000 BC.
Wow.
Okay, this is more so. This is Sardinia, which is a treasure of megalithic, misunderstood. Look at these extremely fantastic structures. We think, Jacques and myself, that a lot of this may be in answer to this massive coronal mass ejection that happened maybe thousands of years earlier, even, and people are still building things to keep them safe from another one of these.
Now, what would be the effect of a coronal mass ejection?
Right now?
Yeah.
What, catastrophe?
Right, now it would kill the satellites, and there would be a lot of issues.
It would freeze the
grid.
It would fry the grid.
Right.
I mean, instantly, the only people who would survive are the survivalists, who are off the grid.
And those are all assholes.
Well, those kinds of survivalists.
It's a real problem.
Yeah. Those kinds of
preppers.
But other people are off the grid, doing. My pal Clay was here. buying 10 extra acres that I have, I'm not doing anything with, and is planning to, in fact, do exactly that, to go off the grid and build a permaculture, 10 acres, self-sustaining little
That's a
farm.
great way to do it. But to have like a farm, and if you could afford the land and have solar power and all that jazz and well water.
Few people are doing that.
It's a great way to do it if it's possible.
There are some people, but you know, when the world is overpopulated to the extent that it is, it's not going to get to an awful lot of people very quickly. It's difficult to do. Yeah, these are the interior of those extraordinary Nuraji, they call it. Sardinia is an incredible place.
And that's in Italy, right?
Well, island off the coast.
Wow. And what do they date these to?
Well, they date it to 2600 or so, 2600 BC, and Chunk and I question that. We don't have any data that tells us otherwise. This is the stone circle in Egypt, and not the playa, as it's called. That it looks completely fragmented and rough, but in fact, even this, the academics, the archaeoastronomers, acknowledge is astronomically oriented, and there's a physicist, an archaeoastronomer named Tom Brophy, who studied it much more carefully and has found much more sophisticated alignments than just solstices and equinoxes. Again,
now that's a common thread in ancient architecture, which is really fascinating, is the alignment with celestial bodies.
Always.
The Mayans were big on that. Yeah.
Always. Well, what they're doing, back to precession, for whatever reason that we don't understand, but with the evidence is there, and festivals and all sorts of things like that are attuned, take place at these critical, let's call them energy points. And what they're doing, and it's quite clear that they're doing it, is that they're orchestrating their entire civilization. They're tuning their entire civilization to the movements of the heavens. This is quite clear, and this can kind of demonstrate what they're achieving by that. We don't know, but it's very important to them.
What do we got here?
More same.
That's the devil's dick.
Well, close.
Looks like it.
Yeah, that's not the playa, and that's just the drawing of not the playa, and this gets into complications of the cosmology of it. This is the Dogon. This is the work of my good friend Laird Scranton, who you may know of, I think. Yes.
Yes. And the Dogon tribe, that's the tribe that thinks that they come from the constellation Sirius.
Well, or who think they got their knowledge, yes, that
Yeah.
it comes to them directly from Sirius. I don't think they think they come from Sirius. They
Oh,
might.
okay.
I'm not sure. But anyway, Laird work started out just as a sort of amateur thing, looking into the cosmology of the Dogon, and at a certain point he decides to see how that matched current technology. He's a techie guy. He's an expert in computer languages and things like that. So he's very good at this kind of work, and he finds that in the first book of this, called Science of the Dogon, that this Dogon cosmology of this, like a simple tribe in Western Africa, Mali, has their cosmology, which is they know that they can transmit it, is in fact consistent with the latest wrinkles in string theory and torsion theory and high energy physics and all that sort of stuff. And then that led into the study of other civilizations, and he's now 6 or 7 books into it, and really what he's doing is it's unrecognized except by a handful of people. They're not bestsellers. And they're written very well. It's very, very simple and easy to follow. He's showing that this complex cosmology is understood and expressed by every society, virtually every society that is looked into, including the Chinese. There's a relatively recent book in his hand, by a master picture puzzle of all of these ancient civilizations, and no dating them exactly, but it's become quite clear through his body work that the ancients had this same cosmology, the same understanding of it. And we think that this is a hand me down from the ancient civilization that we're busy trying to validate. And
So meaning the survivors of this coronal mass. The people that existed before the coronal mass that achieved some sort of a high level of sophistication, and then these people with whatever knowledge was left over, whatever they had managed to save.
Something of that sort, or they were the same people who were everywhere and had it to begin with.
What you're seeing up here, figure 12.4, the quantum frenzy can cause a string-anti-string pair to erupt and annihilate, yielding a more complicated interaction. What is that?
Well, that's from the physics lab. Actually, they're talking about, I'm not sure.
So this is like some sort of a geometry thing, or
it's a physics thing.
And they're looking at this is Dogen art. Is that what this is?
No, but Dogen art has that figure in it.
Huh.
Keep going.
No, down.
Down, I think. Let's see. There's somewhere that the Dogen have that. Well, there.
Where is it, Jim? Okay.
No.
Hmm.
I think it's the one right after. Well, very close. Let's see. Anyway, you have to read Laird's book.
Yeah.
Science of the Dogen. It's really all there. And then it's the same in all of the civilizations all over the place. And as I said earlier, I dislike using the Old Testament, the Bible, for scholarship, because it's a minefield. You just don't. No, you can select from it. I mean, the Inquisitors found a way to justify the Inquisition from the Bible, and you can justify just about anything.
Well, there's so much craziness in there.
There's so much craziness going on in there. But one thing that did strike me in correspondence is one of the intriguing bits of the I forget where it is, Tower of Babel. It's Exodus or what can't be? Exodus. Genesis maybe. Anyway, one of the early books of the Bible, where they talk about the Tower of Babel, and one of the lines that is suggested is before the tower was built, all of humanity spoke in one tongue. The Eskimos spoke the same as the Polynesians. What is this, The Polynesians spoke Chinese. No, it doesn't seem logical. I mean, the linguists don't find that sort of thing. But if the common language that they spoke was the cosmology, and Laird finds the same cosmology wherever he looks, that's interesting. But it's not anything that you can base, you can't be sure of it. But suddenly that strange line does have some corroboration.
I think it's very hard for us to put into perspective what it would be like if there was some sort of a high level of sophistication involved in the society back then, and then they experienced whatever it was, whether it was meteor our super volcanoes, what asteroids, any whatever it is, and then trying to retain a certain amount of it and pass it on to your children, and how things would get so convoluted and distorted, and there would be very little left.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, but the people would be of the same sophistication in terms of the same kind of minds, the same size brains, the same capability. They would just have to relearn everything all over again.
Well, this is a good, I think there's a good case that can be made, because stuff gets, after this catastrophe, things really do go into a tailspin, and then around 3000 BC, 4000 BC, all of a sudden, all over the place, very sophisticated civilizations arise, but based upon this ancient knowledge. The mythology is all there to begin with, but suddenly there's Sumerian, around the same time there's Egypt, there's China, for sure, there's India, and all of these seem to arrive at a very high level of understanding around that 4,000 or so dates.
Especially Sumer, when they go over some of the ancient, those clay tablets, when they see the depictions of the solar system, that's where it gets really confusing. It's like, how the hell did they know this? How did they know that there was a sun in the center and that all these planets were in the correct size? I mean, they had Jupiter in the correct size, in the correct position, Mars in the correct position. It was very, very strange stuff.
I didn't know that.
Have you ever seen those? Yeah,
No,
it was beautiful. Have you ever followed Zacharias and stuff? He's got some really wacky shit.
Well, it is wacky shit.
Yeah, fun to read if you're high.
Yeah, but it's...
the Anunnaki and those from heaven to earth came and created people out of monkeys and alien DNA. And
he's a galactic Darwinian.
Well, he was. Now he's wearing food.
And I called his followers Sitchinins.
Sitchinins? Well, I read the 12th Planet. I think that was called the 12th Planet.
Horrible stuff.
Yeah, but when you don't know anything, it's awesome. Yeah. But, pull up an image, Jamie, of the just to show it to John, of the solar system depiction in the clay tablets, because it's really fascinating stuff. I mean, it clearly shows the sun with what we, our standard sort of image of the sun, where it's a circle and the radiating sort of lines outside of it, and then it has all these planets circling around it. Yeah, there it is, right there. Look at that.
Oh.
No, it's not a drawing, it's just outlined. That's the actual original clay tablet, but they drew on it as an outline. Isn't that amazing? I mean, you can find the actual tablet, Jamie, too, so you can zoom in on it so you can see it better. But really, really incredible stuff when you consider the fact that they made this somewhere around, what was this, 5000 BC or 4000 BC? I think it was that one right there. See if you can find a better full version of it there, young Jimmy. But incredible stuff and weird stuff. I mean, there are depictions of people with tails sitting on the laps of giants, and
that tends to decode symbolically, actually, those hybrid creatures and stuff like that. Those most of those things, I think, should not be taken literally.
Right. Like you were talking about myths.
Yeah, myths, because things change shape and one thing becomes another, and when those are shown pictorially, it doesn't mean that it's to be taken literally.
There's the original, so you can see it there in the background. Pretty interesting stuff, huh?
But where are they in the background? Where?
See right there?
Yeah. But the stars, that's the origin.
Yeah.
So that you have the sun in the middle of the stars. Actually, that's a motif you see in Egypt often.
Really?
Where you have a star with a solar disk in the middle of it. And often they're just stars, they're 5-pointed stars.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's with the solar disc and what they're talking about. I think the Egyptologists talk about a stellar cult and a solar cult. And that as soon as you call anything a cult, it becomes, you can talk about it because it's somebody else's religion,
right,
and therefore superstition. But what it's talking about, and probably this too, there's two levels. In other words, it's the solar sky, our solar system, and the stars around it is the zodiacal sky, is the constellation of the sky. So it's two levels of the hierarchy simultaneously.
But just amazing that you're talking about such a long, long time ago, and they had all the little planets there.
But they don't have Uranus, and they don't have Uranus.
Let's see what they have there. Pull it back up again, Jim. Oh yeah?
Yeah.
So there's more than one version of it?
Yeah, we only had 7 planets there.
That's interesting.
Right, but that was a different one, where that shows a star and then it has a bunch of planets off to the side. Who knows what that means? Go full view on that one, Jim. Yeah, look at that one. It's just so cool to look at something that someone made, you know, whatever, 5,000, 6,000 years ago, and see their attempt. Go back to that, please. Their attempt at trying to show and convey what they knew about the world, or what their thoughts were about the world. Like, what are we seeing here?
Well, see, that
looks like war.
That one is not, well, it's a common theme that's a common theme in Egypt too. The pharaoh smiting in the heads of his enemy. He says the conquest of the forces of light over the forces of darkness. In this one, the 7 might not be. There it is. You have that. As I said, often in Egypt or very similar. But the other one, the star and the seven planets, could be planets, but see, it's a different looking star too. It's many. 1, 2.
Yeah, it's a different one. The other one was 6.
It might be a number symbolism thing with the thing and the numbers. So the Egyptians do 7, not as circles like that, but as dots. It's, you know, it has a numerical validity rather necessarily than an astronomical one. That one. The other one.
Go back to the other one, Jim.
Yeah, now that one's really interesting.
Yeah. All this stuff is interesting.
Yeah, the relative sizes, that's pretty mind-boggling.
Yeah, and again,
and the two on the outer edge is really those two. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, very.
That's interesting indeed. I'd like to see that explained any other way than
they knew something.
I
mean, or that's an amazing lucky guess.
No, this is not guesswork.
No, it's just unraveling ancient civilization. It's like putting together a puzzle when you only have 5, 6 pieces.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, that when we started out, there were few pieces, and then now a lot of pieces have been added to the puzzle.
Right, like the nuclear glass, the coronal mass ejection stuff.
So Göbekli Tepe is a big chunk. Gunung Padang in Indonesia is another one. And I don't have any photos of that, but Chak has been to that and is absolutely convinced that it's very, very that it's human-made and that it's very, very old. So these things are showing up all over the place.
So go back to the slides. And it's such a emerging thing as far as like people talking about it too, the slides. This is something that's being discussed over and over again now. It's much more mainstream, and now that Graham Hancock has got a lot of traction on his work and his new book, Magicians of the Gods, and Randall Carlson, who's an expert on asteroidal impacts, has sort of impacted his work as well, and really sort of made it more interesting because he's provided a context with some historical, like actual scientific evidence of impacts.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Along with it. So what are we looking at here?
That's Göbekli Tepe again. I'm not. Yeah, sorry, not Göbekli Tepe. That's Mount Playa, but that's one of Shock's slides, I think, and I'm not sure what he's driving at there.
Some sort of constellation in the background.
That's Brophy's, I think. That's Brophy's slides, where he's looking for much more sophisticated information in Mount Playa. And even if it's more far out speculations or just speculation, it could be just the basic premise is already of great significance. That this is, because this is dated to 5,000–6,000 BC. So that makes it the oldest datable stone circle.
Now, one of the things I was going to bring up with you, I forgot when we were talking earlier about this idea of the precession of equinoxes, the wobble of the Earth being caused perhaps by a dwarf star that we don't know exactly where it is. That was one of the theories about whatever it is outside of the Kuiper Belt. That there's this object out there now that they're 90% plus sure exists, and they're calling it, Planet X or whatever it is, that they think that it's at least 4 times larger than the Earth, and it's somewhere outside of the Kuiper Belt, which is now what they believe Pluto's part of, right? Pluto.
Oh, okay.
When Pluto's no longer a planet, it got listed as an asteroidal.
Oh, poor old Pluto, yeah. Got downgraded.
Got the shaft.
Right.
But they think there's something out there, and one of the theories that I've read was that it could be some sort of a dwarf star that exists so far out there that we can't see it.
Oh, well,
a brown dwarf.
Well, this is, Walter Cutton, who started CPAC, would be, I don't know if he knows about that. I'll be seeing him in a few days. And some interesting stuff going on at CPAC. It's strange he didn't know about it.
Well, you know about the planet that they're pretty sure of, right? Do you know about that?
I think.
Well, let's see if you can find that. Like they think that somewhere outside of Pluto that there is a large body. They don't know what it is. They don't know exactly how big it is, but they think it's far larger than the Earth. At least 4 times larger than the Earth. And that it exists, and its gravitational effect is having a response. Here it is. New dwarf planet discovered far beyond Pluto's orbit. No, Jamie, that's not it. I don't think. That's a dwarf planet. This is something that's much larger. This is like, they think it's larger than Earth. We'll just look up planet 4 times larger than Earth, believed to be outside of the solar system. They think it's a part of the solar system, but it's on this gigantic orbit, like way, way, way out there. So most of them are binary star systems, right? Most of them?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Chuck will know that. He knows his astronomy.
But it's interesting, if there is some sort of a star or a dead star out there, way out there.
Yeah.
And it's affecting us. It's causing our Earth to wobble.
Maybe, yeah. I mean,
there it is. Astronomers say no, not Neptune. Is that it? Is that it?
Well, Neptune's big. That could be.
Yeah, it might be. It's January 20th. Yeah, okay, that's right.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
The claim is the strongest yet in the centuries-long search for Planet X beyond Neptune. The quest has been plagued by far-fetched claims and even outright quackery. But the new evidence comes from a pair of respected planetary scientists. I don't want to say that guy's name.
Look at the language. Look at the language, yeah. It's quackery if they don't agree and if it's not one of their own. One of their own, it's respected until somebody comes along and shows that they're wrong.
Right, but their language is tempered by guys like Zacharias Hitchin, isn't it?
Well, yeah, he brings it on himself, that's right.
Right.
But some of their stuff is equal. That's why I call them the quackademics, because every week there's something coming along disproving stuff that they've been insisting has been right for the last 10 or 15 or 20 years.
Look at this thing.
But they're never quacks.
They think it orbits the sun every 15,000 years.
Right, yeah, okay.
Wow, that's awesome. I mean, it's so interesting. We know so much, but so little at the same time.
I think it was Dennis McKenna had this great saying that when the bonfire of, how did it work? The bonfire of understanding grows, it illuminates the surface area of ignorance.
Well, good line.
Yeah, that you realize, like, the brighter the light, like, wow, there's so much you don't know.
And then also, you have to distinguish between knowledge and understanding.
Yeah.
For example, with the quackademic Egyptologists, they have a lot of facts at its disposal that they do not understand at all. And that's why, my own work, Schwaller's own work, couldn't have been done without all of that careful, factual work by the Egyptologists. And what I do, or what we do, those of us who are looking into this, we take that factual material and Schwallerize it, and that gives us a certain degree of understanding. Those jerks don't have it all.
Those jerks. Let's go back to the slides. What else you got here that you want to show us?
I don't know, there's a lot, but some stuff I want to skip.
Okay.
Keep going. I want to skip stuff now because I'm running out of words. It's just hard to do. That's one of those very hard stone vase with this thin lip, and the walls of the vase are about as thick as the rim of the lip. And this is all made out of one piece of a very hard stone called green schist. And we think, actually, shocking myself, and an idea by another friend of mine, a very good writer, Paul William Roberts, was his suggestion that, hey, maybe these stone things, there are quite a few of them, date from the earlier period and were kept as sacred objects all of those years. And of course, if they were kept and guarded and not broken, and the hammer breaks it, but were kept intact in one piece, X number of thousand years, they wouldn't be weathered or anything. They'd be fine as long as they were protected.
Now, is there any speculation whatsoever as to the method that they use to create something like
Well,
this?
there's some stupid ones.
Let's hear the stupid ones.
Well, they're shown with bow drills that go where they can have a fire with sticks like this. Well, it's a kind of a drill that they put in there with balls of some kind of hard stone. And once you get the drill thing down, you can kind of work your way around and gradually hollow out the inside. This seems insane to me, and that it would take, one of those guys should devote his life to taking a block of green schist and trying that method and see how far he gets in 10 or 15 years. It's very hard to imagine that they could do that with a method like that. But otherwise, no one knows.
But isn't that like sort of, doesn't it balance out with the insanity of building a pyramid in the first place? Building a pyramid is just an incredible undertaking. Didn't they say that, like, if you cut and place 10 stones a day, it would take you 664 years
Yeah, it is mind-boggling.
Yeah.
But in fact, it's quite clear that they did it. It's not at all clear that they did it in the allotted 25 years or something of the sort. Why they did it, again, see, to an academic, the only possible explanation is that they were tombs, even though there's no evidence whatsoever that they were tombs. But if they say they were tombs, they don't need evidence.
What do you think they were?
I don't know.
Right.
Except what I'm pretty sure is that they weren't tombs, and they weren't tombs only. My general sense of it is that since everything in Egypt has as its focus the quest for immortality in some way, shape, or form, they enhance that quest. They make it possible to do things that you wouldn't otherwise do. I can tell you get enough people together and come on a trip, or come on your own. When we do our 2-hour meditation in the pyramid, you come out of there knowing that you've not been just in a quiet bathroom. This place surges with power, and you get a group of people in there, all of whom are, especially some who have practiced some meditation. It's really something, and you've experienced something that you've not experienced before. So how they were used and to what end, I don't know. I mean, this is a quite common theory that there were sites of high initiation. Well, there are sites of high initiation when you understand what that's not a dumb theory. It's a dumb theory if you don't think there's such a thing as initiation, and if you think that illumination is dependent upon electricity, well, you not be able to think Egyptian. But if you've been to the places and have experienced for yourself the power of these places, then explanations of that sort, even though they don't count as, I mean, they're speculative for sure, but when you don't have any evidence for them being tombs, that's pretty speculative too.
Right, and building them is incredible, beyond belief. Lighting them up is only slightly less incredible.
Yeah, it's the whole thing.
Yeah. Now, do you have any theories at all as to how they could build some sort of a stone thing like this?
No, I don't.
Pretty incredible stuff.
But let's go, because we got a lot of stuff and I don't want to. Okay, that's us and my criminal partner Boris swinging the digital sledgehammer, looking for underground caverns.
So what, you hit that thing and it makes a sound, and
the
sound
seismograph, the sound goes into the earth.
Interesting.
The next slide is what we found, and there it is. The A. That is a cavern or a chamber or of some sort. It's a void underneath the bedrock, and that's the so-called hole of records. People think that that's Edgar Casey is talking about. We're iffy about it, other than that the seismograph does not know how to channel. So it just says what's there. And
so it knows there's a void.
It knows there's a void, and at the very back, it's a little bit, let's see, it's the edge of the sea. See, at the very end, by the rump, that is also a chamber, and that's absolutely, it's known that it's there, and this gives you the same profile, seismologically.
But there's no known way to get into these things?
Yeah, the back one, there's a way. It's a very rough cut chamber, and there's just behind it, one of those stones, you pull it away, and you can get in, and it's a room, rough, very rough, but about the size of the room that we're in here, the studio. And that's a room. So if that's a room, then it stands to reason, that's seismographical reason anyway, that A is also a cavern or a grotto or a construction or something.
So what we're looking at with A, when you see all those circles around it and the rough shape of it, that's the shape that they believe the room is. So it would be similar to the one that's at the rump, where it would be like kind of a rough room.
Well, the seismographic, those are the, I forget, topo lines or something that give you the depth that the thing is at.
But it's not like a square 90-degree angle.
Well, it's roughly rectangular, says Tom Debecki, who was a geophysicist who was doing that work.
So what's the holdup as far as examining that?
Well, two. One, they don't want to be wrong. Two, that it's very difficult to do. It's under about 15 feet of bedrock, that cabin. The Sphinx is probably the most, let's say, the archaeological hotspot of the universe. I mean, nothing is more open to, excitement and all the rest of it than the Sphinx. Secondly, the water level has risen so that whole chamber is probably filled with water now. So anything that isn't stone would have been obliterated long ago.
Imagine you got down there and you found wet scrolls.
Well, maybe, or stone something or another.
Right.
But in theory, you could put a little fiber optic something down there and study it. But they don't want to be wrong about this. And anything invasive, the Sphinx is really in disastrous condition. So any little vibration or something like that could conceivably damage it. I don't worry about these things. The geology is much more important as far as I'm concerned. And my guess is that when we finally break open the portcullis and capture all of the quackademics that it protects at the moment, which, I don't know, maybe the water organ, but anyway, we capture all of the quackademics and get them the hell out of there. At point, when it is accepted, and these things do happen, this is this idea whose time has come, when it has come, things change. And at that point, maybe then the funding shows up and the determination comes up to actually look into that void or chamber and see if it is indeed a void or chamber and if there's something in there.
Is it possible that there's some other things in Egypt that haven't been discovered yet?
Oh, look. Oh, yeah. They even know where they are, a lot of them, because
really?
But what do you call it? Landsat, infrared something, when you can photograph underground. They have, there are hundreds of sites that they know where there are graves and tombs and stuff like that. But most of them, I don't think that kind of photography, I bet there's a name for it. I don't think that kind of photography goes deep enough for us to establish the lost civilization. It'll be under the sand level. It'll be the bottom of the sand level. And so far, at any rate, it doesn't get down that deeply, but they have lots of places to excavate if they have the money.
Okay. Let's keep going here.
Keep going. Okay, well, this is Shock's book. And he'll be at CPAC.
Is this a recent book?
That's his last book, yeah, that's a recent book.
The Role of Solar Outbursts in Our Past and Future, Forgotten Civilizations, the title.
Yeah, very interesting thesis, and backed up by a lot of solid scholarship. And Shock will be at the CPAC, this particular CPAC.
So he thinks it was a solar outburst more than they think it was an asteroidal impact.
He thinks, although they're not necessarily antithetical. The dates, in other words, it could have been
either or.
Yeah. I mean, Shock thinks that it's an impact in the earlier catastrophe that brings on the younger Dryas, the intensification of the ice age, and he thinks that it's the solar outburst that puts an end to the entire civilization and melts all the ice.
Whoa. Wow. Northern Lights, what else we got?
Well, keep going. Just go whisk by here, because this is Anthony Barat, who's a physicist it's his thing. And here, these are these figures that show up in the electron, through the electron microscope, and that are mirrored by those strange dancing, multi-headed, multi-armed figures at the petroglyphs at the top, usually at the upper registers of the petroglyph facade, which also mirrors, that's the Rongo script. Shock is fascinated by the so far untranslatable Rongo script.
Where's that from?
Easter Island, which shows as letters, presumably, those kinds of weird humanoid figures.
One of the great mysteries of linguists.
Oh yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Keep going.
That's it?
Of the whole thing? Of my whole show?
Yep.
Really? Yeah. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that I wanted on. Some stuff I didn't want. I wanted to whisk through. But what was up there, maybe I'll send it to you, is the map of Pakistan, of Greater and Lesser Pakistan, which is very useful. And my 5 cowboys, and the graphic of the 5 cowboys, durably graphic. My stepson found it somewhere online, but it really shows the cowboys in action, which is, as I said, you pick up the daily newspaper or turn on the internet and you see the cowboys at work.
You've been at this for a long time now. You've been at this for
60s,
many years.
Late 60s, I came
So
across.
from when I was born.
Yeah, okay.
I was born in 67.
Well, it's around the time I came across Father Delubich, yes. Around it.
Do Do you feel like people are slowly but surely starting to come around at the concepts of these ancient civilizations being not the primitive people that we've been told, but maybe perhaps really complex?
Oh yeah, well, a lot of people. The trouble is that the picture is muddied. I mean, the academics are as staunch as ever in their delusion, but the trouble is that the whole scenario is muddied, and it's almost unavoidable by ancient aliens and Zechariah Sitchin and a whole bunch of nutcases that think that aliens built the pyramids and all of that sort of stuff. So yes, more people are interested, but how many? The percentage of those that are actually capable of sifting the evidence and intellectually honest enough to accept what stands up to scrutiny and not. Numerically, there are lots more of them than there were, but statistically, they're a very, very small percentage of very small percentage of the populace that actually care or understand it. But it only takes a certain small percentage.
Have you ever tried to get your Magical Egypt series on Netflix?
No, not on Netflix, but they probably wouldn't take it because they'd have to make you'd have to cut a really lousy deal with them, and B, the numbers probably wouldn't justify it.
I don't know about that. They did love documentaries, and why would you think that they would want to cut a lousy deal?
They do. I mean, they really don't give you much. I mean, the mystery of the Sphinx is on there, but it's the guy who does the reproduction of it that negotiated with him, and Chance. The downside of Chance is that he's a bit paranoid about letting stuff out of his control. So I've told him, let's get the thing on Netflix. I mean, people have stolen it, and it's on YouTube.
Yeah.
In a very, it's the reproduction. You really don't see it unless you actually own the DVD.
Right.
But it's Chance's baby as far as pitching it, and he doesn't. It's not.
So he hasn't even brought it up to Netflix?
I don't know if he has or not.
It seems like it would be right up their alley.
You would think, but I've given up sort of arguing the case if he doesn't. It's his baby.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, it is and it's not, but it's a big part of your work. I mean, I just think that would be a great venue for it.
I think it would be too, but you write him and tell him that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have a Netflix comedy special coming out.
He's been trying to get on your show for a while.
Has he been?
Well, he's been emailing you a couple times. And
nobody emailing the wrong address.
Well,
so.
And nobody responded, so he gives up. Anyway.
I've never gotten emails from the dude. We'll talk about that after the show. We'll try to figure that out. But I got a comedy special coming out on Netflix in October. I'd be happy to talk to them and say, hey, this is something you guys should look at.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any idea what kind of deals they cut in terms of documentaries, but what I do know is that what you did is amazing, and I think that it would be great for everybody to have more access. Because just the sheer depth of the information when you go over like the Temple and Man and all the different the different incredible structures that exist in Egypt that most people don't even discuss.
Oh, they don't know about and they don't want to discuss it. But chances, I mean, that's, the way to really watch, people have told me this, me too. I mean, I'm not much into, even though I casually smoke it once in a while, but I'm not much, vodka is my vice, such as it is. I don't even consider it vicious. But watching that, a couple of tokes to watch Magical Egypt with a couple of tokes, because it slows things down. The editing on that is breathtaking.
Yeah.
And there's a hypnotic quality to it. It's really, it's an extraordinary achievement, and Chance did it. on a zero budget, you know, and doing all of the photography. I mean, everything single-handed on nothing. It's really the heroic production, and you know, and we made nothing out of it.
Well, let's try to get it on Netflix. I really want. I'm gonna try to make an attempt. So when
you attempt,
yeah, I'm gonna try to make an attempt. I'm gonna bring it to them and have a conversation with them.
Yeah,
yeah.
They think give them a copy.
They might not even know. You know, I mean, I guarantee they don't.
They
but
probably don't know.
I really think it's one of the great works.
I do too.
I think it's amazing, and it's so in depth. It's so in depth that the only way you could do it was to self-produce it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you couldn't get anyone to do that.
Nobody would go. You're gonna do 8 DVDs on that? What are you out of your mind? Nobody's gonna watch all that.
Yeah,
I watched it like 3 or 4 times.
Lots of people do. I mean,
and you have a Magical Egypt too, right?
Well, we're working on it.
Right.
We don't have the funding, and actually, this is Chance's baby now because I'm. You know, anytime he wants me, I'm there. But I'm not in any position to really help with it because I'm so swamped with my own stuff.
Right.
But
what would be covered in Magical Egypt too?
I don't know. I don't know. We've got the first one semi-done, but I don't know what he's got in mind. And he's in Australia, so I don't get to see him at all. And even Skype is not good for in-depth, evening-long conversation.
No, it's not.
So I don't know, but I'll bet if you showed it to Netflix and they expressed an interest, he'd be interested.
Well, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna bring them a copy. We're gonna see what we can do.
Okay.
I think it's one of those things that I really believe that people should see. And I think that if you could get it on Netflix and I could tweet it and let the world know and try to get people to spread the word. I think once people see it, it's just start like that Making of a Murderer thing. You know, that caught all that traction entirely because it was on Netflix and word of mouth mostly. I really think that Magical Egypt is one of those things.
Yeah. Well, what I would like to do, actually, and I hope my pal Clay and some other people are going to help me with this, I'd like to get some of my other, when I'm wearing my other hat, my writer's, my Bohemian beret instead of my Egyptological pith helmet. Because I've got a whole lifetime's worth of work, much of which has been produced, but none of it really commercially successful. And it's just sitting there waiting to get done, and Netflix would be the perfect venue for it if I had something to show them, you know, because they do production. I mean, they're producers now too.
Yeah, it's an interesting time. I mean, that's one of the best things about the internet is that something like that can kind of spring up, and become a bigger network than any of the networks on television.
Yeah, that's the upside. Well, the networks are about to die in good riddance.
Well, it's a silly idea, but it was good back when there was no other ideas.
Right.
You had to sit through those commercials and wait for the next segment, and then you watch 10 minutes and the commercials popped on again, you rolled your eyes and waited for the commercials again, and all that stuff's nonsense now. You watch a commercial, well, now you're like, what is this silly thing?
Well, the internet's full of commercials too.
It is, but at least they're usually at the beginning of a video.
No, they come in the middle sometimes too, and things. They're there, but anyway.
Magical Egypt is awesome. You're awesome.
Great.
Appreciate you coming on here. I'm glad we got a chance to meet in
Me too.
person.
It's a big difference, even though Skype is the next best thing to 3-dimensional meeting. It isn't 3-dimensional meeting.
It is not.
It's fun to be here, and thanks for inviting me.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all of your work, because I think you've done a great service to the world to sort of shine light on this amazing civilization.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, is it. Thank you very much, John Anthony West. Go seek out his work and definitely go buy Magical Egypt. Don't pirate it, you fucks. Go buy it. It's awesome.
That exactly. And if you have the money and if you have the wherewithal and the will, get on an Egypt trip.
Get on an Egypt trip with this man.
Because I'm good enough to get up and down the pyramid, but who knows for how long.
Exactly.
So,
all right.
Strike while the iron's hot.
小玫瑰。